lo que estoy diciendo. Sí, yo me la he puesto grande.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear friends. On behalf of the University of Granada, it is a true pleasure and a great honor to welcome you to the public conference of the Coimbra Group Annual Assembly 2026. We are especially delighted to host this event in such a meaningful year for our institution. In just a few days, the University of Granada will commemorate the 500th anniversary of the Royal Charter granted by the Emperor Charles V in 1526. The historical foundation upon which our university was built. Hosting this conference in 2026 is therefore not only a privilege, but also a moment of deep symbolic significance for us. We are equally proud to welcome you to Granada, a city that has always been a melting pot of cultures, a place where history, knowledge, and diversity converge. Today, Granada continues to thrive as a vibrant university city, shaped by a dynamic international student community, and it is increasingly open to the world. In this spirit, Granada is also a candidate to become European Capital of Culture 2031, a project that reflects our shared commitment to culture, innovation, and social transformation. We will know very soon, before the end of the year, whether we have been selected. It is now my honor to invite our opening speakers. Firstly, I am pleased to welcome our rector, Professor Pedro Mercado, rector of the University of Granada, who will formally welcome you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, it's a great honor for me, as rector of the University of Granada, to welcome you to the Coimbra Group Annual Conference 2026. We feel very proud to host this important event in our university and to receive this amazing academic community here in Granada. Your presence gives a special meaning to this meeting. For us, the Coimbra Group is a very special network with its own identity. It has a strong voice in Europe and plays an important role in the European context, helping to bring the position of the universities into policy institutions within the European Union. I would also like to highlight the working groups which are at the heart of the Coimbra Group. Through their work, ideas become projects and cooperation becomes real action. Thank you very much to all the members for your effort and dedication. As Evangelia has already mentioned, this conference also takes place in a very special moment for us. In 2026, the University of Granada begins to celebrate its 500th anniversary. Hosting this annual conference is one of the most important events of this celebration. It reproduces our history, but also our commitment to the future as an open, international, and socially engaged university. Finally, I would like to highlight the main topic of this conference: transforming the local and social environment through research and innovation. This is not a coincidence. For many years, the University of Granada has been working to make our activity socially relevant and useful, especially in our local environment and in our regions. This conference program clearly shows this commitment, placing social impact and transformation at the center of our work. Thank you very much. I wish you a very productive and stimulating conference.
Thank you, Rector Mercado, for your inspiring words and warm welcome. I now invite to the stage Professor Esteban Romero, Vice Rector for Social Innovation, Employability and Entrepreneurship, to introduce the focus of this assembly and the motivation behind this year's theme.
Thank you. It's an immense joy to welcome you to Granada and to our university. In my opinion, the perfect place to address how universities can contribute to transforming our territories, our cities, and our regions. Granada is a city surrounded by mountains, a city gathered within itself, and at the same time, open to the world. While summer takes hold of our days, snow still watches over us from the peaks of Sierra Nevada, cooling the sleepless nights of celebration and conversation, as you had the opportunity to experience last night. Federico García Lorca, the Granada-born poet and playwright, once wrote that Granada had no way out but the stars. Perhaps that's why this city has always known how to look from the local to the universal, from its streets, neighborhoods, and landscapes toward the great questions of our time. We find ourselves in a university with 500 years of history, a university that is not merely an academic institution, but also an engine of identity and transformation for an entire territory. And this is precisely one of the ideas that bring us together today. The university as a situated, committed institution capable of generating knowledge, but also of converting the knowledge into social, cultural, economic, and territorial impact. As universities and drivers of change, we must build ecosystems grounded in trust, in listening, and in collaboration with other social actors. We recognize scientific knowledge as indispensable, essential in its dialogue with other forms of knowledge. Political knowledge, civic knowledge, the knowledge that arises from the experience of those who live and work within their communities. Allow me to recall Federico Mayor Zaragoza, who served as rector of the University of Granada and also former Director General of UNESCO. He often returned to the word of UNESCO founding charter. Since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. In times of polarization, mistrust, and the questioning of public institutions, universities carry a special responsibility. We are spaces of critical thought, of refuge, defenses of peace and democracy, spaces of advocacy and struggle, places of encounter. As Hannah Arendt noted, with reference to the students of May '68, it's now time to rediscover the concept of public happiness. The experience of participating in public life as an inseparable form of access to a full form of happiness. Let us understand our universities then as spaces for public happiness, the finest expression of our civic and democratic commitment. To achieve this, we must reclaim the local and regional realities. As the representatives of the United Nations and the European Commission will remind us today, not as a withdrawal from the global, but as the very ground from which the global becomes meaningful and possible. That is why we need to attach new qualifiers to innovation: social innovation, public innovation, territorial innovation. We are all shaped by the places that made us. The streets where we played, the corners where we raised our voices, the landscapes where we first learned to belong. As Dylan Thomas wrote, "The ball I threw while playing in the park has not yet reached the ground." Places where we were born or where our children are born. Places where we choose to live or to die. In those places reside our affections, our memories, our childhood games, our voices, our questions. To those places, too, we owe our work as universities. And to make this possible, there is one fundamental word: trust. Trust in each of us, as people committed to serving the common good through knowledge. Trust in our university community, in our students, in those who research, teach, manage, and sustain the daily life of our institutions. And trust in citizens and in public institutions, a trust grounded in loyalty, cooperation, and the shared responsibility to serve our communities better. I would like to close by returning to Federico García Lorca. This year marks the 90th anniversary of his assassination by the fascists. Lorca, as I mentioned before, became one of the most cherished voices of Spanish literature, and he built an immense body of work with what was closest to him: Granada, Andalusia, popular music, the people, collective memory, the duende. Precisely because he was rooted in his own place, Lorca was able to speak beyond it. From Granada, we spoke to the world. In 1931, at the opening of the public library in his home village of Fuentevaqueros, Lorca said that every human being needs half a loaf of bread and a book. He was speaking at a time of profound material hardship. But his message went beyond material need. Bread is essential, but so is culture, beauty, thought, and freedom. Luckily, today we don't have to choose between bread and books. We need both, bread and books, development and knowledge, well-being and culture, prosperity and freedom. Our universities embrace this mission with conviction, to generate knowledge, to serve society, and to help build fairer, more democratic, and more hopeful futures for all. From Granada, a city that carries the dream of becoming European Capital of Culture in 2031, from this university rooted in its place and open to the world, from a city that always looks toward the stars, we open this conference. It's time to speak of universities and the places we serve. Let us embrace Hannah Arendt's advice. Let us dare to be publicly happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Esteban, for giving us a brief overview of the focus of the conference. In recent years, Professor Romero has been working on public innovation from within the university. Through his passion and dedication, he has managed to involve many people in this exciting project, as you will see later on. We are very fortunate to have him as a driving force behind this conference. Now, it is a privilege and a true honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Beth Simone Novak. Professor Novak is internationally recognized as one of the leading thinkers in the fields of governance, innovation, digital democracy, and institutional transformation. She has served in the White House as Deputy Chief Technology Officer of the United States and has advised governments and international organizations on how institutions can become more open, participatory, and effective. Her work explores precisely the themes that bring us together today: how knowledge, institutions, and society interact to build shared futures, making her presence here especially meaningful. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Novak.
Let's try that again. Better. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Good morning, everybody. It is really a pleasure to be here in Granada. Thank you for that inspiring opening. I think you've taken everything I wanted to say, so I will just be repeating what Esteban said, but less eloquently and at greater length. Recently, I finished this book. Maybe some of you have read it. It won the one of the British Best Fiction Book Awards, R.F. Kuang's Babel. It's sort of like Harry Potter meets the university, but it's a little darker and more violent. It imagines a mythical institute of translation. Have you read it? It is all about translators. It is all about translation, but in this case, the role that translation plays in supporting a violent, imperialist, and racist system of domination in Britain. So it reflects, I think, helpfully on the question of what is the purpose of education? What is the purpose of our universities? I had the great fortune to attend one of the best universities in the United States, Yale Law School, considered by many to produce not only some of the top lawyers, but it produces more professors of law than any other institution. But it has also recently produced many of the leaders that you read about in the headlines, that you've heard about in the United States, who are not doing much to advance the rule of law, I would argue, who are in fact working hard to undermine the rule of law. And it has caused me to question, and I think all of us to question, to ask ourselves, what is it that we are doing here? Well, who are we producing? What is the next generation of leader that we are hoping to create and what are the values that we are imparting? Now, I'm being a little bit unfair about my own institution, but I think it's okay to ask these questions now, because as Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said at Davos a few months ago, we are living in a time of rupture. These are not normal times. We are experiencing a crisis in our democratic institutions. Now, what that crisis means, what is democracy, the poet Walt Whitman more than 100 years ago said, this is a complicated term. I will not do it justice in the few minutes I have today, when we're not here to talk specifically about democracy. We're here to talk about universities. But without a doubt, we are obviously, and I think all feel, the crisis of truth in our society. The crisis of representation, where we do not feel that our leaders speak for us. The crisis, I think, above all, of institutional effectiveness. The fact that we are creating and sustaining institutions that are not doing as good a job as they need to do to solve today's difficult problems. Whether it's wildfires, or climate change, or pollution, or pandemics and diseases, we are facing myriad crises that are challenging institutions that frankly were designed and built for a much less complicated, much kinder and gentler era. Perhaps that's romanticizing a bit. But again, we are facing tremendous shocks and challenges, and as a result, I would argue our democracies are in crisis. The VDEM Institute from Sweden measures only 29 democracies left in the world, 2/3 of the planet living under autocracy, and a declining number of people globally who feel, again, that our democracy and our governments are working for them. Though we talk about democracy, the idea that we live under a system where we have a right to participate, most people feel they have no voice. They don't have the ability to participate, and increasingly, only those with money have the power, have the influence that we lack in our own system. Now, I would be remiss if in talking about these crises, I didn't mention one of the topics that is very much under discussion here, which is the role of AI. And again, I'm going to be very depressing for a moment, but I promise to make things more optimistic in just a minute. There is a lot of concern, obviously, about what AI means for universities, for education, what it means for society. And if the headlines are to be believed, there is a great deal of panic. The misinformation, the disinformation, the lack of truth that AI has not created, but has helped to proliferate, is a cause of great concern. The fact that today we can simulate, we can recreate humans in a way that is perhaps decreasing, not increasing participation, but decreasing, because we are creating silicone samples, whether it's governments or companies, we are talking to AI instead of talking to one another. It is no wonder that that crisis of democracy is deepening and has caused many, many young people to lose faith again in our institutions and their ability to deliver. So this is why I think it's so important that we ask the question today, where are we going with our universities? What is our goal? What is the definition of the university today? And I would, and again, to repeat what Esteban said, I'm going to make the similar argument to say that we need to be rethinking our mission, our purpose, the definition of how we talk about universities, not simply as a place where we generate knowledge, but where we're thinking about how do we use that knowledge to solve the hard problems that our world faces today. That we are moving towards the impact university in what we do. Now, this is not a new idea, and obviously in healthcare, in medicine, in the biomedical sciences, this is a well-understood concept. I can't research cancer and then kill the patient. Universities have for a long time, especially in medicine, been doing a very good job of translational medicine, of doing research on the bench, which then translates into better outcomes for patients, for citizens, for residents. But I think across disciplines, we need to do better. And I'm not alone in saying this. SAGE did a survey of academics, of researchers and faculty around the world in 96 countries, I think, 96 countries. 92% of faculty say they want to have an impact, that impact matters to them. But an equal number say, my institution doesn't care, my colleagues don't care, my leadership doesn't care, I can't have the impact I want to have. At the same time, our students, as well as our colleagues, feel that there's an important role for us to play in having an impact, especially in an age of democratic crisis, that universities can and ought to do more to rescue our democracy, to address climate change. It's a demand that students are making of us. You have a working group here, right, about sustainability and about climate, because this is not a new idea. And young people want this in their university, and they want it when they get out of university. They would prefer to go to an employer who pays them less if it means they can do well by doing good, that they can also have some positive impact in the world at the same time. Now, I think this is a singular moment, especially for Europe. We are in the US under a tremendous strain. There's a lot of good things happening, and I'll show you some of them in a moment. But I have to acknowledge this elephant in the room, that in the US, universities are being weaponized as part of a political and cultural fight. Universities are being painted as the elite, and we are now going to, as the expression goes, burn down the house to roast the pig. That is to say, there is a very systematic strategy that has been developed for some time now in this policy document called Project 2025. This is the playbook for the new administration. And if you read it, it's hundreds of pages, but if you read it, it talks very specifically about what we see playing out now. Cutting off federal funding to universities, reducing indirect costs, that is the overhead that is provided on grants, taking control of universities, changing their boards of directors, exercising direct political control, and especially getting rid of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion in an effort to remake universities in a particular political vision, but also in an effort, again, to paint universities now as the out-of-touch enemy of society. And you've read the headlines about the reductions in funding for research across the board for universities. You may have seen the news. This is just from May 29th. When is that? 2 weeks ago. This is an ongoing situation, but now new rules announced saying that no grant will be awarded without political review. So this is a major sea change, but which is capping off a sort of generation-long development of disinvestment, of misinvestment, of the failure to recognize that universities are an engine of economic growth, of job creation, but also of societal well-being. So it's why you see institutions, again, coming back to one of mine, Yale. This used to be the mission statement of Yale, committed to improving the world today. Now, this is the mission statement. Core mission to create, disseminate, and preserve knowledge. They felt under political pressure the need to remove these words and instead to return to this. So I think it is a singularly exciting moment in Europe to have this conversation. And I haven't even talked about the financial pressures, the tuition issues, declining enrollments, immigration, and all the things that are driving pressure in the US system, to ask what could be done differently, especially in Europe, to move towards a world in which we are converting, we are moving from our passion to do good in the world, our desire for impact, into more progress, into a world in which we are giving young people especially an outlet to go beyond protest and just complaining about the world today, to actually making a difference in changing the world. So here, let me come back to some of the positive story. I said we're very worried about AI, and indeed we are. And I think there are many things to worry about. But there's also, I think, great opportunity. The technologies we have at our fingertips, these better calculators, these better word processors, and I would argue we should think about them less dramatically and much more simply as these better data processing tools, give us significant new opportunities to think about how we make change happen across the board. For three particular reasons. One is, we talk a lot about generative AI allowing us to create knowledge, to be able to write the first draft, to create a picture. But I think what's so exciting about AI is that it helps us to take vast quantities of information and to synthesize it faster. So especially in a world now of information abundance, of information overload, AI is helping us to take the world's knowledge and understand it more quickly than ever before. Because of the speed with which now we can prototype, we can create, we can experiment, we can now try new things faster and at dramatically less cost. And above all, we can do this regardless of discipline. We've worked for a generation now to train people in computer science, to push computer science for all. But as we've seen, these tools that are controlled by plain language make it possible for everybody, regardless of background, regardless of discipline, to be involved in and able to command these powerful tools, to be able to experiment more widely. Now, we have to think about doing this in a sensible way. We know in the last generation we had the same discussions about the web, and we said, oh, we're going to make an app. There's going to be an app for this and an app for that. We're going to create tech for tech's sake. The Pope told us last month, right, there is a thoughtful way to do this. It is neither Babel, it is neither, again, the end of all things, nor is it Jerusalem, the savior of all things. We do not want to become the tool of our tools, as Thoreau said. Rather, we want to think about how we can thoughtfully command these tools to achieve greater impact across the board in what we do. So 3 prescriptions, let me suggest, and then I hope we will have a robust conversation, an argument, a disagreement, if you would like, to challenge my suggestions here, of the ways in which we can amplify the work that we're already doing. The first is to build on our tradition of entrepreneurship that we have been investing in now for the last decade, 10, 20 years. We've been investing in the concept of entrepreneurship, and to move towards a more expansive view of entrepreneurship that isn't just thinking about how do we remedy market failures, how do we turn out in this California mindset more people who are going to start a new business, and I might add, donate back to the university, is why we tend to like entrepreneurship in the United States. So we've liked this idea of giving agency to people. We've taught a set of skills that is the basis for making change happen. But again, we need to think more expansively than market failure and starting new companies, to think about institutional failure, to think about democratic failure, and how we might take many of the same skills that we have been teaching students now for a generation and help them think also about public entrepreneurship. As Esteban said, about public innovation, about how we collaborate not just with the private sector, but with the public sector, not to just, as Mark Zuckerberg of Meta famously said, move fast and break things, but to now move fast and fix the many things we need to attack. So I've been doing this kind of work for some time now, creating courses around solving public problems. And there is a hunger for this. When we put up a free course online called Solving Public Problems, we got people signing up from 150 different countries. We then started a program called Innovate US and now Innovate EU, again, free peer-to-peer learning around how to solve problems, in this case, teaching people in government. We have trained 250,000 people in the last year, in 1 year, because there is such a hunger, I think, for learning. How do we develop these skills of public entrepreneurship? How do we develop this ability now to be innovative, what we've learned from entrepreneurship, but to apply that entrepreneurial spirit now, that agility, those new ways of working, again, ways of working we have been teaching people, to thinking about harder, more public problems. How do we teach and focus on how do we define the problem we're trying to solve? But above all, how do we implement what we have designed? And that, I would argue, is the much, much harder thing to teach and to learn. Not just how do I come up with a good idea, but how do I implement that good idea in practice? Now, the National Science Foundation used to have a grant reviewer by the name of George Heilmeyer. And he was known, if you look in Wikipedia, there is an entry for Heilmeyer's Catechism. These were the tests he would apply in the 1960s to reviewing grants at the time. And I put this up here because I think it's the right set of questions we also need to be asking today for our research. Not just, again, is it a good idea, but what will it take to do it in practice? What are the costs? What are the risks? How do I actually make this happen? Not just how do I create a vaccine in the lab, but how do I put a shot in people's arms in the field? In the work that I've been doing with my students, we have a program called AI for Impact that we've created, where students take 6 months away from their studies. They get paid to work on building an AI project with a government partner. This is the governor of Massachusetts and some of the students celebrating the tools that they have built. So when you call to get health insurance now in Massachusetts, the person answering the phone is using a tool that was built by 2 students for the purpose. When you now want to get public money, a state grant or a federal grant, initially in Massachusetts, you are using a tool built by 2 lovely students called GrantWell, a free open source tool at no cost to the taxpayer the government could not have built for itself. And what I'm most excited about is now the students are working with California, with Colorado, with Rhode Island, with a whole group of other states to distribute the same tool nationally that they built in one state. Learning, again, not just how to come up with an idea, not just how to design a solution, but how to deliver it into the hands of real people. If we're going to do this kind of work, we have to be thinking, secondly, about going beyond just critiquing these tools to what we actually do, what kinds of tools we're building, making, and using. Spain has been the leader in this movement around democratic and public AI. Universities have banded together to build large language models here in Spain, the ALIA language model. Other countries have been following suit in Sweden, in Estonia, in Japan, around this movement of what is sometimes called now public AI. You hear a lot about AI sovereignty. In other words, don't buy American AI, buy European AI. That's not enough. We can have bad AI from Europe, we can have bad AI from China, we can have bad AI from the US. But the idea of asking what kind of tools do we want to put into our universities, into our governments, into our schools, into our communities, this is the movement around public AI, around creating tools that are more accountable, that are more transparent, that are publicly governed, and sometimes publicly built, as is the case here in Spain, but where we're asking the question not just what is it that we are building, but what is it that we're using? And this is why I like the term democratic AI. It's asking the question, what are we building AI for? If we're going to use the power, if we're going to use the water, if we're going to use the electricity, what kinds of things are we building with these tools? And that's where universities are so important. The private sector is not going to do this work. They're going to build the tools that are most commercially viable. They're going to build the, stuff for, as we've seen with social media, that are more about selling advertising and selling eyeballs. The tool to help people apply for grants, the tool to help the child read better, the tool to help solve the healthcare problem, that's going to be coming out of universities. So we need to be thinking about what are the tools, who controls them, how we manage them, and above all, what the outcomes are. Another example of something we're building right now, we are rolling out a global program on how to do democratic engagement with AI. Now we can teach a course, but you take a class, you go back to your desk and forget the second you finish. So we've built a coaching tool to actually teach public officials how to use the skill that they have learned so they can do more democratic engagement. It's an experiment with how to do coaching. Democratic engagement is just one example, and I've seen exciting other examples. Just last week, I was at an event with lawyers showing a coaching tool they have built to teach how to do dispute resolution, how to resolve disputes and dilemmas more cheaply and easily and provide access to justice. Or another coaching tool to help people file complaints for their civil rights. Again, lots of exciting applications that will not be built by the private sector that we can and should be building from universities. Finally and lastly, the last prescription here, and this is not a new idea, we've said this in entrepreneurship for a long time, but we need to continue to think about and to teach how we solve problems with those who are most affected. How do we take a human-centered approach to the way that we work? Innovate Public Schools, a parent organization in California, has worked with students again in AI for Impact to design and build a tool to help parents of children with a disability advocate for their children. It is designed exclusively by and for and with families who do not speak English, who do not read well, and who have the least ability to advocate for their children. They have built this tool, I won't go into the details, to help navigate the process. Or the work that we have a number of UN people here, that UNDP people have done around the multi-city challenge to work with universities across communities in Africa, in Mexico, in multiple jurisdictions, to identify problems with the community and develop the solution together. We must be careful, especially in this day and age when we're being accused in universities of being elite, of being out of touch, of being disconnected from our communities, to be sure that we are innovating with and not for the people most affected. It is the World Cup happening right now, so maybe let me indulge in a football example. You are probably familiar with video-assisted replay. Football fans don't agree about too many things, but 91% of football fans say that AI-enabled video-assisted replay is a bad idea. People hate this. They want to go back to the world where the human referee calls the shots. Now, I show this simply to say this is a good example of a technology, of a solution in search of a problem. It was a tool that was built without talking to the fans, without talking to the players, and as a result, nobody likes it. So let me wrap up here to say that I think there are concrete things we can do in how we work, in how we teach, in how we fund, that can help us to get towards this world of the impact university. It has to start, of course, with the research that we're doing, of thinking about especially what are the research questions that we're investing in. And when it comes now to AI, which is the hot topic and where all the grants are going towards AI this and AI that, we especially need to be asking the question, what kinds of AI research, but all research, are we funding? In my university, in the before times, we shifted to a mandate in which the provost, the rectorate, would not fund any research that did not have a defined societal impact. If you said, I'm looking just to understand a problem, that's great, but the university wouldn't fund it. They would only fund it if you could talk about how you would work with communities and with citizens to solve a problem measured in terms of real people's lives. This is, however, not where all the research is going. Last week, this study came out for a research project called Habermolt, named for Jürgen Habermas. This is their image. It is a set of AI lobster agents. Don't ask, it's meant to be funny, I think. But it is AI talking to AI and deliberating about public problems. And they've done a research study, and you can go look at the AI agents and you can play with them. I think this is a terrible idea. It is a very typically elitist kind of research. It's the kind of research that makes us disconnected. When we are doing research that is about AI talking to AI, instead of asking how we could use AI to talk to humans, how we could get humans to talk to one another, how we could solve real problems in the world, my worry is that work like this reinforces that disconnection. And spending time and money on projects where there is no connection to humanity is the danger that we face. Now, it is true, so I think there's a lot to do, and you can argue and debate with me about some of these research questions. I'm not saying we shouldn't have fundamental research or we shouldn't study important philosophical problems, but I think in this day and age, especially in this political reality, we have to be talking about what is the impact of the research that we're doing. We have to recognize that this kind of work is hard to do. We're not organized to do this well in universities. It's hard to hire. It's hard to do the contracts. It's hard to do the kind of work that this demands, and there may be some need to look at the back-end just operations and mechanics of how we do things. It's why, for example, when I set up my do tank, not a think tank, but a do tank, we had to we had to create the governance lab, my organization, outside the university because we couldn't write a contract inside the university. This is Partners for Public Good, a spin out from Harvard. Even at Harvard, they couldn't figure out how to write a contract with a government agency, so they had to go and create another nonprofit. Healthier Democracy, same thing. Alistair Martin took his work. He's now the Commissioner of Health in New York City, but he had to stand up a nonprofit because he couldn't do it in the university to do the work he was trying to do at the intersection of public health and technology. He couldn't do that easily in the way that he wanted to do. So just, again, some examples of different kinds of things that have started in universities but have had to spin out. You may be familiar with this project out of Pompeu Fabra and this effort to work on planetary well-being. I went to the initial meetings about planetary well-being 10 years ago, and it's launching now today because it is so challenging sometimes to do this kind of work. So we have to be thinking about what are the mechanics by which we enable impact. We have to also think about, as Esteban already told us about, how we're measuring what we're doing, how we're thinking about what is the impact for real people and their lives. Now, there is a tendency, especially with AI, to want to measure impact in terms of efficiency, in terms of productivity, in terms of how we think about measurement in the private sector, cost savings. We need to do better than these kinds of metrics. It's not easy to do, but I would argue that it's imperative that we do it because we are living under an era of great pressure, especially for universities, where we have, in a tuition-free environment or a low-tuition environment, great financial pressure, especially when public budgets are under strain. We are in a time, I recognize, when people are asking the question, does university help me get a job that will allow me to earn a living in the future? And a time of great political distrust. Again, a playbook being imported from the United States to create fractures, to create fissures in society, instead of viewing the university as the engine of economic and social progress, to paint universities as somehow being disconnected, elitist, and at a remove from society. But I would argue that we should never waste a good crisis, that these are opportunities for going from knowledge to impact that we can realize at relatively low cost in a way that will allow us to demonstrate the value of the university. We cannot demand bigger budgets. We cannot make the argument that we should get more funding if we cannot demonstrate our value and the impact that we have, which is why I think we need to be thinking of not just about the moonshot we once had, or the moonshot we've been talking about with regard to entrepreneurship and science in the last generation. I think now we need that moonshot for rescuing our democracy. We created things like CERN. We created initiatives like the European Space Agency. More recently, we have gotten together all the leaders of industry and all the leaders of university in the US to say we need to address cybersecurity. We have had these big, ambitious, momentous projects that people in this room have been a part of advancing, of thinking about, again, how do we advance biomedical innovation, how do we advance entrepreneurship, how do we advance projects like Erasmus and European collaboration. We have done these big, game-changing, multinational efforts before. I think there is time now again, and it is incumbent upon us to address this next opportunity. How do we save the institutions of our democracy? How do we solve the major and serious public problems that we're facing? Again, by thinking about not just our citations and our downloads, not only about our rankings in the tables, not just about how much grant money we're raising, all of these are important, we love grant money, but about the problems that we are solving in the world for ourselves, for our children, and for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for this thought-provoking keynote, which is the tone for today's discussion. We have a time for a couple of questions. Would you like to address the public if they have a couple of questions for you?
Questions, disagreement, argument?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Jim Cavallaro. I'm originally from the States. I taught in Ivy League universities, and I also at Yale Law School that you mentioned. And I'm wondering how much of the problem that we're trying to address is not at a higher structural level. How much of this is about the structural problem of the US university, where if you look at how quickly Yale capitulated, I'm gonna paraphrase, from let's change the world to let's go back to the library and write texts that almost no one reads. When you look at how quickly that happened, how much of that is a function of the fact that US universities, private ones, are fundamentally multi-billion-dollar real estate holding companies that also are engaged in education, that are also simultaneously, worst of both worlds, dependent on the federal government. How much of the problem, and the same with AI in the United States, where it is very weakly regulated, much less than in Europe, much less than in China, because Silicon Valley, many say, has significant, if not excessive, impact on US governance. How much of the problem, here's the meta-think question, you're a meta-think person, how much of the problem is the structure of AI, privately run in the United States without regulation, and universities that are dependent on their financial outcomes and also dependent on governmental policies? How much should we be thinking about transforming the university and maybe looking more towards Europe as the epicenter of greatness in university structure and development? So those are a couple of big questions, but I'd love to get your thoughts on those.
Okay. So the question was very much about, in case you couldn't, hopefully everybody could hear, the question was very much about the US and the sort of perverse incentives of the system in the US. I'm going to answer the question, but I want to ask back at the outset. I think it's an opportunity in Europe, but I don't think we've solved these problems in Europe or in China yet either. Just to be clear, I think there are different perverse incentives. What I was looking up on my phone was the news from yesterday, last night. It was leaked in the press that there is a secret organization called the Dialogue Society. I don't know if it's in the headlines yet this morning. Wired magazine had an article about the Dialogue Society. Dialogue Society is Peter Thiel, the billionaire libertarian from the US, who, by the way, gives scholarships now to children in high school to prevent them from going to university so that he says, I'm going to educate you better than a university will. And what was revealed is that who is going to this Dialogue Society? Leading politicians, but also leading professors. There's a list of, and it is a very similar list, I might add, to who's in the Epstein files also. And I mention this not just because it's in the news today, but we have this unholy alliance between money and power and universities that is, again, we could go on at great length, but we know the rising costs of tuition in the United States, especially where a university costs $100,000 a year, has helped to create some of this societal distrust. People can't afford university. Even when you go to university, is it worth it to spend $100,000 a year and come out and, you know, be a social worker, be a government worker? You can't afford to pay back the tuition. Meanwhile, universities increasingly dependent on these tuition dollars and on the big money that's coming out of places like Silicon Valley, which are giving them undue control over research agendas, over the direction of universities. And we've seen these debates play out now in the press. This is the challenge we see coming out of the US. So you're getting this twin pressure now from the government on the one hand, and on the other hand from the donor classes. And, you know, and especially big tech. And there's a new book out about Stanford and Stanford University and its relationship with big tech and how that has helped to shape the research agenda. Some great new books on this topic. So yes, there is a lot of perverse incentives because we have a privatized system, which is why I'm arguing that a lot of this innovation can and must come now from Europe. It must come from a place in which you don't have, again, everybody here is worried about public budgets, and it can sometimes seem, you know, it's enviable when you get a private donation of $100 million or $200 million from one donor. We all dream of that kind of grant money, but it comes really with a price, as we're seeing, in terms of the corruption of research, in terms of the perversion of how our institutions work. I have a wonderful colleague in food studies, and every week, her name is Marion Nessel. She is turning 90 this year. She is the inventor of the field of food studies in the US. She's a biomedical scientist, a biochemist, sorry. Every week she publishes a blog post on industry-funded study of the week. Every week she puts out something about corruption in research in her field as a result of this private money system. So yes, there are great challenges. There's also a lot of exciting stuff happening that it has enabled, but these pressures have led to this difficult moment that I think are the very reason why I'm here today, as opposed to doing this speech in New Haven or in Cambridge, because I think there is such an opportunity, building on these foundations around entrepreneurship, to say what can we do now for public innovation, for public entrepreneurship. But I don't think we're doing it right anywhere yet at the scale at which we need to. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. We have time for one last question.
Thank you so much for your talk. I'm Coco Norén. I'm
Take several questions. I can then answer briefly if you want.
Sure, if you want. Yes,
Yeah,
of course, of course.
can be brief.
Yes, please go ahead.
okay. Thank you so much for your talk. I'm Coco Norén. I'm a linguist from Uppsala University, Sweden. And if your talk would have been a petition, I would have signed it in a blink. But I will ask you the question that I'm sure you've had a trillion times, and that is, where does the basic research, the curiosity-driven research fit in this way of thinking?
So I think one of the exciting things about AI we were discussing last night, number one, is that the shift back, the recognition that these technologies in particular, which are driving so much interest because of the view that they will promote economic development and promote jobs, I hope we are coming to recognize that it is the people with the literature degrees, with the philosophy degrees, with the multidisciplinary backgrounds who are in the best position to control and manage and use these technologies, number one. Number two, when it comes to the argument around getting jobs and the sort of economic driver that has led to so much thinking, instrumental thinking in universities. Oh, we have to train everybody in business, or we have to train everybody in computer science so that you can get a job. I think what we've seen even from CEOs, from every survey of business, is we want people who can solve complex problems. We want people who have those problem-solving skills. And I think we need to recognize that it is the ability to formulate a hypothesis, to define a problem, to know how to do basic research, that is what makes us better able to then have this to do this kind of applied work. So it is, I think, an argument we have to make, and I am by no means also arguing that everybody has to go out and work with a government agency or develop a vaccine. There's still room to study Shakespeare and to read literature. I have a degree in comparative literature. I would be the last person to argue for everything needing to be applied. But in order to do the applied work, it is actually the literature that helps us. It is the philosophy that helps us. It is the basic social science skills that help us. What we've seen is that too much move towards, again, teaching C++ or teaching Java or teaching today's tools, they become out of date very quickly. It's those that fundamental basis that you need, which then makes you better able, to, I think, to be a problem solver in the world that can then be applied. Yeah, no, I know. And the fact that I studied literature is only meant to reassure you. I am the product of a very good fundamental education that I think was invaluable, and that I see, most of what I don't teach I'm not a technologist. I'm not teaching the AI to my students. I am teaching them, how do you define a problem? How do you think, how do you create a hypothesis? How do you do research? It's those fundamental skills that I think we've drifted too far away from, and that having impact does not mean we only need to teach the way to teach the applied is through the fundamentals. So I think the answer is yes.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yes, please. Ludovic.
So Ludovic Tilly, chair of the Coimbra group, thank you so much. This is really setting the scene for today and the future together. Should we then become activists? Or should we just do the work in silence to add more noise to the chaos?
What do you mean by activist?
Go out and be very visible in this new approach of becoming an impact university.
So you're the boss here. So
I'm asking you, what should we do?
And I'm gonna give an unsatisfying answer, because we also have to talk about protest and encampments and what we mean by the term activist. And the answer is yes, we should be activists, but that doesn't mean political activism. I think activism for impact. I think our peers, our students are hungry for us to ask the question, what does it mean to have impact in the world? And we should be shouting from the rooftops about doing that work and measuring, we're researchers, and measuring what works, we're not doing research. So I hear you on, it's a culture change. What is the line around advocacy and political activism that we may feel this is a conversation we have to have in our communities. This is not about picking a side. I'm not gonna talk about Middle East peace right now. But the idea of being activists for impact, I think, is very commensurate with our role as researchers, because we are asking the hard question about what works. I don't think talking about improving someone else's life is a political statement. It doesn't matter whether you are left or right or up or down. This should be, maybe I'm naive, a non-political statement that our goal here is about rescuing democracy, about improving institutions, about improving people's lives and solving a problem we can identify. A problem not that is defined by us, and that's the last thing I'll say here. The way we steer clear of the line you're worried about is when we pick the problem. Then it becomes our advocacy. But when I let the family in California with the child with the disability say, this is the problem I have that I need you to fix for me, then we are doing work in service of community, in service of impact, in service of democracy, that I think allows us to maintain our values at the same time without drifting into the world of party political activism that I would agree is not the place we want to be.
Thank you so much. Now we have one last question over here. Over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm here. 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 Thank you very much. I'm Beatrix Busse, also a linguist, and that's all I'm going to say. Very much involved also in actionable humanities and also in AI transformation, also as the Vice Rector for Teaching and Learning. Now, you mentioned this, the cultural change that is necessary, the organizational transformation. I think it's a huge cultural shift that is necessary in terms of the attitude that our researchers, that we all need. What is your experience with this in launching this, you know, for, let's say, not just your team is the example for this, but, you know, in a university as such? Because for me, I think this is, well, a challenge. You could say you get them because our academic freedom is threatened and so on. I think that's really the starting point right now, and we're doing this in the European University Alliances, for example, another big project of Europe. But how do we, I mean, the real how would you go about this in concrete forms?
So some concrete suggestions. I'm being asked for some concrete sort of how do you do some of these things. So I'm going to be very mundane and practical here, which is hopefully what you're asking. That starts with, so let me throw out a few ideas. Number one, I'll come back to that earlier idea of the rectorate deciding where internal money goes. So when money gets distributed to faculty for internal grants that are being given by the university, what are those grants being given for, number one? Number two, thinking about shifting hiring away from hiring only by discipline to hiring around a problem. We're hiring somebody across disciplines to work on topic X, topic Y, problem Z, instead of just thinking about chemistry and linguistics and medicine and law, is what is the problem that we're hiring for. Number three, thinking about convening conferences, celebration, having a big event where you showcase what faculty are doing around impact. People respond to incentives of honor and of pride and what we celebrate. So the conferences we have, the events that we have, the prizes that we're giving out. Obviously there are questions of tenure and advancement that are challenging in a very rigidly disciplinary world. But even if we have trouble talking, you know, we can, as part of that advancement, we think about service, we think about impact, as well as thinking about teaching. Creating space, opportunity, and grants for people to change how they teach and do these kinds of impactful, let me call them clinical projects. Again, thinking about some of those nitty-gritty things like contracting and hiring and what are the impediments to doing this kind of work in an agile way. I have tremendous difficulties executing a contract as opposed to getting a grant. We're very good at managing grants and very poor at dealing with contracts. So there are some, I think, very concrete things we can do, but the cheapest among them is just have to do with with whom we celebrate, whom we bring attention to, whom the school newspaper, the PR people write about, and what we talk about, I think is so important to advancing some of this work. And then declaring into being, saying, you know, the vision, talking about if we have a strategic plan or whatever the program is, whatever the vision document is that says we're all going to work towards this goal, talking about it, repeating it, signaling that this matters, I think helps to bring those people out of the woodwork who are, frankly, who are already doing this work. What I'm talking about is there are people doing it, but we want to be celebrating them.
Thank you so much, Beth. I know there are many questions. We all want to pick Beth's brain, but we must continue with our agenda. So a warm applause. Thank you so much, Beth, for your contribution today. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will now invite all the participants to join the group photo for this conference. The photo will be taken in the esplanade located directly in front of the main entrance of the auditorium. Please follow the instructions of our volunteers who will guide you to the location. Immediately after the photo, we will continue with the coffee break, which will be served in the lobby next to the reception desk just outside this hall. We encourage you to take this opportunity not only to enjoy your coffee, but also to network, to exchange ideas, and visit the posters presented by the Coimbra Group working groups. Please remember that we will meet back here at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much.
Well, for me, it was obviously a privilege to participate in it. I had been following the competition for a few years already. To be selected to it was honestly very surprising and very unexpected. So yeah, just like an honor and a confirmation that what I was doing was actually well done and that it was reaching people and getting the message across. It helped me look at my research more from a big picture kind of way instead of the day-to-day loops that you're usually stuck in. So it helped me think about what was the most impactful thing about it, why was it important, why I was doing it, what was I doing it, what was the most important thing about it, basically. Yeah, that has helped me also in keeping focus on my research afterwards. Ever since I participated in that competition, especially, after winning it, I've been reached out by several people. Several people have reached out to me about it, mostly for advice on how to prepare their own presentations, but it definitely helped me gain confidence, communication skills, and it has given my research a little bit more visibility as well. Yeah, definitely public speaking skills. I gotta say, at the beginning I was terrified to participate, and after doing something like that, I feel much more confident about speaking in front of a public audience. Yeah, mostly that, communication skills, and also feeling more confident about my research and the way that I know about it and I talk about it. It looks very good in my CV, and it's definitely something that people appreciate, especially in the world of research, because there's more and more importance being given to the ability to communicate science to the public in general. So this is something that potential employers value a lot, and I've sort of become a bit of a role model in my environment for science communication now, and everyone just comes to me, and it has led me to think that maybe I do have a career in this, perhaps in the future as a speaker or a science communicator. I'm very happy that the next one's going to be in Spain, and it was won by a Spanish person. Hopefully that's going to inspire a few people to participate more.
I have to be honest, I thought at first it was just a fun thing to do. I never in a million years thought that I would win. I thought it would be good practice with public speaking, and I thought, having access to a professional communication trainer, that would be great. That's something I wouldn't have been able to do. And yeah, I was very wrong. It turned out to be, yeah, maybe really one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I'm really grateful that I decided to take part, because I remember I submitted my initial application, I think quite late before the deadline. I still remember where I was. I had quite a lot of work to do, and I thought, nah, can I manage time-wise? And yeah, I didn't even think I would actually go through the first round at my university to actually be able to take part. But yeah, now here I am a bit later, and it all worked out really well. It really helped with, you know, trying to condense the research down to what really matters, because I think when you're dealing with a specific topic for a long time, you can get really bogged down in it, and you don't see the wood for the trees, so to speak. You forget why you're actually doing this. And if you have to explain it to an audience who is not from your discipline, you just start looking at it, yeah, like a child almost. You think, how can I explain this to somebody who's never heard of it before? So that, I think, was a really, really important step. And also, I think it has given me a lot more faith in my own research. I don't know, because the 3MT has existed for like 10 years in Europe, what it was like, but I always had the impression these events were very dominated by MINT subjects, so natural sciences, and that as somebody studying a humanities subject, I wouldn't stand a chance anyway. And I think that really has changed the way I look at the value of my research as well, because yeah, it's science too. It's just a different topic. You know? First of all, the networking opportunities, where I really wouldn't have been able to connect with so many other people from other institutions, other disciplines. And also, I think it's yeah, so my confidence in my own research, like I said before, that really, really improved. And I think I learned how to sell my research a lot better. And I think without having taken part in this competition and winning it, I don't think that would have changed to such a big extent. So it really has given me a big confidence boost, if you want. I use it everywhere. I've even got the trophy in my office as well. So sometimes when I've got a really hard day at work, then I look at it and sort of remind myself that was, you know, something I really didn't think possible, and I surprised myself. And I think for other researchers from humanities especially, I'd like to encourage them to take part too. Because I think society deserves to know about what we are doing as well. That it's, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to sort of disrespect natural sciences or economics or anything like that at all, but I think you hear about them all the time. And humanities, I think, sometimes gets forgotten about a little bit in these academic awards ceremonies and whatnot.
Oh, it meant a lot. I mean, it was very much pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. Like going for the competition in Denmark was very much pushing me outside of my comfort zone. So going further than that and participating in the international one was really, really exciting. I think during the process of getting ready for the 3-minute thesis competition, I took a course on public speaking to excel a bit more in that area and to kind of challenge myself with different ways of communicating my research. And then, I mean, going to the 3-minute thesis competition and winning, it definitely gave me a lot of confidence in like that, the fact that you can make a conference talk or you can present your research differently, and that it doesn't have to be boring to be professional or correct. Yeah, I actually did a bit more conference talks, and I also participate in other different competitions in research communication. And after doing the 3-minute thesis, I was also invited to do some lectures and present my research to a lot of different audiences. So it definitely opened a lot of doors. I think it really excelled my communication skills, and it also made me want to improve even further, because I mean the competitors in the 3-minute thesis are all very, very competent and very, very good. So it just kind of pushed me to excel even further and to teach that part of my communication skills even more. My best advice would be to do your best and really make an effort. And then I think remember that research doesn't have to be boring, and it's just about kind of communicating the passion that you have for your topic in a way that other people feel the same passion. I think that's something that all researchers could bring to conferences, because I think a lot of people have seen a lot of very boring talks. So trying to be brave enough to step outside of that common box of how research can be communicated.
It was a fun experience. It was something completely different than what I've done before, but it was a fun way to challenge yourself into explaining something that you spent years on trying to really understand and to explain all the nuances in, and now try to compromise it into a small piece of presentation that should really be heard by anyone outside your field too. So it was a fun experience. It was a fun challenge, and of course, winning it was a huge acknowledgement of the energy you've put into it. It made me think, what's the most important part of it? I mean, as a researcher, you think any small corner, any small piece of your work is important, but the challenge of trying to compromise it into 3 minutes and trying to make it significant and available to all different kinds of audiences made you really think, what is the essentials of my work? What's the core? What if I had to tell it in such short time? What would I prioritize telling my audience? So yes, it made me rethink, and maybe it made me even open my eyes to what's actually important. If I really had to choose from all the conclusions that I could make, you get your name put out all of a sudden, and you people all of a sudden from all kinds of fields, whether that being research or not, suddenly understood what I was doing, and I've had many talks after that, and I've used a lot of the tools that I've learned. I use that in my future work. I've even had invitations to different research meetings of people wanting me to tell how do I think they should frame their future presentations, and they wanted my advice on how to make a research presentation, but make it more understandable and make it more catchy. And so on that end, yes, it made a difference to my professional work. But even outside of academia and outside of the research field and outside of the presentation world, I work as a clinical doctor, as a medical doctor with heart patients in my everyday life, and I use the way of communicating and all the techniques that we learned during the process. I use that for patient communication and for to explain them about their diseases, about the treatments, and I really feel that a lot of these techniques can be used not just for research presentation, but for general communication, whether that being as a doctor or really within any field that you work in. Try to experiment with it. Try to go a bit outside your comfort zone. I mean, this might be one of the only times that you really get the chance to do something completely different. And the field of research has a tendency to be sort of conservative, and you have to follow certain norms, and you have to follow certain ways to act to fit in. But But I think this competition gives you an opportunity to really do something outside the box and think outside the box and do something that maybe you never saw yourself doing, but this gives you a way to try to play with your presentation and really try to see if you can express yourself in ways that you're not usually used to, whether that being with your voice or with your hand gestures, with your body movement. So try different ways. Don't settle for one way to present it at first. Try different ways to present it, and then present it to someone who doesn't know anything about your work. Because if you present to your peers, they would definitely tell you, the details here are lacking, or you should be more specific here. So try to tell it to someone who has no idea what you're doing, and then make them repeat it to you. Ask them to say what did they get from it, and if you feel like they hit it, okay, maybe you're really onto something. But if they're way off, well you probably have to go back and redo it. But use people around you that don't know anything about what you're doing. Those are the ones that actually see all the stuff that your peers don't see.
It meant a lot because it was quite an experience. I was so lucky to work with two great coaches. And also we discovered other fields because we were always focused on our main research subjects. So being able to share the experience with people coming from quite different fields was really quite interesting. I think it forced me as an experience to have some, let's say, step back and try to look at the research from another point of view, and also try to make it easy for other people and fun to talk about it and not just like focus on the serious part of the research. So it was quite good. It was different because we done all the trainings at distance because it was COVID and we weren't able to go on site with the coaches. And coming into I think it was the first selection, we just like learned on site that we had to put on the masks. So it was quite different because we practiced how to react with our faces, with our movements. But it went really good. I remember, let's say, the pressure, but we rehearsed a lot. So it was worth it. Once you just like go through the first second, because it's only 3 minutes, you just like let it go, and it just like you go through your speech, and it was quite great, you know. It did have a great impact because I was more confident talking in front of people, especially people coming from different fields, try to convince them about my research and what I do. So I think that was quite great. Also, I learned that mastering English is good, but going beyond just the technical words is much greater when you have all your body, your expression going through and sharing the message. Today I'm an engineer, but I also teach in engineering school. So one of the exercises I force my students to do is to have 3-minute presentation. It's much fun. They force to just like focus on the main idea, not get like drawn with all the information. And also it makes it easy to discuss afterwards. So I think it's a great exercise. I trust you to have a lot of feedback on what you have done. How can you summarize it and share it with a lot of people? So yeah, it was so great. Yeah, it's part of my resume, yeah.
During my PhD, I was completely focused on the technical side of my project. So taking part to the 3-minute thesis competition gave me the chance to step back and look at it from a general perspective. Preparing the talk and the single slide helped me organize the content in a clearer way and decided what I wanted people to understand in those 3 minutes. So in general, it was a very useful opportunity for me to present my work outside my usual environment and to think about it with a bit more distance. I would say that it influenced the way I communicate more than the way I think about the research itself. Working with very limited time and space made me identify the parts of my work that could be understood by people who are not specialists. and find a straightforward way to explain them. I would say that since then it has been more natural for me to adjust the level of details depending on who is listening while keeping the message accurate. I noticed the impact once I moved into industry. I often need to explain technical aspects to colleagues with different backgrounds, and the experience of preparing the competition helped me develop a way of communicating that is clear and focused. So these abilities are very useful in meetings, in project discussions, in everyday collaboration. So it didn't change my professional path, but it improved the way I interact in my current role. Mainly soft skills. Indeed, experience strengthens few skills that I use regularly, especially selecting the relevant information and presenting them in a simple and structured way. And this really helps a lot when working in teams and sharing the results quickly. So it didn't directly open new roles, but made communication smoother, more effective, and this has a practical impact on how I work with others every day.
I've always been quite excited about communicating science, both to my colleagues, but also to non-experts. And so this is what attracted me to the 3-minute thesis competition, to accept this challenge. And indeed, preparing this presentation was a challenge because 3 minutes is quite short. And so you really have to think about how to make the message super concise, but still get across the content. And I really enjoyed this challenge. And I think this is also something that I now took with me afterwards to really try sometimes to think about when I present to scientists or non-experts in the field, like how to make the message concise and bring it across. I think what it really changed is how I think about communicating it, and not necessarily how I look about it, how I look at it. But the fact that I communicated it at a 3-minute thesis competition for sure made me come back to the lab much more excited than I was before. I think there are two things that I can mention. On the one hand, what really made this 3-minute thesis competition special is that you present on stage in a very unknown environment because you don't really have any notes or any tools with you. So all you do for 3 minutes is try to present your content, and you look into the eyes of the audience. And what I still remember presenting both at the local and at the final competition is how people react to the different sentences I say, because you get immediate feedback. So what I think helped me a lot, and what I still try to do much more now, is to really look people into the eyes and actually see what feedback I get after I say a sentence or a conclusion. And the second part that I really enjoyed about it and that I took with me is the interaction with people from so many different fields. So both at the local and the final competition, like you meet people that are really not from the same background. They are all super passionate about science communication. And so I enjoyed it massively to be with these people and to build this network with them. And I actually met some of them later in very different occasions again, where also people from different backgrounds met. The skills I think I gained were really to make sure that the things I say arrive at the audience, because you really, with the 3-minute thesis competition, make a much closer connection to the audience, because you cannot rely on any tools or look at your slides or look at your notes. And so to me, I think this was something I really practiced and learned, and was a skill that I took out of it. When I think about this, it's mainly about like connecting to people from different fields. I met some of them later at other random occasions again, so it's like a network that you build that actually doesn't have an immediate impact on your career, but that is just a very nice network to have. Yes, because it's something that is kind of outside your career. So if it has impact, it has very indirect impact because it's on your CV, but you never know if it matters or not, right? So I'm still in academia. I don't think it mattered the most, but I still thought it was one of the coolest things I've done in my PhD. I'm so happy I participated. The impact is much more indirect than when you publish a paper and you know, okay, most likely that's why I got the position, right?
I personally entered the 3-minute thesis competition, thinking it was a competition,
Mhm.
but it was a turning point. It was a turning point, and that's why I want to thank you, for first the 10th anniversary and for doing such an important thing, because you find a lot of times a lot of scientists, they just go in their labs, they focus on their science and advancing knowledge, but they forget that this should not just stay in the labs or publications or journals. And that's why what you guys are doing is very important. You do not organize a competition. It's not a competition. It's bringing researchers, scientists from different countries, different universities, and everyone's working together to make science visible. And that's like super important. If you don't communicate about science, who would? Who would? And it's funny because my first experience in a 3-minute thesis competition was the local one, and I got disqualified. But then the turning point was the understanding that it's a skill. Like, it was a skill that I had to work on. And it's not just about publishing or like staying in the labs or like doing good science, but you gotta also talk about it. And went back after the loss or disqualification, worked a lot on understanding how would you be able to actually communicate your science. And I worked a lot with my friend. He was a winner the year before, and he helped me a lot. His name is Tarek. And then the Coimbra group competitions, and like it was a cascade of events, and it was honestly also a jumping board. It was not only a turning point, but it was also a jump board to a lot of more collaborations, a lot of more opportunities, like, walking in the university and everyone's like, hey, it's you. But most importantly, it kind of changed me and my friends' careers. In a way, it switched things, because very slowly things, people started reaching out and be like, hey, how was your experience? And how did you actually do it? And we realized that, there's actually a formula. And there was a skill that we mastered and we learned, and we started sharing it with our fellow colleagues and other university, whether students, PhD students, or professors, teachers, collaborating with many other universities then. And it felt so good passing this experience and this learning, what we learned, shared forward with the others. And it gave birth to sciencepictures.com. Science Pictures is our initiative that we started. It's so interesting because when you, it doesn't change the way maybe you talk about your research, but it would also change the way you think about your research, because you start asking yourself very important questions. Okay, I have 3 minutes. What am I going to do? What's the most important thing? Why am I actually doing this? Why should people care? So it also makes a lot, it changes the way you think about things. That it's very important to talk about your science, communicate it, make sure people understand it. Otherwise, it's not going to reach its impact and full potential. And just like any other skills in the lab or any other skills in life, pitching or communicating is also a skill, and that could be learned. And I could say it from my personal experience. I got disqualified until I mastered, I trained on that skill. There was a lot of recognition and a lot of collaborations from different universities or different university departments. And as I said, it was a jump board to start Science Pictures, because science and pitching is not different. And then we started collaborating with more and more universities in terms of workshops and sharing this experience and how we actually communicated science with everyone else. Winning is temporary, but learning how to talk about your science, learning how to communicate it, is something permanent. So treat it as something you do in the lab for your science outside the lab, if it makes sense.
I was really excited to be involved in the 3MT competition. The year before, I took part in a similar type of competition called FameLab. It was all Italian level competition. It was similar insofar as you had 3 minutes to explain a topic, not necessarily your thesis, but you could also use props and I did a bit of juggling, for example. So it was quite a different format, but I really enjoyed the experience at the time, and I arrived at the Italian finals of that. Didn't win, unfortunately, but it really gave me the taste to want to go after something big in science communication. And the 3MT opportunity came up because I was studying in the University of Padua, and so they're part of the group. So I jumped on board, and I threw myself in and tried to improve as much as I could on the experiences that I had the previous year, and it paid off. It was a really great experience all around. So we had the Padua level competition, and there was some really great entrants there, and we did that in front of a live audience. And then luckily I was selected on the basis of that recording to go to the final in Edinburgh. So the first final, I was very privileged to be part of that. And I think it was really well received, because here we are 10 years later. So very, very happy to have been one of the people to kick that off. The previous competitions I've been involved in weren't necessarily about my thesis. So when someone tries to explain a very technical, physics thesis on something, you can go one of two ways. You can either go super technical and see the other person's eyes glaze over, or you can find a punchy way to get across how exciting this thing is, and what you were able to bring to this new field. So it changed the way how I talk to people about what I do, both in a professional setting and in the pub. So it has changed the way that I speak about my work in particular. At the time, it was a notable impact, because after winning the 3-minute thesis competition, I suddenly became the presentations guy in my institute, the institute of about 200 or 300 people. So suddenly I was being asked to check over important presentations for people and do final readings of papers, and I even was asked to do kind of a side work, which was help with the PR department of the institute. So I did kind of cringy but kind of cool voiceover for an advertisement for the institute, and I helped rebuild the website and did all the kind of English side of the science communication, the written side of it as well. So it had a massive immediate impact on me. I've always been confident in getting up in front of people to explain stuff or to have a performance. I like to play music and sing since a small child. So that side of the confidence of getting in front of people and doing something, I already had as a kid. But to get up and explain something regarding my professional life and my work, and being able to get across a really technical point to a broad audience was something really powerful that unlocked in me an ability to speak on not only my topic, but on lots of different topics in a simple way, and that has really translated into my professional life. So kind of one of the skills I put on my CV is the ability to go from technical speak to business speak. So that's kind of a core skill that scientists in private industry especially are requested, when you have to explain what research you're doing to your CEO boss who might not have a technical understanding. So the confidence to be able to have that on my CV and to back it up with the learnings and how I speak has been invaluable to me.
Well, for me, it was obviously a privilege to participate in it. I had been following the competition for a few years already, To be selected to it was honestly very surprising and very unexpected. So yeah, just like an honor and a confirmation that what I was doing was actually well done, and that it was reaching people and getting the message across. It helped me look at my research more from a big picture kind of way, instead of the day-to-day loops that you're usually stuck in. So it helped me think about what was the most impactful thing about it, why was it important, why I was doing it, what was I doing it, what was the most important thing about it, basically. Yeah, that has helped me also in keeping focus on my research afterwards. Ever since I participated in that competition, especially, after winning it, I've been reached out by several people. Several people have reached out to me about it, mostly for advice on how to prepare their own presentations, but it definitely helped me gain confidence, communication skills, and it has given my research a little bit more visibility as well. Yeah, definitely public speaking skills. I gotta say, at the beginning, I was terrified to participate, and after doing something like that, I feel much more confident about speaking in front of a public audience. Yeah, mostly that, communication skills, and also feeling more confident about my research and the way that I know about it and I talk about it. It looks very good in my CV, and it's definitely something that people appreciate, especially in the world of research, because there's more and more importance being given to the ability to communicate science to the public in general. So this is something that potential employers value a lot, and I've sort of become a bit of a role model in my environment for science communication now, and everyone just comes to me, and it has led me to think that maybe I do have a career in this, perhaps in the future as a speaker or a science communicator. I'm very happy that the next one is going to be in Spain, and it was won by a Spanish person previously. Hopefully that's going to inspire a few people to participate more.
I have to be honest, I thought at first it was just a fun thing to do. I never in a million years thought that I would win. I thought it would be good practice with public speaking, and I thought, having access to a professional communication trainer, that would be great. That's something I wouldn't have been able to do. And yeah, I was very wrong. It turned out to be, maybe really one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I'm really grateful that I decided to take part, because I remember I submitted my initial application, I think quite late before the deadline. I still remember where I was. I had quite a lot of work to do, and I thought, can I manage time-wise? And yeah, I didn't even think I would actually go through the first round at my university to actually be able to take part. But yeah, now here I am a bit later, and it all worked out really well. It really helped with trying to condense the research down to what really matters, because I think when you're dealing with a specific topic for a long time, you can get really bogged down in it, and you don't see the wood for the trees, so to speak. You forget why you're actually doing this. And if you have to explain it to an audience who is not from your discipline, you just start looking at it, like a child almost. You think, how can I explain this to somebody who's never heard of it before? So that, I think, was a really, really important step. And also, I think it has given me a lot more faith in my own research. I don't know, because the 3MT has existed for like 10 years in Europe, what it was like, but I always had the impression these events were very dominated by MINT subjects. so natural sciences, and that as somebody studying a humanities subject, I wouldn't stand a chance anyway. And I think that really has changed the way I look at the value of my research as well, because yeah, it's science too. It's just a different topic. First of all, the networking opportunities, where I really wouldn't have been able to connect with so many other people from other institutions, other disciplines. And also, I think it's, sort of my confidence in my own research, like I said before, that really, really improved. And I think I learned how to sell my research a lot better. And I think without having taken part in this competition and winning it, I don't think that would have changed to such a big extent. So it really has given me a big confidence boost, if you want. I use it everywhere. I've even got the trophy in my office as well. So sometimes when I've got a really hard day at work, then I look at it and sort of remind myself that was, something I really didn't think possible, and I surprised myself. And I think for other researchers from humanities especially, I'd like to encourage them to take part too, because I think society deserves to know about what we are doing as well. That it's, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to sort of disrespect natural sciences or economics or anything like that at all, but I think you hear about them all the time, and humanities, I think, sometimes gets forgotten about a little bit in these academic awards ceremonies and whatnot.
Oh, it meant a lot. I mean, it was very much pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. Like going for the competition in Denmark was very much pushing me outside of my comfort zone. So going further than that and participating in the international one was really, really.
¿Yo aquí? Ahora.
During the process of getting ready,
Yo aquí.
I took a course on public speaking to excel a bit more in that area and to kind of challenge myself with different ways of communicating my research. And then, I mean, going to the 3-minute thesis competition and winning, it definitely gave me a lot of confidence in like that. The fact that you can make a conference talk or you can present your research differently, and that it doesn't have to be boring to be professional or correct. Yeah, I actually did a bit more conference talks, and I also participated in other different competitions in research communication. And after doing the 3-minute thesis, I was also invited to do some lectures and present my research to a lot of different audiences, so it definitely opened a lot of doors. I think it really excelled my communication skills, and it also made me want to improve even further.
Yo lo he puesto para confirmarlo.
85.
Sí.
Ay, Dios mío. Sí, porque
Gracias.
incluso el teléfono, cuando tengo que... Cosas sencillas sí, pero cuando tengo que leer un...
No, yo igual.
Más...
Uy, se nos oye ya.
Antes me saluda uno y dice, soy el gestor del tren.
Yo igual.
Vale, gracias.
Claro, hay gente que no lo localiza.
Claro. No, claro, no conoce a los de...
Hola, sí. 1, 2, 3. Hugo. Sí. ¿Me escucha? Sí, ahora me escucha.
¿Habla algo?
Hola.
Hola, muy buenas.
Sí, hola.
¿Sí? Este regular. ¿Sí? ¿Un poquito más? ¿Sí?
Ay.
¿Sí? Este es el que... Que no se escucha. Me dicen que no se escucha aquí.
Sí.
No sé.
Carlos.
Sí, yo te sigo hablando. Sigo
Carlos.
hablando con Ana.
Carlos.
Que me dé un poquito de conversación. pero parece que mucho no se escucha.
Estás en una foto.
Hola,
Muy
hola.
Obama.
Sí, 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 sí. ¿Ya? Vale, perfecto.
Soy ahí.
Muchas gracias.
Sí, del tiempo. No. Sí, sí, no la han presentado bien. Sí, sí lo saben. Bueno, 5 minutos, la intervención inicial.
Welcome back, everyone. Moving forward with our agenda, we will proceed with session 2, Social Agents of Transformation. This panel highlights how transformation happens when different levels of governance and society mobilize the potential of universities as engines of knowledge, innovation, and impact. Our moderator for today, for this session, will be Professor Esteban Romero. He will take the floor once again to guide this discussion and present our speakers. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Welcome you again. I'm afraid we don't see you, but we know you are there. So I hope you enjoy this session. This session that is titled Social Agents of Transformation. So connecting with the previous keynote and the opening speech we had, the idea of connecting universities and territories is the center, is the focus of this roundtable, with a view from different institutional level, trying to promote different innovation ecosystems where universities, mostly public universities, are able to generate a narrative of public-public collaboration in order to show citizens how we are able to add value to their needs, to their lives. And I think that makes this session particularly important. So let me explain briefly the structure of the session. We have a total of around 1 hour for this session. The format will be conversational. We will begin with a first round of initial contributions from the speakers, 5 minutes each. After these initial interventions, I will open a round of questions that I will pose to the different participants. And of course, in the meantime, this is just to get some time for you to think about questions, about the reflections that you want to share. Then we will give the floor to you all to make it more participatory. So let me introduce one by one our speaker. First of all, Íñigo Arbiol. He joins us from the United Nations level. He's Deputy Director of the Secretariat of the United Nations Local 2030 Coalition, a United Nations system platform that promotes the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals through partnerships between governments, international institutions, youth, the private sector, academia, and civil society. He holds a PhD from the University of Deusto and has also advised the Basque government and the government of Spain on sustainable development. So the floor is yours. Please, Íñigo, go ahead.
Thank you, Esteban. Gracias. Thank you also for the invitation, and congratulations to the University of Granada for the anniversary and for bringing this question, which is increasingly becoming a priority for international organizations such as the UN, which is how we can, research and innovation can really contribute to transforming local and social environments, right? In the United Nations, and particularly in the United Nations Local 2030 Coalition, as Esteban mentioned, which is the platform that the UN has created to put all agencies, we are 14 UN agencies that are working at the localization of SDGs. There is a kind of motto or simple conviction, right? That is that the challenges are global, but they are ultimately won or lost at the local level in the territories, right? That's where really we're gonna have the solutions of the problems, right? Whether we talk about climate change or we talk about inequalities or demographic challenges, housing, digital transformation, whatever we're talking about, economic resilience or whatever, those are experienced locally. We understand that and that's the mission of the Local 2030 Coalition, right? So ultimately, our mission is to improve daily lives of people. And people live in the territories. They don't live at the supranational or national level, right? They live, as probably the Councilwoman knows very well, right? And also at the local level, we think that the trust in the institutions is where it's been built, right? And where ultimately sustainable development becomes tangible, right? So the most of the growing part of our work in the UN in terms of localization, it's now focused on analyzing what works, where, and why, right? And in that, a key fundamental thing, it's the role of universities. Because universities, of course, you generate knowledge, of course, but I don't think this is the most, probably the largest contribution, right? Or it would be a mistake to define universities as a place of producing knowledge, right? There are 2 or 3 elements that I wanted to highlight in these few minutes, right? The first one is the role of the universities, and when I mention universities, now I'm speaking about your great institutions. I'm also speaking of small universities in territories in the global south that are very, humble in their size and the number of resources, right? But one of the things that they create is collective capacity. And because they're basically educating people who work in public administration, will run businesses, who will be leading civil society and research institutions, right? So in general, they are shaping and strengthening the territory's ability to understand the challenges and their priorities, right? The second thing is that universities do in our understanding, particularly in the global south, it's they create spaces of trust. So because being very honest, what we see is that nowadays problems are not just technical problems that we can solve just with technical solutions. They are very often coordination problems. And we need spaces where these constituencies you mentioned before, the governments, the businesses, the civil society, the citizens and the researchers can get together in a shared vision of the future, right? And that's for us, the university, an added value of, and let me give you an example, right? In the UN now we are promoting a tool which is the localization blueprint, has 5 drivers, right? Which is how we help local actors, particularly local and regional governments, to advance localization. Those are active citizenship, capacity and innovation creation, strong partnerships, strategic investment, and continuous learning across territories, right? And if you have a look at the university's role, they are in the 5 of them, right? Because the universities are building capacities, are fostering innovation, of course, but they are also strengthening partnerships, spaces of trust, right? And they're contributing to evidence that is improving investment decisions and connecting global networks with local ones, right? So moving on to the last minute that I was indicated, in our experience working in territories around the world, that the universities are not just helping how to transform the territories across the world. They are also answering why this transformation, right? Because as we speak about innovation and so, competitiveness, technology and so, in our understanding of the territories we work in, innovation is a means, right? Technology is a means. Even finance is a means, right? The goal ultimately is to build societies that are more inclusive, more sustainable, more just, right? To somehow reinforce the social contract, right? And let me finalize this first round by saying that in our understanding, perhaps the greatest challenge that we are facing, it's not in this decade, it's not basically to produce more knowledge, right? I think it's how to more effectively connect the knowledge to the decisions at the territorial level and delivery for the people, right? Because what we see, and particularly in some places in the global south, is that when territories are failing, they don't fail because of lack of ideas. No, they fail because institutions and partnerships are not capable of turning those ideas into collective action, right? And we can discuss that later, but very honestly, very few institutions are better positioned than universities to contribute to that task of putting everyone together, right? So I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inigo. Now let's move to the European level. And I think it's particularly important that Hugo Almeida is with us because he's going to incorporate the rural dimension. Sometimes we don't think about the rural dimension from universities. This is probably the next frontier, let's call it. No, I mean, we need to generate development also in those places. So let me introduce Hugo Almeida, that represents the European Commission. He is Deputy Head of Unit for Rural Areas and Networks at DG Agri, where he works on European initiatives related to agricultural innovation and rural development, among other things. His work focuses on strengthening knowledge exchange, cooperation, and innovation across rural territories in Europe.
Thank you very much, Esteban. And first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, for inviting the European Commission and DG Agri in particular. And I would really like to congratulate you for this excellent initiative. I was just starting because Beth was complaining that when she started, you said almost everything. So imagine me after you, Beth, and Inigo. So I will try to put some...
Wait until it's
Hello.
some rural aspects here. So as you mentioned, I work in the unit that deals with rural areas and networks. And in particular, one initiative that I'm going to explain, that it's the European Innovation Partnership for Agriculture. And as Inigo just said, at least for my experience, the challenge that we have in front of us is rarely the lack of knowledge, in fact, because we have a lot of knowledge. The real challenge is to make sure that the knowledge that reaches people, that is shared effectively and leads to practical solution. And increasingly, when we talk about agricultural innovation today, what we are talking about, in fact, it's about territorial innovation. And the challenge that rural areas facing today, being demographic, economic, environmental, or social, cannot be tackled by a sector alone, in fact. Require an ecosystem that connects agriculture, business, education, research, civil society, and all local actors that involve them. So let me start really with a simple observation that we have in Europe, that for decades we have produced excellent agriculture research. Yet for a long period we faced what we call the innovation gap. It means that research results that never reach the field, and on the other hand you have practical problems from farmers and rural territories that never reach the research agenda. So you have two worlds operating with different language, different time frames, and different incentives. So the Europe response to this challenge, or at least the agriculture approach, is built around three main pillars. The first one, it's the interactive innovation. Since 2012, we have been moving from this traditional knowledge transfer model towards an approach where innovation is created together. Farmers, cooperative researchers, the rural communities, all working together from the beginning of the project to identify the challenges and design solutions together. And as I mentioned, the most visible tool that we have, it's the EIP Agri operational groups. For the moment we have, these, just briefly to explain, are multi-actor, rooted local, multi-actor partnerships rooted in local territories and supported by common agriculture policy to solve practical challenges. Since 2014, when it started effectively, we have more than 5,000 operational groups working together to try to solve practical solutions. And by the way, Spain is one of the most active member states dealing with operational groups. And since there, we have seen multi-actor projects improving sustainability, developing new value chains, helping rural communities to diversify, or establishing living labs which bring people together to drive challenges at territorial scale. What it matters in this project, it's not only the technical result, in fact. It is, of course, important, it is essential. But what really matters also is that people learn how to innovate together and co-create solutions that work in practice. But the experience that we have is that projects alone do not transform territories. And that's why the second pillar of our approach is the ecosystem perspective. What we call AKIS in agriculture means agriculture, knowledge, and innovation systems. And under the current Common Agriculture Policy, every member state is expected to strengthen its AKIS system by connecting research, advisory services, education, farmers, and public authorities to make sure that the knowledge flows in all directions. And the universities here play a crucial role, not only as producers of knowledge, but as key nodes within the innovation system. And the third pillar is networks. The EU CAP network, the National CAP network, and since 2003 we have also established the Rural Pact, really help to connect people, share experience, and disseminate innovative solutions across Europe. The role that we have, the idea is very simple. Make sure that good ideas do not remain isolated, and knowledge reaches those who can use it. So let me conclude with one final thought. In fact, our ambition is not simply to fund innovation projects. It's to build lasting innovation capacity in rural areas. And don't forget that a quarter of Europe's population lives in rural areas, and these areas represent 3/4 of the EU territory. And here, really, I would like to address the universities represented here, and be aware that rural areas really needs universities that engage behind the campus, work with local actors, and help translate knowledge into action. If there's one lesson that we learn in Europe in the last decade, is that innovation does not travel alone. It needs people, it needs trust, and it needs networks. When those networks really work well, knowledge becomes a shared resource for transforming the territories.
Thank you so much, Hugo. Now we will remain at the European Commission level, but now we move towards Sevilla, because with us is Carlos Torrecilla, who is Deputy Director of the Joint Research Center in Sevilla. And also I'm very proud and happy to welcome you to your alma mater, because he's from Granada and he studied at the University of Granada with a background in physics, engineering and software engineering, and more than 15 years of experience in digital technologies, innovation policy, and evidence-informed policy making within the European Union. So, Carlos?
First of all, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for organizing such a nice event. For me, it's really a very special day. Yeah? So I'm from Granada. I'm going back to my alma mater, to my university. So last time I was in an event of the university, it was 30 years ago. I was a different person, so for me it's really nice. It's also very nice to be here with Hugo, because that way we are two colleagues from the European Commission and we can distribute the questions, so he takes the difficult ones and I take the easy ones. Jokes aside, I would like to tackle 3 points. First of all, the need for innovation and why places matter. Second, what can be the role of the universities? And third, a plea for science for policy. After Beth's keynote, I think we can all agree that Europe is in a difficult situation. And we are facing basically 3 main crossroads. Out of these 27 liberal democracies that Beth was mentioning, most of them are members of the European Union. So we are in a situation in which we have a very privileged way of living in Europe. But this is not for granted. So for Europe to keep this privileged situation, we are facing 3 crossroads. On the one hand, we need to make sure we succeed on the sustainability of our way of producing. So we need to go towards our goals of making us a neutral emission continent, as stated in the Clean Industrial Deal. But we need to do that while keeping the competitiveness of our companies and being able to compete in a very first global market. And we need to do this, making sure we guarantee our strategic autonomy, in particular with regards to the main technological challenges the world is facing. And there is only one way to do that, is innovation. But innovation does not happen out of thin air. Innovation happens in places. Because Europe cannot afford wasting any single bit of talent that is spread all over Europe. And places is where all the different actors of the governance coincide. The European, the national, the regional, and the local, they happen in places, and the places is where government meets the actors of the so-called quadruple helix: academia, civil society, and private sector. And places are different. Even if we have the same percentage of talented people everywhere in Europe, the conditions at every place are different. So this means that innovation has to be different in every single place. And in those places, innovation happens in an ecosystemic way. And this is why ecosystems are key. And when we speak about ecosystems, we all think about Silicon Valley. And it would be great to have plenty of Silicon Valleys. But I do believe that the strength of Europe is not the fact of having 1, 2, or 3 Silicon Valleys. The strength of Europe is the myriad of medium-sized ecosystems that are able to specialize and compete in partial areas. And if you think in one of the most recent innovations coming from Europe, which is the vaccine for the COVID, it was developed in Mainz. Mainz is a city very similar to Granada, medium-sized city with a long-term established university and specialized in biomedical sciences, very similar to the place where we are now having this meeting. So innovation is key, and place matters, and place around or organized in an ecosystemic way. And what is the role of the university in all of this? At least from my view, universities are one of the more stable territorial hooks you have when it comes to innovation. Universities provide, in a long term, students, researchers, and infrastructures that are mainly focused on innovation. And it's not only that universities are the most important territorial hook, they can act as owners brokers, because universities are by definition independent, don't have a political agenda, and don't have a commercial agenda. So they can act as the middle person to bring together governments, industry, and civil society. But what is the problem? The problem is that out of the 4 missions of the university, education, research, give and provide economic growth, and give back to the society, the first 2 have a very strong system of incentives, publications, projects, while the other two, they don't. So this means that out of the 4 legs of the table, 2 are very strong and 2 are weaker. And this makes me come to the last part of my introduction, which is the need of hooking the university in what we can call science for policy. The credibility of a scientist giving a message is 3 to 5 times bigger than the one of a politician. So hooking our policies on science is key to make sure that we bring our citizens with us. And to do so, we need to make sure that the university can develop incentives for the other two, and in particular, to make sure that our policies are grounded on science. So the university needs to understand that we need to get our hands dirty and get into science for policy, which is not the same than science for politics. So it's basically making sure that our policies, our public policies, are grounded on data, evidence, and science. Thanks.
Thank you, Carlos. Now let's move to a national level, Spanish national level. Ana Elorza is a strategic project director at the Spanish Foundation of Science and Technology. A scientist and expert in science diplomacy, she works at the interface between science and public policy and has contributed to the European science diplomacy agenda as well as to the development, and I think this is a very important contribution, to the Spain's Science and Technology Office at the Congress of Deputies. So please.
Thank
Ana.
you. Thank you, Esteban. Let me say thank you for inviting me, for having me here. Thank you, President of the University and Coimbra Group. I'm really honored. I cannot talk about what I prepare. Everything is completely, non-updated right now. So let me just say that what we are trying from the national government is to put in place all these very important advices that already talk about. How do we do these things? Let me tell you that we have seen a report from the UK where they saw that the influence of UK universities in the national parliament was just the 8% of the whole portfolio. The rest of the influence was coming from the private sector. What are we doing wrong? That is our question. What we are trying in the national parliament is to support an office for science, technology, innovation, where we take all the knowledge that is coming from the public universities, public research centers, the public for the public. As Beth was, preaching, we need to understand that this knowledge should also be important for the public service. So we are trying to establish a permanent office where you talk with the whole scientific community, all the academic community, and you bring in to the parliament what is on the agendas of the universities. This is my work. This is what we are trying. And this is something that the artificial intelligence cannot take us, because we're talking about parties here. We're talking about people talking to people, experts talking to members of parliaments talking to experts. It's a dialogue, it's a conversation, it's not a transfer of knowledge. It's more than that. It's that you ask a question, you answer with the knowledge, the scientific evidence that we have on the table, and maybe the politician will tell you, this is not the right question. This is my question, this is my need. So you need to listen also to the members of parliament in order to do research. We need to change our mentality. It's really a cultural shift. We need to work in a more sophisticated way with new interfaces at the institutions in order to be stronger, in order to, update the quality of democracy in our institutions. We need to create what a very important philosopher in Spain, Inerarity, says it's collective intelligence. That's what we need. How do we do that? It's very difficult. There's a lot of models. Here in this panel, we are several levels, of institutions. In every single topic that I face in the Congress of Deputies, it could be prevention of suicide, More than 4,000 people die in Spain because of suicide. It could be cancer. It could be cybersecurity. Rural development. We had so many reports. Every single report says the same thing. You need to have all the different levels, from local to national to European, in order to solve this topic. Because the law is coming from Europe. You have to have this law in Spain. You have to talk to the local people. So we need to understand that we need to build these permanent interfaces at the institutions in order to be able to talk with the community. From the scientific and academic side, we have to change our incentives. Of course, publishing is important, but we need to understand that if you do science advice or development cooperation or whatever you're doing to have an impact from your job, you need to be valued because of that. So it's changing the whole system, is understanding that to be a scientist or a researcher or a teacher in the next century is a different job. You need to have an impact, you need to be connected, you need to talk to, of course, members of parliament, but also to administrations, to local administration, to regional, so the job is harder and needs new incentives in order for the university to adapt. So what we are trying here is to get this conversation in a stable, permanent interface in the institutions. That's what we are doing. An important thing for me also is that we need to understand that we have to collaborate among disciplines. Beth was also pointing that if you have a wicked problem to solve, you cannot just have, like COVID, for example, you need to have also not just virologists on the table, but also maybe psychologists, also maybe economists. So we need to work also among us in the different disciplines. And I passed already my time, so
thank you, Anna.
I can elaborate afterwards.
You were talking about lobbying. I think for a long time we have been in an environment where private lobbying is very important, particularly also at the European level. Now it's time, probably, for this public lobbying, this good lobbying we can implement from also academia. So let's play the game, you know? That's maybe the conclusion also.
Exactly.
So now let's go to the local level, introducing Ana Agudo. She's a counselor from Mobility, Citizen Protection, Urban Agenda, Sustainability and Next Generation Funds at the City Council of Granada. A telecommunications engineer by training, she has extensive experience in the management of organizations in both the private and public sectors, and currently works on some of the key urban challenges facing the city of Granada. So, Ana?
Well, thank you to the University of Granada for inviting me to this forum. Pedro, thank you very much for counting me in, because I think every time I come to one of these sessions, I take a lot more than I'm bringing in, which is great. And this is an example of, I think, what we're talking about here today. We don't have time, generally. Politicians, city councils, we don't have time. We don't have resources. We've got very little time, very little resources. And we need to focus. And that, for me, is the biggest issue we've got here in terms of using university and knowledge to transform society. I can give you quite a few examples of where I'm seeing this. We're collaborating with the University of Granada on a number of projects, like, for example, the European Capital of Culture. That's something that we are betting for. And basically, we are working on a very solid bid, and we are, we're partners in crime, if you can call it that way, on that quest. However, taking that idea and how we're working on that sense into other areas, I find quite difficult. And I would like to point out a few challenges. It's like the elephant in the room. What's going wrong if there is so much information, so much knowledge, and we're not really using it. The first one, from a local background, I think, participation. from the citizen side of things is not always representative. You know, quite often we find that the groups that come to the forums or the meetings that we organize are, very few, and also, they're always the same. And I can tell you that, in this forum, that makes it a bit more difficult to get information and to get solutions or ideas from populations that for us are key, like the youth, for example, children, and then, certain groups that are not accessible that way. So that for us is a big issue. Second, it doesn't really matter if a politician is keen to understand what is in the market. By the way, I want an office like what you're doing in the city council.
We talk about.
I love that. I'm always inclined to find out what's going on in the knowledge arena, calling it that way. What I find is that it doesn't matter what I say. Then I've got some public workers that are the technical people implementing the solutions, and I have to convince them to open their minds and do things in a different way. And that in itself is a big challenge because they're also very tight on time and resources. So for us, that is a huge challenge because, what we're facing here is a transformation of public administrations, and that in itself requires resources. And again, we go back to the same issue, resources, resources, resources. Another element that I wanted to point out, as it has already been pointed out, is basically the alignment on objectives. I want solutions for my citizens. Sometimes the citizens I'm talking to are not necessarily that aligned to Europe. They don't care that much about climate change. Sorry to say this, but they care about it until they have to change something. And then at that point, they stop caring. And that is a huge issue, right? But that also happens on, the interests of university and researchers and us. Why? Well, because, quite often the incentives are based on publications, are based on papers, are based on IP, but not necessarily on implementing things. On funding is another issue. And what that means is that sometimes I need solutions, and you get to the certain point, but not beyond. And that also comes along with another issue, which is, how do we share resources? And what I mean there is, how do I request certain pieces of work and make it easy for you and for me to basically make that work without a 10-month, 12-month process on my side and the university side for a tender process. That, for us, is also a big issue. So, I think the elements are there. We could do a lot, but I think there is a certain spark needed for all of that to happen. And just to remind you of the, the last issue for us. I mean, our times are on 4-year slots, not beyond that. So sometimes it is difficult to pack something good and effective and something that really makes a change on a 4-year slot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. We have 20 minutes remaining, so I have prepared some questions for them, but I want to make the session a bit more uncomfortable for you all. So, building ecosystems often is about breaking agendas that you had already prepared at home, and then you realize we are out of time and they didn't participate enough. So, there are many topics that I could bring on the table, but I really prefer that you raise your hand and directly pose some questions or do some comments, introduce yourself. I think it's probably better if there are several persons who want to participate, that we do it all together, and then we go back in order to be able to have a broader view of what you said. So I don't know if I see any of your hands. Yeah, we have one there. Please, the other, this is a kind of mandate. Think about any kind of comment you want to do, please. So, yeah, over there, please, if you can introduce yourself and then go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to the panel. I'm Omar Garcia from Trinity College, Dublin, and I'm the chair of, excuse me, I'm the chair of the Latin America Working Group for the Coimbra Group. And my question deals particularly in linking Ana Elorza's comments with Ana Agudo's, because I think there are, and I also have to say where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the humanities, and in Ireland, where we've gone through a more recent change in what is Research Ireland, and how STEM, from the point of view of those academics like me who are in the humanities field that we have been left behind, or changes are affecting us directly. And Ana Elorza, you mentioned that you need to listen to members of parliament to do research. That worried me enormously. But then Ana Agudo was actually putting it from a different bottom-up perspective, which is what I like to implement for my working group as well, because I work in Latin America. Next to me is my colleague from Cuba in Cienfuegos. There are particular realities that affect us in ways that are not necessarily European-focused. For my group, I'm the linking one outreach to particular areas in what we could call the global south or global majority. And I think there are great links that we have discussed over the week, particularly in terms of where we place the Africa Charter, which actually applies perfectly well to other areas of what we could call, for lack of a better term, global south or global majority. Now, I want to say, to ask basically, where are the humanities within the framework of this European innovation? Because there's a time for me as a researcher, when I evaluate grants or I'm invited to review, one of the things that I hate seeing is cutting edge. We are doing cutting edge, strategic, innovative thinking. And I'm saying that from a perspective of someone who got a little over €1 million. I'm not complaining, for innovation and agility. But where is that in terms of the plans for the humanities, the strategic thinking? How are the spaces being facilitated at high level for the researchers like me to actually have that conversation and not just at rector level? And as a bottom-up approach, and what are the opportunities to facilitate those at high level? For example, the Coimbra group is very well placed to actually have conversations, wider conversations that could open bottom-up with the European Commission and our Brussels office to be used strategically, for lack of a better term. And what are the elements of knowledge diplomacy? Because for a group like mine, knowledge diplomacy is key rather than just soft power that answers to particular interests. So if that probably will apply to across the panel, but I think I was just picking on the two Anas because I found the pain from Ana Agudo almost in making it work, and then Ana Elorza thinking of how strategic it could be for the university to respond. Sorry that it was lengthy, but...
Thank you. Any other intervention? Ludovic, here, please. And over there.
Me lo voy a apuntar. Humanidades, ¿cuál es el...?
Please try to be brief so they can have time to...
Thank you very much. My name is Lenka Rovna. I am the former member of executive board, now the representative of Charles University at SSH Group. I very much like the composition of the panel because you represent multi-level governance here, going from local, national, European, international. I was struck a bit by Ana Elorza Moreno when you said that laws come from Europe. I am professor of European studies, and so the laws, member states are responsible. So I wanted to ask you, what are your experiences with communication and cooperation among the levels?
Okay. Over there, and then Ludovic, and I think we are done, and then we go back to discuss.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Upton from the University of Edinburgh, and thank you for your presentations. Just two very quick points. I think, as has been discovered earlier, coming from the UK, the whole business about trust of politicians with universities, coming from a space where in the past we've had politicians saying we don't need experts. That still remains a fundamental challenge. I agree the vision is fantastic, absolutely, but there are some basic things in the political environment which still make this very difficult. My other point was I was very interested, coming from a library background, I'm a library director, that a couple of you talked about incentives. We know from negotiation with publishers, this kind of conversation, that the whole incentive issue in the academic space is very difficult. I'm quite encouraged, if you're seeing that too, can't we work together to try and do something about changing how we assess incentives so that we can really focus on the right things, about getting the benefit out of research, getting that recognized. I'm about to go into some UK discussions with one of the obvious big European publishers, and I will use this to point out, can't we look differently about how we do this to get real benefit out of what we do in terms of research? Thank you.
Okay. Ludovic, and then we go back to the table.
So, Ludovic Tilly, chair of the Coimbra group, and from University of Poitiers in France. So we saw in connection with the keynote speech before that, so we need this cultural change as well within the university. And Esteban, you said, okay, now let's play the game. But for the game, we need players. So if universities are ready to be one of the players, are the policymakers really ready to do that? And the question behind is, we have seen in the past decades that there was this tradition to have a scientific advice that would really help policymakers to take what they think are the wisest decisions. And we tend to see this disappearing. So what is needed there? Should we sort of re-engage in the training of the future leaders or the current leaders? How can we also make sure that they want to play with us?
Okay. So now let's do a kind of final round. Later, if you are quick, I will ask for one sentence each to finish. But now you can address any of these topic incentives, that is very important. Things also like who is leading this kind of ecosystem should be the universities as honest brokers, or maybe other public administrations, different languages we use. I mean, there are many topics. Particularly, I would like to address the issues that our participants pose on the session. So, who wants to start?
I can
Anna,
do that.
please.
Yes, thank you for the questions. First of all, I cannot think about a topic where you would think, how interesting is it, without social sciences and humanities being on board. Not a single one. So it's not that you need them, it's that without them, you don't understand the topic. You can talk about, I don't know, contamination. We know the technologies, we know what we have to do, but what you don't understand is why people behave like we behave. Why don't you protect yourself? Why don't you listen to the things that we already know that are there? So it's not a matter of technology, it's a matter of social sciences and humanities. And this is the same for every single topic. I can assure you, we are having interviews for one topic with 30, 40 experts around the world, in Spain and international, and you need those people on board in order to understand and to give a broad picture, you know, of the topic, a state of the art to the politicians. Otherwise, it has no interest. This is my first response to your question. And I would say that in our network, we have 24 offices in different parliaments in the world. A lot of them are in South America, for example. We have in Chile, Mexico used to have one, Argentina also, but now it disappears. It depends on the politicians also to maintain these interfaces in the parliaments. The first office that was built in the US in the 70s. And France, UK, a lot of countries copy that office. So now we have 24, and some are disappearing, some are, you know, newborns, like Spain. Spain entered into this game in 2020, after COVID, you know. we realized that our parliament needed this interface. So there is this conversation, this diplomacy conversation about how do we bring knowledge to the public policy, to the parliament, and so on, in the world, in an international level. Just if I may say something about the incentives, I think this is a very key question. How do we change? Because someone was saying, how do we create demand on the politicians? Should we train them? Maybe we have to think the other way around. We need to train also the scientific community. And if we do trainings, maybe we should be trained together. We, policymakers and scientific community, it's not that we know everything, we will tell you about this, and you have to be trained. It's not about that. It's about be trained to work on a different way. And I know it sounds very simple, but it's very difficult. About the incentives, I think European Union is working a lot on this. I mean, we are working on COARA, open science. You have already instruments to value and assess scientists without being obliged to pay, to clarivate. You can see Open Alex, you can go to open sources to see if a scientist is a good scientist. You don't need to go and pay. So we need to move forward. We need to think in a different way, and we need to understand that as a scientist, you need to work with other stakeholders. And it's a cultural shift, is a completely change of mentality. That's why it's so difficult.
Carlos?
4 points I would like to bring, trying to tackle some of the questions have been put on the table. First, how to make sure that policymakers are ready, or how to make sure that the scientific advice remains. So for me, the first approach is to build stable and robust institutions that are embedded and are having the mandate of providing scientific advice. I work for one of those. I work for the GRC. I can give you an example. The Commission has around 35,000 employees. The GRC is a little bit less than 3,000. We are almost 10% of the Commission staff dedicated to provide scientific advice for the Commission. This is building inside the Commission the culture of scientific advice for policy. Am I saying that everybody has to build a GRC? No. But what I'm saying is that if you build upon the very good and solid scientific institutions you have in every single European country, and upon them you create the culture of science for policy, you have a starting point. The second one has to do with the role of experts. And I think we need a cultural change, and I very much agree with Anna in the following sense. From the scientific point of view, from the scientist, to understand that when you provide advice to a policymaker, the final decision is on the policymaker, which is the one that has the democratic legitimacy. You provide advice, but the decision is not on you. This is not a technocracy. These are democratic systems. The policymaker has the legitimacy to decide, even against your advice. And this is frustrating, but you have to play the game. And for the policymaker, it's the other way around. It's very good when science gives you the reason. But what happens when not? And you have to accept that sometimes you might be facing difficult decisions. And if both parties play the game, then the science for policy approach works. Third one has to do with incentives. I would like to ask you if there is any way to reward a scientist that works within a public institution to provide scientific advice. There is not.
Yes, there is. In Spain, there is.
Or there is in Spain. But it's not the main driver. It's not the main driver.
I know.
The main driver, Anna, is publications and projects. That's the main driver. If I devote my career to do science for policy, I will have less chances than somebody that has published in Nature or led Horizon projects.
Yeah.
And my point is, can we rebalance a little bit and make sure there is an incentive? And the fourth one has to do with humanities. Humanities are fundamental, in my view. Let's take the topic of the day. Let's take artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is, by definition, an area where we need definitively humanities. How do we build trustworthy AI without philosophers, without experts in ethics, without political scientists? So Going for strategic technologies requires mandatory contribution of social science and humanity. So I would fight always saying that AI and technology is multidisciplinary. It's not only a matter of engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Hugo?
Well, thank you very much. Well, I will follow up a little bit on Carlos on the incentives, and it's true that what we realize that the incentives aspect, we are really easily talking about financial incentives, but if we really want to make it work, we have to go a little bit out of only the financial incentives and create for each of the categories that we think that are important to participate different type of incentives. I fully agree with Carlos that for researchers and universities is pretty much on the scientific excellence that they are rewarded to. And as Matt mentioned, probably we have to change also to reward the impact of their work, the impact on the territories, the impact on the real stakeholders. For the other actors, like the social and economic actors, what we have to make sure is they are also rewarded when they participate in their projects. I saw, for example, for my EIP Agri operational groups, we just conducted an audit, and one thing that we realized, among the chain, the farmers were usually the only ones that were not rewarded for their contribution in the project. And that's one thing that we are trying to say. Why? Because this really put the ones that are really concerned by this research out of it. They said, okay, if it's too burdensome, and if, in addition, if my work is not rewarded, why should I participate? You don't manage to bring it. And then the public authorities, and here I think that the local ones are particularly important to be part of these groups, to participate in this innovation, interactive innovation. I think they all have the interest to see that their decisions will be backed up by research. And they should be always part of these groups. And just to finalize on one aspect that was a little bit mentioned, it's who leads, because in our conversation it becomes easily, who leads these groups? For us, in agriculture, it's not particularly relevant. To be very frank, we even don't care. What we want is that the composition of the group is good, and it tackles all level of governance and all people involved in the problem. That's why we say the success of this type of interactive innovation depends mainly on the quality of the composition of the group.
Okay. Thank you, Hugo. Inigo, and then Anna.
Sure. On this, couple of reflections, not to repeat, but on the couple of comments that came from the audience, and going a little bit back on. Let me. I don't know in English if this is said, but in Spanish we say abrir el melón. And I know we don't have time for then analyzing what's inside, but I think we have a problem of disconnection. And sorry to say this, but the university is very disconnected from the society. And this is part of something we need to analyze, because the transformation will not come with better projects or better people, better researchers. Those are indispensable, but not sufficient. If they are disconnected from the ecosystem, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. The transformation will not happen, and the impact will be very limited. And the capacity to attract resources will be very limited, right? Particularly if we are talking about public-private partnerships, right? And this we see, in your cases, probably it's not so evident because you do have your resources, etc. Of course, you fight every day for further resources, but in the Global South it's key because there are no public resources coming to universities, right? So this is one of the elements, and the other one, which deals also with this problem, this connection, is there is lack of ownership with the projects. You might have a wonderful thing that is really transformative, but this is not owned by the society. we are citizens in all this. For example, if we bring something like Impronta Andalucía, right, and the University of Granada on that, it's an excellent example. If Granada wouldn't be sitting here, and of course she's representing the people, right, this would be very dysfunctional. Because we say trust, somebody, sorry, we can't see you, but somebody there mentioned trust, right? How we bring policymakers in, ownership. Why? Because ownership will bring us a cycle that is long-term, that is not 4 years, that is not just for the electoral cycle, that is not for the time that you were elected, right? Because if the people from Granada is really demanding something on mobility, then the university can come with the other actors. But if there is appropriation ownership, citizens will transcend your 4 years in demanding this. And then university, which is also connected with the long-term cycles and not with 4 years. University shouldn't be connected with 4 years, right? While policymakers are, right? But policymakers can be brought to an equation that goes for 5, 10, 20 years. And the last comment, and this is where the melon is open, right? This is directly linked, and Beth mentioned it before, democracy. If we have this longer vision, this ownership, this will prevent us from polarized speeches, anti-speeches, with some of these elements about whether we should be researching or not on climate change or not. Because if this is appropriate, if citizens feel that there's ownership, that this is a priority, politicians won't be able to change it. The university won't be able to research or innovate on something else, right? And policymakers won't be able to basically don't pay attention to it because it's demanding coming, right? So I think we need to connect. I know we can't do this in the next, 3 minutes, but I just wanted to let it on the table, yeah.
Thank you, Anna.
Well, just a comment on that last one. The reality I'm finding from citizens, sometimes they say, oh, I don't want that much traffic. But then, what they want is that another person can't use their car. Their rights need to remain the same. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, there is also a difficulty on bringing those policies into people because people see certain parts of the whole puzzle. In terms of, the comment around social sciences and the importance of social sciences, I think, with the previous speech that we've seen, we were talking about democracy crisis. I mean, I think the issue is not that social sciences is not present, is that the issue is so big that we need to find a way to tackle it from the different perspectives. Credibility, polarization, you name it. Right now, we are in deep trouble and we need to find solutions for that. And perhaps that's something that we should be talking about and trying to find. But obviously, that issue requires a coordination and an agreement among different actors that at the moment need to come together to agree on that, which is a difficult bit. But, putting that aside, the other thing that we were talking about was, the incentives and how do we bring politicians to listen to researchers and also researchers to align to politicians. I think sometimes it's not about training, it's not about regulating how they relate to each other. I think it's about influencing each other. And that is a bit that we need to be clever about. We need to know each other better, to know what makes the other tick, and play that game. That's, the way we need to act on this, because it's not enough just to say, from now on, we're going to have to go through our training course that, will take us through what the university can give you. But that's not the point. The point is, from a political level, what does the university knowledge bring to my game? And I'm not talking about, what is written on paper, but what really makes us tick. And we need to be very honest about it for that to work. So those were the two contributions I wanted to make.
Thank you so much. We are running out of time. just to conclude, I think at least two ideas that are important for me after listening to you and also with the conversations we have these days. Mainly with this territorial challenge, we have this university, impact university, we are trying to build. The focus is not our careers. The focus are societal challenges, are what is outside the walls of the university. Of course, this needs to be aligned with our personal careers and lives, but we shouldn't be thinking about us as the main character of the movie. It's not about that. And it's difficult. I know it's difficult because there are also other important characters there, and politicians and policymakers are a very important one, and we shouldn't build our relations with them from, let's say, mistrust mindset, thinking that they only have in their minds to win elections and they have incentives, the same as we have incentives, different ones. But we need to maintain conversations to understand how things can work, because from the academia, we are able to build projects in the mid and long run term in order to build a better society. And that also will help our political system. That's some of my conclusions. So I'm very thankful for your presence. We continue with the second roundtable. And thank you very much, and thank you to all our guests, and please a big applause for them.
Thank you so much, Esteban, and all the speakers for the time that you have given us and your interventions. Thank you. We're going to make a quick change to adapt for our next session, session number 3. We'll take a couple of minutes. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. There we go. Let's see if something unexpected is happening. Well, Granada never ceases to amaze us.
So, first we start with the presentation, so we start here and then sit down.
I will ask you to... Actually, a lovely surprise, a bit unexpected, but as I said before, Granada never ceases to amaze us. Thank you very much for this brilliant and unexpected performance, Tuba 3, that is the name of the group, Tuba 3. And it is a perfect reminder that innovation is not always planned, but sometimes it just simply emerges. We truly appreciate the refreshing and creative contribution to our program, which has also given us a breath of fresh air after such an intensive discussion from session 2. We will now proceed. We will shift our focus to session 3, best practices from Coimbra Group universities, research and innovation driving territorial transformation. This session is one of the most anticipated moments of the day as it allows us to learn directly from our colleagues across the Coimbra Group. It is a unique opportunity to discover best practices, exchange ideas, and strengthen our institutional connections. I'm quite certain that after this session, many of our speakers will be receiving emails from all of us asking for further information and collaboration. We will have to wait. Let's see what's happening. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your lovely musical break. So now, this time we're coming to the session number 3, Best Practices from Coimbra Group Universities, Research and Innovation, Driving Territorial Transformation. The aim of this roundtable is therefore to present and discuss universities' initiatives that are contributing to social and territorial transformation from different institutional, academic, and civic perspectives. We want to explore how universities are developing long-term collaborations with local and regional actors, creating civic spaces, supporting social innovation, promoting inclusion, strengthening European cooperation, and contributing to the transformation of their surrounding ecosystems. I will briefly explain how the session will work. We have a total of 70 minutes, and we will begin with the first round of initial contributions from each speaker, with a maximum of 5 minutes per intervention. After these initial interventions, we will open a round of questions, and we will give the floor to you. So please, feel free to prepare a few questions for when we finish with the presentations. Our distinguished speakers are Rafaela Campaner, Vice Rector for International Relations, University of Bologna. We have Monika Jendena, Professor of the Department of Strategic Management, Jagiellonian University in Krakow. Hello. Of course, Professor Esteban Romero, Vice Rector for Social Innovation, Employability, Entrepreneurship from the University of Granada. Tom Sperlinger, Academic Director for Civic Spaces, University of Bristol.
Which in a sense is good. Yes, much more better.
Ludovic Tilly, Vice Rector in charge of European Policy, University of Poitiers, and Executive Chair of the Coimbra Group. And last but not least, Liz Todd, Professor of Education and Inclusion from Newcastle University. It will be my honor to be your moderator for this session. I will proceed with giving the floor to one of our speakers. We begin with Rafaela Campaner.
Thank you very much. I think we've got, the slides there. So social engagement has become more and more important and really core in our daily business at the University of Bologna, and so much so that it is also part of our strategic plan to create public value with and for society, and we take this extremely seriously. So much so that for the first time in the history of our university, which dates back to 1088, we got a rector's delegate for social engagement, Professor Maria Letizia Guerra, and I'm here on her behalf. We also have administrative staff specifically devoted with precise expertise on the topic. And also in the past 3 years, there has been a university call launched just to provide the departments also with financial resources in order to promote projects having to do with social engagement. The idea of ecosystem was already stressed in the previous panel, so we are very well aware that in order to be effective in promoting social engagement, we really need to know the context very well and to be involved with the whole ecosystem. So there's a number of entities we work with having to do with social entities, economic partners, and also cultural institutions in the territory. And we really try to work as much as possible with a whole range of diverse actors, being them, let me just mention a few, associations, local authorities, citizens, foundations, schools, and companies. We are a pretty large university, at least for European standards, so the risk we always run is to be very fragmented in our initiatives. In order for this not to be the case, we try to have a few core principles guiding all our actions having to do with social engagement. And let me just mention some of them. We really try to start for every single activity involving society and social impact. We really need to start from actual, genuine social needs. So there's a lot of work in having to do with the co-definition of activities, the co-planning, and the co-monitoring of what we do together. Also, a core principle is the constant attempt to complement and value diversities and differences between the different actors and the different expertise involved. And we also try to make our actions as scalable, as repeatable, and as policy-oriented as possible. All our actions tend to be multidisciplinary, multi-level, therefore involving a number of different actors. And also we really try to increase so-called service learning these days and have a very large involvement of our students, which at our university amounts to 97,000 people, so quite a relevant number. Just to provide you an example of a recent social engagement project which has been valued very highly at a national level, let me recall the so-called OPS project, which basically has students being involved in emergency departments in hospitals in the region, basically trying to communicate, to facilitate communication between waiting patients, so patients in waiting, and nurses and doctors. They are students from non-medical disciplines. Usually we were stressing the positive role of social sciences and the humanities, and this is a very concrete case. So we have students usually from psychology, sociology, the humanities, anthropology, being trained to start with in communication studies, but also in a few core principles of public policy and public health. And then they try to harmonize and humanize the waiting phase in emergency departments. Obviously, this regards students, but also authorities and local entities, all involved in enhancing health and well-being in the territories. This has been going on for quite a few years, and it has been refunded and relaunched, involving an increasing number of students and an increasing number of entities in the territory, having to do both with the education of the students who are involved in the project and also with the delivery of the project itself. We were asked also to provide some hints on what we regard as institutionally relevant lessons that we could share today with respect to the positive impacts of our activities and also the challenges. And therefore, I would just like to stress a few which I think are sort of consistent of all the topics which were already recalled today. So with respect to the positive impacts of the action I just mentioned, but more in general, social engagement, we all very easily agree that giving back to society is part and parcel of our academic commitment. But let me also stress that it has also some external, let's call it epistemic positive impact. I'm running out of time. Because we get a sense of making society understanding much better what universities are for. Very last one, with respect to the challenges we will be able to discuss, Professor Salina was saying that innovation happens in places, social engagement happens in places as well, and we are dealing with evolving society. Therefore, social engagement needs a better understanding of international context, actually, in the local territories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rafaela. Thank you. Monica, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being there, and I'm very grateful. And I would like to change the way how we discuss, because before we discuss in a general level, and I would like to say about much more practical level, because I would like to present Campus Living Lab, a useful research hub and its transformative impact on the social and local environment of the Jagiellonian University, and it's the very, very practical knowledge. So firstly, what is Living Lab? And Living Lab is an open innovation ecosystem in real life environments, and it can be both a physical or virtual space in which complex problems are addressed. A Living Lab concept is based on a quadruply or quintuply helix model, so which recognize 4 or 5 major actors. So the citizens, they are science, public sectors, industry, and sometimes we also think about the nature as an extra actor. Okay. So this was about the living lab, and this is our living lab, and this is our campus, and we think about our campus as a living lab. So we're using campus as a real-life ecosystem for transdisciplinary research, and during last 2 years, we implemented 4 projects. There were pilot projects that the results were implemented, and they are very, very useful, and we use them for many purposes. First was, first is to mow or not to mow, and you can see the different disciplines that they were involved. Then a blue-green infrastructure, grey water. Then mamy public inclusive space, there was involved what was the kind of playground, and neurodiversity at the campus, development of academic space for foster inclusivity. And especially the first one, to mow or not to mow, can I ask to click the link? Because I have a little assistant. Okay, and there is a very practical tool which is a result of this project, and it helps us for the education and to measure how often we mow the lawn. It changed the biodiversity and the soil. For example, when we mow often, about 8 times a year, so you can see, and could you please go down? Okay, you can see this is the state of the factor of biodiversity and the soil. And when you click on this picture, you can see a different species of insects or the plants that they are present or absent. For example, when we switch on the last one, for example, that we mow only very rarely, so we have a very rich biodiversity and very rich the soil. And when we look at these different kind of species, so when you click on this, so we can see description what kind of plant or what kind of insect there is. So there is a result of one of our project, to mow or not to mow, and it was the result of the project was with the different kind of actors that we were asking them about what is important about green, about the problems of grass and how often to mow them, to feel about temperature and the biodiversity. The next was the public inclusive space, and it was involver, like I said, yes, it was a playground. And for example, what was very interesting, that this playground was available for people with special needs, and it was a very special place. It's called Nest, and Nest was kind of the place that people, for example, with spectrum in autism could be there and separate from each other because they don't like too much noises, but still they feel like a part of the group. So it was a very nice idea. And next we have neurodiversity, and they ask the students what kind of needs they should involve with the places, and we use the result of that product to transform our library, and we use them and give the designers that they use the result of the products to make the space friendly for people with special needs, okay? And this is now situation. We have 11 new living labs, 16 different scientific disciplines, 8 faculties of the Jagiellonian University involved, and we are during our campus, living lab is during the transition, and we started to be a Jagiellonian campus living lab, and we also are member of Aeronol, or this is European Network of Living Labs. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Monica. We will now continue with Esteban Romero Frios. You have our full attention.
Okay. So thank you so much. Let me tell you now about what we are doing here in Granada in order to promote this territorial development. Now it's almost 4 years that we set this alliance with the Provincial Council of Granada. It's called Impronta Granada. Impronta means footprint, imprint, the idea that we receive information, knowledge from territory, but also we are transforming that territory. So this is the Granada province. We have 174 municipalities, and this provincial council is dealing with providing services to all of them. So it's very complex because you are in the metropolitan area, a metropolitan area where we have knowledge companies, we have abundance of many things. But what happened with the rest of the territories where we are maybe missing also our presence? So how it works in Pronta Granada? Basically, the first thing when you try to build a system like this, where you need to match challenges and also the offer of knowledge of the university, is to know what's the agenda. So we built over the urban agenda of the province. This has been promoted by the European Union, also by the government of Spain, and we had around 1,000 lines of action to be developed in the coming years. So what we are doing is to connect that, those public challenges, to connect that with our researchers, but also with the students and with our technical staff. We are using mapping techniques. We are also using artificial intelligence agents in order to browse, to ask questions about how your research can be meaningful. So also we try to generate a narrative, a common narrative of this public collaboration, just covering all these kind of news that are related to the territory and which kind of programs we have. I try to organize 6 different boxes of programs we try to develop. The first one is about territorial governance, and here we include the University of Granada County Councils, trying to find the people that live in the territory, that has already a belonging sense in specific places, so they can work, to get information and also to take our programs there. Living labs. For example, now we are testing all this approach with a living lab that is funded by the European Commission under the Mission of Soils. It's a social innovation approach to transform territory. Participation with our political institutions. Also, every year we organize a meeting where the province, the municipalities meet the university, and we try to exchange ideas to set a common agenda. Also, science for policy, very important, to have a program where we can advise the local administration for specific purposes. We are also doing that with Ceuta and Melilla, 2 campuses we have in North of Africa, and also doing innovation labs on public challenges, and also working with this idea of missions. One great example is the European Capital of Culture candidacy, but there are many others, and this is a very good approach, as Beth said before, to bring people together, because there is a common goal, and it doesn't matter the area of knowledge. So that's very important. It's very transversal. And also we are giving awards to students and to researchers, not to the paper they have published, but to the results, but how the results can be applied to a specific project in the province of Granada. So graduate students, postgraduate students, PhD students participate on this. Also, citizen science, a very good way to connect with the territory. Entrepreneurship, we've been talking about entrepreneurship. Making entrepreneurship meaningful, working with challenges that are important for the territory, not just thinking about building social networks or things like that that can happen in any other places. And employability. Taking our talent to the private sector, but very important, to the public sector, and also, why not, to the political sector, with a program that we have. Funding, we receive funding from the university, but mainly through different European programs, also from FECIT, And the impact we got around these 2 years in Europe has been quite a lot. For example, this year we go back to the European Week of Regions and Cities, and that's there. And just to finish, just to tell you that we have a new challenge that is Impronta, but in Andalusia, trying to get all the public universities in Andalusia to work for common challenges at a regional level. And here you can see some pictures of the things we are doing. Just last week we had more than 100 people here in Granada coming from Andalusia, working on issues like culture and other things. And finally, this idea of Impact University as fourth mission of the university. I think it's very important that we set this as a priority. So thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, Esteban. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Sperlinger. Go ahead, Tom. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. We've heard the word crisis a lot today, including in the inspiring keynote we had this morning, and I just want to slightly reframe that sense of crisis. It seems to me that as societies we're living through a real crisis in what forms of knowledge we hold in common. And there's an irony to that happening in a UK context, in an era where we've actually had a massive expansion of higher education participation. I know that's true in other contexts as well. And I think one of the things that we need to do is look at the way in which that participation has been extremely uneven and has actually been part of what's produced some of the crisis that we're now living through. On the right here is a map of Bristol, mapped by levels of participation in higher education. And Bristol is a kind of a textbook case study of what many cities are experiencing around the world. It's a city of considerable wealth, and a city in which, in some areas, including Clifton, where the university is predominantly based at present, as many as 99% of 18-year-olds go on to higher education. But Hartcliffe and Withywood, which is at the very bottom in the red, is an example at the other extreme, where only 1 in 11 18-year-olds go into higher education. Mm-hmm. So how do we kind of work in that context? Well, 10 years ago, the university committed to creating a new campus right next to the main railway station in Bristol, which is called Temple Meads, which is in the yellow section right in the middle of that picture. And unusually for a railway station, it's not at the centre of town. It's in an area that was once monastic land, was then a cattle market, has been sort of on the outskirts. And it's now part of a wider redevelopment zone that's one of the biggest in Europe. So it was a real opportunity to kind of reorient the city as well as the university's place within it. It was always conceived as an enterprise campus and one with a lot of interdisciplinary teaching and research happening. But early on, we expanded that to think about it as somewhere that would also be a meeting point for the whole of society. And to think about this as a test for how we did that. We don't want to just colour one section in the middle there blue, but think about the connections outwards across the whole city. The campus, which you see pictured here on the left, is now opening after a few COVID delays this September. And the whole of the ground floor will be publicly accessible. There are a number of features to that, but at the centre of it is what we're calling our civic spaces. The big one is the Bristol Rooms, which is about as big as this stage, and which will be a space for our staff and students to work with people from across the whole of society, from industry, from government, from regional government, from communities on shared challenges. We also have a smaller space called the Story Exchange, designed to set a tone for the building, which is a round space, very low-tech, wooden seating with a beautiful artwork around it, celebrating the history of women's industry in the area, but which is designed to be a meeting point for people with very different points of view. And then there are other features to that ground floor that I don't have time to explore, but which include a large circular lecture theatre, which was quite a late addition to the building. But as part of this, we've also been creating a network of spaces that we're also calling civic spaces in communities. So we were invited into a community centre called the Wellspring Settlement, which is a 15-minute walk to the right of that yellow section in the middle. Mm-hmm. This is an area where over 70 languages are spoken, where there is very low participation in higher education. And since 2020, we've operated a small rented space there that we call a micro-campus. We really mean the word micro. It's quite small. You could teach a seminar of about 25 in there. And we really mean the word campus. So a whole range of university activities happen there. And last year, we decided to repeat the experiment in Hartcliffe and Withywood, which is the area I mentioned to the very south. And in the last year, we've started with a vet pet drop-in there, run by our students with a charity, research projects, but also critically, we were able to win funding with the community partner who hosts there, which is shared 50-50, to co-design and pilot a micro-qualification with employers just to be taught in Hartcliffe. And this responded to feedback from people saying, don't make this a nice stepping stone out of Hartcliffe for a few people who don't come back. Really bring all of that teaching expertise, that research expertise, that investment into Hartcliffe. And, you know, in a way, this is a test case for universities. We talk a good game on how we drive the economy. Let's see if we can actually deliver that sort of growth at a hyper-regional level. The other challenge we're often given is, are we there for the long term? The fact we've been in Barton Hill for 6 years helps, but we're often asked, will we be in Hartcliffe in 20 years' time? So I keep publicly repeating my commitment to hold my retirement party in Hartcliffe and Withywood in 20 years, and you're all invited. Just to come back to the sort of wider themes here, and particularly that theme around democracy, I think that all of the kind of key missions of the university, profession formation, our role in the economy, and knowledge formation are under stress. And to fulfill our kind of democratic role, we need to show we can be meeting points for experience and expertise from across society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you. Next up, Ludovic Tilly. You all know him.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Well, let me first start by saying that I strongly disagree with one of the statements of the previous panel expert who said that universities are disconnected from society. I just strongly disagree. But maybe indeed we are not that good at showing that we are connected and very well connected. And actually the whole meaning of this conference, including this very session, is to demonstrate already to ourselves that we are connected. And actually in this presentation, I would like maybe not to give so concrete, which are very interesting, concrete examples, but maybe focus more on the framework conditions. Because that's very good to have all these very, very pertinent examples of concrete examples. But what we need is to have a long-term impact and also to institutionalize, but as well commit with the different stakeholders in the local ecosystem on the long term so that indeed this impact remains. I think this is also the very meaning of the impactful university. And actually, let me quickly go back to the fact that 10 years ago, when Poitiers University was preparing itself to host the annual conference of the Coimbra Group, we were searching for a topic, and where we were brainstorming on about what is actually one of the added value, or let's say the profile that Coimbra Group universities do have, it was actually this very idea of the university in the city. And that's actually how this Poitiers Declaration, that will today become the Poitiers-Granada Declaration, started. It was actually to just look around and see that actually we do have a framework that is supporting this synergetic, symbiotic relationship between the university and the city. So since then, I should say in Poitiers, and I know this is the case in most, if not all, the Coimbra Group universities, this concept has continued to develop and flourished. And in our case, it is based on several framework conditions. The first one is the institutional strategy. To make sure that we can really bring something meaningful to the society, we need to know exactly what we can bring. And actually, in our case, it starts with our strategic missions. And we made it now very clear to the community and also to the outside world that first, we are there to promote synergy between education and research. Basically, we cannot do research that cannot be injected in the education, and similarly, education is also something we need to consider when we are training the next researchers. The second point is that, and it has been said many times, we cannot work with isolated disciplines. Interdisciplinarity, although it is a challenge, and we need to be trained, the researchers, we need to be trained on this, it is actually a must. We cannot avoid interdisciplinary research. And the third is civic university. And actually, it is a bit different maybe from the city-university concept, but now these two views are really becoming more and more similar. So this is the first strategic mission. The second part is actually which programs, which tools can we build on to reach these strategic missions. In our case, we are in France at least, we can build on several national programs which are all related, let's say, to a context of excellence programs. In particular in France, it's called France 2030. And we have been awarded a number of these very multi-annual and quite well-funded projects where we have, for all of them, injected the city-university concept at the very center. Could I even say that the biggest one, which is in our case UP Squared, the very first sentence is the Coimbra Group Poitiers Declaration commitment, because we have to have a coherent narrative. And of course, we have partnerships. The partnership, this is Grand Poitiers, which is the urban area around us, and we have, like all of you, campuses scattered everywhere. So actually, we don't even know now where the campus starts, where it ends. It is the city in itself. We have also our Alliance of European Universities, EC2U, European Campus of City Universities. It's embedded. And we have, of course, the Coimbra Group. And we need also to have the same language with the people around us. And this, actually, we decided to use something which is maybe not perfect, but at least understood now by everyone, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals agenda. And we've decided to structure our whole approach around three of them. The number 4, quality education, which makes sense for your university, of course. Number 3, good health and well-being. Number 11, sustainable cities and communities. And for that, now, we need a multi-annual commitment between all partners. And what we have is, and we were actually very lucky to have also a municipality that is listening to us. And we have what we called in French, Schéma local de l'enseignement supérieur et de la recherche et de l'innovation. So local higher education research and innovation scheme, which is a multi-annual scheme co-signed with the urban community. And it's not just paperwork, it's actually a budget that goes with it. The municipality has actually collected budget to allocate to the university to respond to their challenges, to fund research, there are PhD theses involved, etc., etc. And we discussed a lot with them to align so that, and I think it's not that often, that the 3 university priority SDGs are now the 3 priority municipality SDGs. So it is fully aligned. And then we build on the whole ecosystem, including the technology parks, and the idea is to unify through a variety of examples, just like all the other universities have demonstrated, but it is a unified stakeholder approach. And for instance, and this will be the only concrete example I will mention right now, we have developed this concept of joint laboratories with SMEs and international industry. So basically, we work with all the different types of private entities. From the very beginning, we had 28 of these joint laboratories which have been created, but we were, I would say, bold enough, maybe, to at some point decide when they are not meaningless anymore, we can just close them. So there is also this idea that this is a living organism, and what is not useful anymore, we just stop and we move forward. So across these 28 joint laboratories, we have still 17 which are very active with joint researchers, with joint challenges to respond to, and this is all of this what I call the framework conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you. And last but not least, Liz Todd.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to contribute to this conversation. 6 weeks ago, I took part in an event with many other community members asking municipality candidates if they got into power in the local elections, would they make some key changes for our communities? This is an example of the kind of territorial transformation I want to talk to you about. Across Europe, territorial transformation is often framed through a familiar lens. Innovation zones, growth corridors, investment in infrastructure to stimulate business development. These approaches prioritise economic growth, new firms, productivity, competitiveness, with universities positioned as key drivers through research skills and innovation. This work is really important, but on its own it is not enough. Because alongside these investments, we continue to see widening inequality, persistent child poverty. We continue to see communities who feel disconnected from the very growth strategies intended to benefit them. Economic growth does not automatically become inclusive, and without deliberate attention, it can reinforce existing inequalities rather than reduce them. Even in the quadruple helix, civil society is often marginalised. We, and I'm sure you all too, in all our cities, experience significant societal challenges. And that is why increasing emphasis on inclusive economic growth, growth that has considered not just outputs, but who benefits, who participates, and who has influence. So my argument today is that inclusive economic growth depends on something we invest in far less systematically with universities: social infrastructure, the relationships, trust, local leadership, and collective capacity that enables people and places to participate and shape economic change. And we've heard this from a number of people in different ways today, including from our keynote. And this is where universities need to rethink their role, not only as drivers of innovation, but as partners in building the social infrastructure that makes inclusive growth possible. Territorial transformation is not something universities deliver, it's something they help to make possible. I'll briefly illustrate this through two examples from the north of England, Tyne with Citizens and the West End Children's Community. And these are examples in which Newcastle University is deeply involved. First, Tyne with Citizens, an alliance of over 30 organisations, schools, faith groups, charities, working across a population of more than 1.3 million. The university was a founding member of this 10 years ago. Through community organising, listening campaigns, assemblies and negotiations, this alliance has secured tangible outcomes for the community. Real living wage, a regional £1 bus fare, €1 bus fare, and commitments to school-based mental health provision. And through having an embedded community organiser within the university, there's been significant impacts on students, and I'll leave you to read this later when this gets circulated. The second example is the West End Children's Community, a place-based partnership centred on 8 primary schools and a lot of wider, 50 or so other organisations. Initially informed by university research, it's evolved into a community-led model. Here, impact includes securing £250,000 or euros for a child-led park, delivering health programmes such as free swimming clubs, breakfast swimming clubs for over 100 children, and enabling more than 600 children to access cultural opportunities. These outcomes across both examples generate clear economic value. They increase household incomes, reduce cost pressures, and improve access to services that enable participation in education and employment. We've calculated the social and economic value of these impacts, and it's really substantial. This is other economic costs and values that we've calculated. And these impacts are achieved not through top-down delivery, but through collective action, through social infrastructure in practice. The university's role as a principal partner, contributing funding, space, staff, legitimacy, but not delivering the role, while the alliance itself leads. And research in all areas, particularly humanities and social science, is absolutely key. And across both examples, what is distinctive is not just outcomes, but the model, long-term, relational, community-led and open-ended. These are not projects with predefined solutions, but partnerships that enable communities to define priorities and act collectively. And this matters particularly now. In a context of fiscal constraint, rising inequality and declining trust, and the far right knocking on all our doors, infrastructure and community-led growth cannot deliver the transformation we need. Territorial transformation in this sense is not about growing economies, it's about redistributing power. and building the conditions in which growth is genuinely inclusive. And universities, all of us, have a crucial role to play, not as leaders who deliver change, but as partners who help to make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. We're now ready for our audience. Do you have any questions for our speakers? Please go ahead in case if you do. Yes, please, right up there. Margarita on the left, right over there. Allow me to guide you. Yes, thank you so much. You can all give us your questions and the speaker that you want to direct it to. We have different questions, and then we will address the whole table, the whole panel.
Thank you. My name is Guy Poppy. I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation at the University of Bristol, so I won't ask Tom a question. My question is that there are many actors in these quite complex systems that you talk about. And I just wondered around some of the challenges in other parts of that ecosystem that exists. So, for instance, I mean, we've spoken a lot about the need, perhaps the university part should change its reward structure so that delivering some sort of social impact can be considered as good as publishing a Nature paper, for instance. But I wondered what your thoughts were in terms of, you know, there needs to be transformation in other parts of the system. So for in my case, I know that sometimes working with city councils, they're under constraint financially and time-wise, and they sometimes see universities as large corporate organisations in a sort of corporate social responsibility aspect who can do their work for them as against with them. And I just wondered, you know, what your thoughts were about how we bring everybody along on the same journey.
Thank you so much. Can we have the rest of the questions from the public, and then we can address them all together? Of course.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So it's more for Rafaela, but it's also for the whole panel. I noticed on your slides one of the challenges was the multilingual challenge, sorry, Fernando Borges from University of Coimbra. This was one of the challenges with all the push for internationalization, how we manage all these are local activities, and how do we manage this challenge with the internationalization necessities that the universities have?
Thank you so much. Beth?
To anybody who's doing anything interesting thinking about scaling, we saw wonderful examples. How have you been thinking about scaling what you're doing to reach more students, more faculty, more problems?
Thank you so much, Beth. Any more questions? So let's address these questions and then we may continue. Tom, would you like to take the floor first?
Sure, and I'm going to respond to the friendly challenge I had, I think, from a panel member. It's always hard to remember what you said, but I don't remember saying that I thought universities were disconnected from society. And if I did say that, let me reframe what I think I meant, which is, I don't think universities have ever done more to engage the rest of society, and yet public confidence in so many of our countries is plummeting. And that is a deep challenge for all of us. And I think it does require a different approach. And I think that the mindset we too often get into is thinking if we only explain better how important what we're doing is, people will listen. And I think we've sort of tested that to destruction, and we need to find some new models that are genuinely about kind of shared expertise. And I think just to very briefly then pick up the points that have been made, I think the scale thing is really interesting, and it comes back to something on the last panel about the sort of relationship between the local and the way in which so many global challenges now, including COVID, your experience of them is really determined by your kind of local networks. And I think that actually there's a lot about how we do large things in little spaces and vice versa. And we are quite interested in Bristol in how the microcampuses might be replicated in different forms in different places. We've already seen they have to be very different in two hyper-local locations in one city. You could expand the model and do very different things with it in another place. There are challenges in other bits of the system, but there are also opportunities. And I know, big industries are concerned that they don't see diverse expertise always coming to them in the graduates that they recruit. They're interested in what they would call a diverse talent pipeline. And I think that's an opportunity for us, again, to be working with industry on a challenge that they see. They don't always get the right kinds of life experience coming to them in who's working for them. How could we work with them on that as a challenge?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Beth about scaling. Really good question, and it's always asked. Yes, of course, it's really important to be able to scale these different approaches, and the two approaches that I was describing, whilst they might have sounded like very local approaches, are already scaled. So, but we can't have scaling at a national level unless we actually have those relationships at a local level, because we're not going to have developed that trust. We're not going to develop those relationships. They've all got to be developed. We're not going to change things. We're not going to address the far right looking over our shoulder unless we work at that local level. But the two approaches I spoke about, the one Tyne with citizens, is already a national approach, is already in most municipalities. And there's about, 30 different universities already involved in this. So the method has been scaled. And the other one I spoke about, the West End Children's Community, that is, that's something that has got a kind of local, it's a model of working on an alliance locally that has different ways of doing it in all different localities. And we've been collecting examples of different ways of doing it, but there's a general model that is really needed. So you've got to have those relationships and those long-term partnerships and the trust and put university research in there, but you've got to have that local and relational and one-to-one, and you can then apply it much more and scale it much more nationally.
Perfect. Please, Ludovic.
To respond to the very first question, actually, it is exactly that type of consideration that led us in Poitiers, for instance, to try to have this multi-annual framework, so that we first, for instance, do not depend on the political color of the municipality and the surroundings, because you cannot build trust if indeed every elections, basically you don't know if your partner will be still there or not. It comes back as well, but this is maybe here a specificity of the Coimbra Group universities, which because of this long-standing history in the city, they have anyway built this trust one way or another, which is the very first step to be in capacity to overcome the potential challenges. And one of the ingredients is that dialogue that you need to have with the policymakers, the local policymakers, so that there is indeed one dimension, which is to demonstrate, as you said, what we can do for them. But actually, I think it reflects very much on what Beth was saying before. We should be really on the sort of other perspective, listening to them, what is their challenges, and show actually by doing the right matchmaking that actually we have the expertise, or if it is not exactly the right one, we know our researchers will be agile enough to use their basic knowledge to respond to the challenge. And it is really when you do this alignment that the trust is multiplied, and then the framework conditions will develop almost naturally.
Thank you very much, Ludovic.
May I
Rafael, of course, should we? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your question, which I think brings together a number of different issues. We have been used for quite some time to be socially engaged in the territory, and the message I was trying to convey is that social engagement is becoming more and more global, even when it is delivered in very local places. So what we learned through the OPS project I was presenting is that we are bringing students into emergency departments, but our students are not local students anymore. 15% of our students come from 140 different countries. And they're meeting people in distress, people waiting in the emergency department, who in turn are not from Bologna, not from the area in many, many cases. So it's actually a hub for multilingual and multicultural meeting of people. And this is why it is interestingly local and global at the same time. So through through social engagement, we also try to build global citizenship. So it is a challenge and it is also a great opportunity. So it is a format we would like to scale up, but we're also very well aware that in order to do so, we also need to provide deeper and further competence to our students, which is not just how you behave in an emergency department, but how you should behave in an emergency department, trying to make people and medical personnel communicate to release tensions and avoid conflicts in a context which is, from a social point of view, changing very, very quickly. I don't know whether it's the answer to your question.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
Can we have more responses?
Of course we can. Please go ahead.
I wanted to respond to the scaling dimension. Again, just maybe focusing on the framework conditions. Actually, it is one of the very objectives of the Puerto Granada Declaration that actually all these excellent initiatives done at the different universities can be really pushed at the level of the 42 universities across Europe. There is another dimension which I think we will address this afternoon, which is what we call the Alliances of European Universities, which is this very specific still initiative within Europe. So there are actually basically networking across these different universities, and their whole ecosystem is probably one way also to scale up all these initiatives across Europe. Because one thing is indeed to scale it up locally, but also so that these excellent initiatives can be spread across the whole continent and even beyond.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Esteban.
Yeah, just two things about being international when we are just discussing about being local. I mean, we can be international in a more meaningful way if we discuss from the specific, from the concrete, from the realities we are living. So I think this is more than a topic, the locality, more than a topic, is a mindset. It's a way to be in an international level. Indeed, it's happening all the time in all kind of political forums, and I don't think that's a problem. And in relation to scale, in our case, we try to scale up the model in Granada to Andalusia. It's difficult. You need to learn new power relations existing at a different level. And probably, I don't know to what extent we will be successful, but at least we need to try, to take our lessons learned and to see how that can work in other places, in other levels, and to experiment at least.
Of course. Would you like to add something, Monica?
Yes, and I'm very happy that I can answer about scaling up, that we started this process. And when I mentioned about our project, so we finished and we started testing them in our campus, and now we started to thinking about how to scale them up. So for example, with this inclusive playground, we had a conversation with the city and with one of the network of the hotels, because they need some kinds of solutions for the guests. And nowadays, many people has children with different kind of needs, and they need the places that they are fitted for the special needs. So this was the first one. And the second one that we started to think about how they scale up, it was neurodiversity. And one of the company asked us what are the result of the project, because they need about how they design the spaces with neurodiversity people, with neurodiversity needs. So we have second conversation, and we think about that, how to change not only in our campus, but spread these solutions. And we think about to change not only the campus like a test bed, but we think that we should change our campus to the central entities to scale up the solution that we tested before. Now we have 11 different new projects, and I think that will be another possibilities to scale them up after when we finished.
Thank you so much, Monica.
Thank you.
Would somebody like to add something? We're good? Thank you so much to all of you for your interventions, for your presentations, for your time here. It has been a pleasure to have you. And with that, we bring the discussion to a close. My sincere gratitude to the speakers, of course, for their invaluable insights, and to our audience for your attention. We will now break for lunch. I will give you some information. The dining area is located on the ground floor, directly in front of the main entrance of the auditorium. Please follow the guidance of our staff and volunteers who will assist you to get there. Please enter gradually. There are so many of us here. So if you can finish and then leave the space for the next people to come in. And that is all from us. We kindly remind you that that the program will resume at 2:30 with the 3-minute thesis competition final. Please make sure to return to the auditorium in time. A round of applause for our speakers.
You took me by surprise. I didn't think I said that.
Did you say you're coming
We did it.
to Newcastle?
Yes.
Oh.
29th, 30th of...
Oh, who are you going to be working with?
Yeah, because actually...
Thank you so much, Tom. Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, brilliant. Which alliance?
EC2U. The one that was
EC2U.
European
That's okay. I can help you.
Oh my God.
I'm coming.
It got caught in the...
Nigel Harkness. Oh, that's brilliant.
We start looking into the details.
Yeah.
I'm with Lily as well. Oh no, I won't say anything. No, I'm so
kind of way instead of the day-to-day loops that you're usually stuck in. So it helped me think about what was the most impactful thing about it, why was it important, why I was doing it, what was I doing it, what was the most important thing about it, basically. That has helped me also in keeping focus on my research afterwards. Ever since I participated in that competition, especially, after winning it, I've been reached out by several people. Several people have reached out to me about it, mostly for advice. And it has given my research a little bit more visibility as well. Yeah, definitely public speaking skills. I gotta say, at the beginning, I was terrified to participate, and after doing something like that, I feel much more confident about speaking in front of a public audience. Mostly that, communication skills, and also feeling more confident about my research and the way that I know about it and I talk about it. It looks very good in my CV, and it's definitely something.
I have to be honest, I thought at first it was just a fun thing to do. I never in a million years thought that I would win. I thought it would be good practice with public speaking, and I thought, having access to a professional communication trainer, that would be great. That's something I wouldn't have been able to do. And yeah, I was very wrong. It turned out to be, yeah, maybe really one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I'm really grateful that I decided to take part, because I remember I submitted my initial application, I think quite late before the deadline. I still remember where I was. I had quite a lot of work to do, and I thought, nah, can I manage time-wise? And yeah, I didn't even think I would actually go through the first round at my university to actually be able to take part. But yeah, now here I am a bit later, and it all worked out really well. It really helped with, you know, trying to condense the research down to what really matters, because I think when you're dealing with a specific topic for a long time, you can get really bogged down in it, and you don't see the wood for the trees, so to speak. You forget why you're actually doing this. And if you have to explain it to an audience who is not from your discipline, you just start looking at it, yeah, like a child almost. You think, how can I explain this to somebody who's never heard of it before? So that, I think, was a really, really important step. And also, I think it has given me a lot more faith in my own research. I don't know, because the 3MT has existed for like 10 years in Europe, what it was like, but I always had the impression these events were very dominated by MINT subjects, so natural sciences, and that as somebody studying a humanities subject, I wouldn't stand a chance anyway. And I think that really has changed the way I look at the value of my research as well, because yeah, it's science too, it's just a different topic, you know? First of all, the networking opportunities, where I really wouldn't have been able to connect with so many other people from other institutions, other disciplines. And also I think it's yeah, so my confidence in my own research, like I said before, that really, really improved. And I think I learned how to sell my research a lot better. And I think without having taken part in this competition and winning it, I don't think that would have changed to such a big extent. So it really has given me a big confidence boost, if you want. I use it everywhere. I've even got the trophy in my office as well. So sometimes when I've got a really hard day at work, then I look at it and sort of remind myself that that was, you know, something I really didn't think possible, and I surprised myself. And I think for other researchers from humanities especially, I'd like to encourage them to take part too. Because I think society deserves to know about what we are doing as well. That it's, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to sort of disrespect natural sciences or economics or anything like that at all, but I think you hear about them all the time. And humanities, I think, sometimes gets forgotten about a little bit in these academic awards ceremonies and whatnot.
A lot. I mean, it was very much pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. Like going for the competition in Denmark was very much pushing me outside of my comfort zone. So going further than that and participating in the international one was really, really exciting. I think during the process of getting ready for the 3-minute thesis competition, I took a course on public speaking to excel a bit more in that area and to kind of challenge myself with different ways of communicating my research. And then, I mean, going to the 3-minute thesis competition and winning, it definitely gave me a lot of confidence in like that, the fact that you can make a conference talk or you can present your research differently, and that it doesn't have to be boring to be professional or correct. Yeah, I actually did a bit more conference talks, and I also participated in other different competitions in research communication. And after doing the 3-minute thesis, I was also invited to do some lectures and present my research to a lot of different audiences. So it definitely opened a lot of doors. I think it really excelled my communication skills, and it also made me want to improve even further, because I mean the competitors in the 3-minute thesis are all very, very competent and very, very good. So it just kind of pushed me to excel even further and to teach that part of my communication skills even more. My best advice would be to do your best and really make an effort. And then I think remember that research doesn't have to be boring, and it's just about kind of communicating the passion that you have for your topic in a way that other people feel the same passion. I think that's something that all researchers could bring to conferences, because I think a lot of people have seen a lot of very boring talks. So trying to be brave enough to step outside of that common box of how research can be communicated.
It was a fun experience. It was something completely different than what I've done before, but it was a fun way to challenge yourself into explaining something that you spent years on trying to really understand and to explain all the nuances in, and now try to compromise it into a small piece of presentation that should really be heard by anyone outside your field too. So it was a fun experience. It was a fun challenge, and of course, winning it was a huge acknowledgement of the energy you've put into it. It made me think, what's the most important part of it? I mean, as a researcher, you think any small corner, any small piece of your work is important. But the challenge of trying to compromise it into 3 minutes and trying to make it significant and available to all different kinds of audiences made you really think, what is the essentials of my work? What's the core? What if I had to tell it in such short time? What would I prioritize telling my audience? So yes, it made me rethink. And maybe it made me even open my eyes to what's actually important. If I really had to choose from all the conclusions that I could make, you get your name put out all of a sudden, and you people all of a sudden from all kinds of fields, whether that being research or not, suddenly understood what I was doing, and I've had many talks after that, and I've used a lot of the tools that I've learned. I use that in my future work. I've even had invitations to different research meetings of people wanting me to tell how do I think they should frame their future presentations, and they wanted my advice on how to make a research presentation, but make it more understandable and make it more catchy. And so on that end, yes, it made a difference to my professional work. But even outside of academia and outside of the research field and outside of the presentation world, I work as a clinical doctor, as a medical doctor with heart patients in my everyday life, and I use the way of communicating and all the techniques that we learned during the process. I use that for patient communication and for to explain them about their diseases, about the treatments, and I really feel that a lot of these techniques can be used not just for research presentation, but for general communication, whether that being as a doctor or really within any field that you work in. Try to experiment with it. Try to go a bit outside your comfort zone. I mean, this might be one of the only times that you really get the chance to do something completely different. And the field of research has a tendency to be sort of conservative, and you have to follow certain norms, and you have to follow certain ways to act to fit in. But I think this competition gives you an opportunity to really do something outside the box and think outside the box do something that maybe you never saw yourself doing, but this gives you a way to try to play with your presentation and really try to see if you can express yourself in ways that you're not usually used to, whether that being with your voice or with your hand gestures, with your body movement. So try different ways. Don't settle for one way to present it at first. Try different ways to present it, and then present it to someone who doesn't know anything about your work. Because if you present to your peers, they would definitely tell you, the details here are lacking, or you should be more specific here. So try to tell it to someone who has no idea what you're doing, and then make them repeat it to you. Ask them to say what did they get from it, and if you feel like they hit it, okay, maybe you're really onto something. But if they're way off, well you probably have to go back and redo it. But use people around you that don't know anything about what you're doing. Those are the ones that actually see all the stuff that your peers don't see.
It meant a lot because it was quite an experience. I was so lucky to work with two great coaches. And also we discovered other fields because we were always focused on our main research subjects. So being able to share the experience with people coming from quite different fields was really quite interesting. I think it forced me as an experience to have some, let's say, step back and try to look at the research from another point of view, and also try to make it easy for other people and fun to talk about it and not just like focus on the serious part of the research. So it was quite good. It was different because we done all the trainings at distance because it was COVID and we weren't able to go on site with the coaches. And coming into I think it was the first selection, we just like learned on site that we had to put on the masks. So it was quite different because we practiced how to react with our faces, with our movements. But it went really good. I remember, let's say, the pressure, but we rehearsed a lot. So it was worth it. Once you just like go through the first second, because it's only 3 minutes, you just like let it go, and it just like you go through your speech, and it was quite great, you know. Yeah, it did have a great impact because I was more confident talking in front of people, especially people coming from different fields, try to convince them about my research and what I do. So I think that was quite great. Also, I learned that mastering English is good, but going beyond just the technical words is much greater when you have all your body, your expression going through and sharing the message. Today I'm an engineer, but I also teach in engineering school. So one of the exercises I force my students to do is to have 3-minute presentation. It's much fun. They force to just like focus on the main idea, not get like drawn with all the information. And also it makes it easy to discuss afterwards. So I think it's a great exercise. I trust you to have a lot of feedback on what you have done. How can you summarize it and share it with a lot of people? So yeah, it was so great. Yeah, it's part of my resume, yeah.
During my PhD, I was completely focused on the technical side of my project. So taking part to the 3-minute thesis competition gave me the chance to step back and look at it from a general perspective. Preparing the talk and the single slide helped me organize the content in a clearer way and decided what I wanted people to understand in those 3 minutes. So in general, it was a very useful opportunity for me to present my work outside my usual environment and to think about it with a bit more distance. I would say that it influenced the way I communicate more than the way I think about the research itself. Working with very limited time and space made me identify the parts of my work that could be understood by people who are not specialists and find a straightforward way to explain them. I would say that since then it has been more natural for me to adjust the level of details depending on who is listening, while keeping the message accurate. I noticed the impact once I moved into industry. I often need to explain technical aspects to colleagues with different backgrounds, and the experience of preparing the competition helped me develop a way of communicating that is clear and focused. So these abilities are very useful in meetings, in project discussions, in everyday collaboration. So it didn't change my professional path, but it improved the way I interact in my current role. Mainly soft skills. Indeed, experience strengthens few skills that I use regularly, especially selecting the relevant information and presenting them in a simple and structured way. And this really helps a lot when working in teams and sharing the results quickly. So it didn't directly open new roles, but made communication smoother, more effective, and this has a practical impact on how I work with others every day.
I've always been quite excited about communicating science, both to my colleagues, but also to non-experts. And so this is what attracted me to the 3-minute thesis competition, to accept this challenge. And indeed, preparing this presentation was a challenge because 3 minutes is quite short. And so you really have to think about how to make the message super concise, but still get across the content. And I really enjoyed this challenge. And I think this is also something that I now took with me afterwards to really try sometimes to think about when I present to scientists or non-experts in the field, like how to make the message concise and bring it across. I think what it really changed is how I think about communicating it, and not necessarily how I look about it, how I look at it. But the fact that I communicated it at a 3-minute thesis competition for sure made me come back to the lab much more excited than I was before. I think there are two things that I can mention. On the one hand, what really made this 3-minute thesis competition special is that you present on stage in a very unknown environment because you don't really have any notes or any tools with you. So all you do for 3 minutes is try to present your content, and you look into the eyes of the audience. And what I still remember presenting both at the local and at the final competition is how people react to the different sentences I say, because you get immediate feedback. So what I think helped me a lot, and what I still try to do much more now, is to really look people into the eyes and actually see what feedback I get after I say a sentence or a conclusion. And the second part that I really enjoyed about it and that I took with me is the interaction with people from so many different fields. So both at the local and the final competition, like you meet people that are really not from the same background. They are all super passionate about science communication. And so I enjoyed it massively to be with these people and to build this network with them. And I actually met some of them later in very different occasions again, where also people from different backgrounds met. The skills I think I gained were really to make sure that the things I say arrive at the audience, because you really, with the 3-minute thesis competition, make a much closer connection to the audience, because you cannot rely on any tools or look at your slides or look at your notes. And so to me, I think this was something I really practiced and learned and was a skill that I took out of it. When I think about this, it's mainly about like connecting to people from different fields. I met some of them later at other random occasions again, so it's like a network that you build that actually doesn't have an immediate impact on your career, but that is just a very nice network to have. Yes, because it's something that is kind of outside your career. So if it has impact, it has very indirect impact because it's on your CV, but you never know if it matters or not, right? So I'm still in academia. I don't think it mattered the most, but I still thought it was one of the coolest things I've done in my PhD. I'm so happy I participated. The impact is much more indirect than when you publish a paper and you know, okay, most likely that's why I got the position, right?
I personally entered the 3-minute thesis competition thinking it was a competition, but it was a turning point. It was a turning point, and that's why I want to thank you, for first the 10th anniversary and for doing such an important thing, because you find a lot of times a lot of scientists, they just go in their labs, they focus on their science and advancing knowledge, but they forget that this should not just stay in the labs or publications or journals. And that's why what you guys are doing is very important. You do not organize a competition. It's not a competition. It's bringing researchers, scientists from different countries, different universities, and everyone's working together to make science visible. And that's like super important. If you don't communicate about science, who would? And it's funny because my first experience in 3-minute thesis, in a 3-minute thesis competition, was the local one. And I got disqualified. But then the turning point was the understanding that it's a skill. Like, it was a skill that I had to work on. It's not just about publishing or like staying in the labs or like doing good science, but you gotta also talk about it. And went back after the loss or disqualification, worked a lot on understanding how would you be able to actually communicate your science. And I worked a lot with my friend. He was a winner the year before, and he helped me a lot. His name is Tarek. And then the Coimbra group competitions, and like it was a cascade of events, and it was honestly also a jumping board. It was not only a turning point, but it was also jump board to a lot of more collaborations, a lot of more opportunities, like, walking in the university and everyone's like, hey, it's you. But most importantly, it kind of changed me and my friends' careers. In a way, it switched things, because very slowly things, people started reaching out and be like, hey, how was your experience? And how did you actually do it? And we realized that, there's actually a formula. And there was a skill that we mastered and we learned, and we started sharing it with our fellow colleagues and other university, whether students, PhD students, or professors, teachers, collaborating with many other universities then. And it felt so good passing this experience and this learning, what we learned, shared forward with the others. And it gave birth to sciencepictures.com. Science Pictures is our initiative that we started. It's so interesting because when you, it doesn't change the way maybe you talk about your research, but it would also change the way you think about your research, because you start asking yourself very important questions. Okay, I have 3 minutes. What am I going to do? What's the most important thing? Why am I actually doing this? Why should people care? So it also makes a lot. It changes the way you think about things. That it's very important to talk about your science, communicate it, make sure people understand it. Otherwise, it's not going to reach its impact and full potential. And just like any other skills in the lab or any other skills in life, pitching or communicating is also a skill, and that could be learned. And I could say it from my personal experience. I got disqualified until I mastered, I trained on that skill. There was a lot of recognition and a lot of collaborations from different universities or different university departments. And as I said, it was a jump board to start Science Pictures, because science and pitching is not different. And then we started collaborating with more and more universities in terms of workshops and sharing this experience and how we actually communicated science with everyone else. Winning is temporary, but learning how to talk about your science, learning how to communicate it, is something permanent. So treat it as something you do in the lab for your science outside the lab, if it makes sense.
I was really excited to be involved in a 3MT competition. The year before, I took part in a similar type of competition called FameLab. It was all Italian level competition. It was similar insofar as you had 3 minutes to explain a topic, not necessarily your thesis, but you could also use props, and I did a bit of juggling, for example. So it was quite a different format, but I really enjoyed the experience at the time, and I arrived at the Italian finals of that. Didn't win, unfortunately, but it really gave me the taste to want to go after something big in science communication. And the 3MT opportunity came up because I was studying in the University of Padua, and so they're part of the group. So I jumped on board, and I threw myself in and tried to improve as much as I could on the experiences that I had the previous year, and it paid off. It was a really great experience all around. So we had the Padua level competition, and there was some really great entrants there, and we did that in front of a live audience. And then luckily I was selected on the basis of that recording to go to the final in Edinburgh. So the first final, I was very privileged to be part of that. And I think it was really well received, because here we are 10 years later. So very, very happy to have been one of the people to kick that off. The previous competitions I've been involved in weren't necessarily about my thesis. So when someone tries to explain a very technical, physics thesis on something, you can go one of two ways. You can either go super technical and see the other person's eyes glaze over, or you can find a punchy way to get across how exciting this thing is, and what you were able to bring to this new field. So it changed the way how I talk to people about what I do, both in a professional setting and in the pub. So it has changed the way that I speak about my work in particular. At the time, it was a notable impact, because after winning the 3-minute thesis competition, I suddenly became the presentations guy in my institute, the institute of about 200 or 300 people. So suddenly I was being asked to check over important presentations for people and do final readings of papers, and I even was asked to do kind of a side work, which was help with the PR department of the institute. So I did kind of cringy but kind of cool voiceover for an advertisement for the institute, and I helped rebuild the website and did all the kind of English side of the science communication, the written side of it as well. So it had a massive immediate impact on me. I've always been confident in getting up in front of people to explain stuff or to have a performance. I like to play music and sing since a small child. So that side of the confidence of getting in front of people and doing something I already had as a kid, but to get up and explain something regarding my professional life and my work, and being able to get across a really technical point to a broad audience was something really powerful that unlocked in me an ability to speak on not only my topic, but on lots of different topics in a simple way, and that has really translated into my professional life. So kind of one of the skills I put on my CV is the ability to go from technical speak to business speak. So that's kind of a core skill that scientists in private industry especially are requested, when you have to explain what research you're doing to your CEO boss who might not have a technical understanding. So the confidence to be able to have that on my CV and to back it up with the learnings and how I speak has been invaluable to me.
Well, for me, it was obviously a privilege to participate in it. I had been following the competition for a few years already, and to be selected to it was honestly very surprising and very unexpected. So yeah, just like an honor and a confirmation that what I was doing was actually well done and that it was reaching people and getting the message across. It helped me look at my research more from a big picture kind of way instead of the day-to-day loops that you're usually stuck in. So it helped me think about what was the most impactful thing about it, why was it important, why I was doing it, what was I doing it, what was the most important thing about it, basically. Yeah, that has helped me also in keeping focus on my research afterwards. Ever since I participated in that competition, especially, after winning it, I've been reached out by several people. Several people have reached out to me about it, mostly for advice on how to prepare their own presentations, but it definitely helped me gain confidence, communication skills, and it has given my research a little bit more visibility as well. Yeah, definitely public speaking skills. I gotta say, at the beginning, I was terrified to participate, and after doing something like that, I feel much more confident about speaking in front of a public audience. Yeah, mostly that, communication skills, and also feeling more confident about my research and the way that I know about it and I talk about it. It looks very good in my CV, and it's definitely something that people appreciate, especially in the world of research, because there's more and more importance being given to the ability to communicate science to the public in general. So this is something that potential employers value a lot, and I've sort of become a bit of a role model in my environment for science communication now, and everyone just comes to me, and it has led me to think that maybe I do have a career in this, perhaps in the future as a speaker or a science communicator. I'm very happy that the next one is going to be in Spain, and it was won by a Spanish person previously. Hopefully that's going to inspire a few people to participate more.
I have to be honest, I thought at first it was just a fun thing to do. I never in a million years thought that I would win. I thought it would be good practice with public speaking, and I thought, having access to a professional communication trainer, that would be great. That's something I wouldn't have been able to do. And yeah, I was very wrong. It turned out to be, maybe really one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I'm really grateful that I decided to take part, because I remember I submitted my initial application, I think quite late before the deadline. I still remember where I was. I had quite a lot of work to do, and I thought, nah, can I manage time-wise? And yeah, I didn't even think I would actually go through the first round at my university to actually be able to take part. But yeah, now here I am a bit later, and it all worked out really well. It really helped with, trying to condense the research down to what really matters. Because I think when you're dealing with a specific topic for a long time, you can get really bogged down in it, and you don't see the wood for the trees, so to speak. You forget why you're actually doing this. And if you have to explain it to an audience who is not from your discipline, you just start looking at it, like a child almost. You think, how can I explain this to somebody who's never heard of it before? So that, I think, was a really, really important step. And also, I think it has given me a lot more faith in my own research. I don't know, because the 3MT has existed for like 10 years in Europe, what it was like. But I always had the impression these events were very dominated by MINT subjects, so natural sciences, and that as somebody studying a humanities subject, I wouldn't stand a chance anyway. And I think that really has changed the way I look at the value of my research as well, because yeah, it's science too. It's just a different topic. First of all, the networking opportunities, where I really wouldn't have been able to connect with so many other people from other institutions, other disciplines. And also I think it's sort of my confidence in my own research, like I said before, that really improved. And I think I learned how to sell my research a lot better. And I think without having taken part in this competition and winning it, I don't think that would have changed to such a big extent. So it really has given me a big confidence boost, if you want. I use it everywhere. I've even got the trophy in my office as well. So sometimes when I've got a really hard day at work, then I look at it and sort of remind myself that was, something I really didn't think possible, and I surprised myself. And I think for other researchers from humanities especially, I'd like to encourage them to take part too. Because I think society deserves to know about what we are doing as well. That it's, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to sort of disrespect natural sciences or economics or anything like that at all, but I think you hear about them all the time. And humanities, I think, sometimes gets forgotten about a little bit in these academic awards ceremonies and whatnot.
It meant a lot. I mean, it was very much pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. Like going for the competition in Denmark was very much pushing me outside of my comfort zone. So going further than that and participating in the international one was really exciting. I think during the process of getting ready for the 3-minute thesis competition, I took a course on public speaking to excel a bit more in that area and to kind of challenge myself with different ways of communicating my research. And then, going to the 3-minute thesis competition and winning, it definitely gave me a lot of confidence in the fact that you can make a conference talk or you can present your research differently, and that it doesn't have to be boring to be professional or correct. Yeah, I actually did a bit more conference talks, and I also participated in other different competitions in research communication. And after doing the 3-minute thesis, I was also invited to do some lectures and present my research to a lot of different audiences. So it definitely opened a lot of doors. I think it really excelled my communication skills, and it also made me want to improve even further, because the competitors in the 3-minute thesis are all very competent and very good. So it just kind of pushed me to excel even further and to teach that part of my communication skills even more. My best advice would be to do your best and really make an effort. And then I think remember that research doesn't have to be boring, and it's just about kind of communicating the passion that you have for your topic in a way that other people feel the same passion. I think that's something that all researchers could bring to conferences, because I think a lot of people have seen a lot of very boring talks. So trying to be brave enough to step outside of that common box of how research can be communicated.
It was a fun experience. It was something completely different than what I've done before. But it was a fun way to challenge yourself into explaining something that you spent years on trying to really understand and to explain all the nuances in, and now try to compromise it into a small piece of presentation that should really be heard by anyone outside your field too. So it was a fun experience. It was a fun challenge, and of course, winning it was a huge acknowledgement of the energy you've put into it. It made me think, what's the most important part of it? As a researcher, you think any small corner, any small piece of your work is important, But the challenge of trying to compromise it into 3 minutes and trying to make it significant and available to all different kinds of audiences made you really think, what is the essentials of my work? What's the core? What if I had to tell it in such short time? What would I prioritize telling my audience? So yes, it made me rethink, and maybe it made me even open my eyes to what's actually important. If I really had to choose from all the conclusions that I could make, you get your name put out all of a sudden, and you people all of a sudden from all kinds of fields, whether that being research or not, suddenly understood what I was doing, and I've had many talks after that, and I've used a lot of the tools that I've learned. I use that in my future work. I've even had invitations to different research meetings of people wanting me to tell how do I think they should frame their future presentations, and they wanted my advice on how to make a research presentation, but make it more understandable and make it more catchy. And so on that end, yes, it made a difference to my professional work. But even outside of academia and outside of the research field and outside of the presentation world, I work as a clinical doctor, as a medical doctor with heart patients in my everyday life, and I use the way of communicating and all the techniques that we learned during the process. I use that for patient communication and for to explain them about their diseases, about the treatments, and I really feel that a lot of these techniques can be used not just for research presentation, but for general communication, whether that being as a doctor or really within any field that you work in. Try to experiment with it. Try to go a bit outside your comfort zone. I mean, this might be one of the only times that you really get the chance to do something completely different. And the field of research has a tendency to be sort of conservative, and you have to follow certain norms, and you have to follow certain ways to act to fit in. But I think this competition gives you an opportunity to really do something outside the box and think outside the box and do something that maybe you never saw yourself doing, but this gives you a way to try to play with your presentation and really try to see if you can express yourself in ways that you're not usually used to, whether that being with your voice or with your hand gestures, with your body movement. So try different ways. Don't settle for one way to present it at first. Try different ways to present it, and then present it to someone who doesn't know anything about your work. Because if you present to your peers, they would definitely tell you, the details here are lacking, or you should be more specific here. So try to tell it to someone who has no idea what you're doing, and then make them repeat it to you. Ask them to say what did they get from it, and if you feel like they hit it, okay, maybe you're really onto something. But if they're way off, well you probably have to go back and redo it. But use people around you that don't know anything about what you're doing. Those are the ones that actually see all the stuff that your peers don't see.
It meant a lot because it was quite an experience. I was so lucky to work with two great coaches. And also we discovered other fields because we were always focused on our main research subjects. So being able to share the experience with people coming from quite different fields was really quite interesting. I think it forced me as an experience to have some, let's say, step back and try to look at the research from another point of view. and also try to make it easy for other people and fun to talk about it and not just like focus on the serious part of the research. So it was quite good. It was different because we done all the trainings at distance because it was COVID and we weren't able to go on site with the coaches. And coming into I think it was the first selection, we just like learned on site that we had to put on the masks. So it was quite different because we practiced how to react with our faces, with our movements. But it went really good. I remember, let's say, the pressure, but we rehearsed a lot. So it was worth it once you just like go through the first second, because it's only 3 minutes, you just like let it go and it just like you go through your speech, and it was quite great, you know. Yeah, it did have a great impact because I was more confident talking in front of people, especially people coming from different fields, try to convince them about my research and what I do. So I think that was quite great. Also, I learned that mastering English is good, but going beyond just the technical words is much greater when you have all your body, your expression going through and sharing the message. Today I'm an engineer, but I also teach in engineering school. So one of the exercises I force my students to do is to have 3-minute presentation. It's much fun. They force to just like focus on the main idea, not get like drawn with all the information. And also it makes it easy to discuss afterwards. So I think it's a great exercise. I trust you to have a lot of feedback on what you have done. How can you summarize it and share it with a lot of people? So yeah, it was so good. Yeah, it's part of my resume. Yeah.
During my PhD, I was completely focused on the technical side of my project. So taking part to the 3-minute thesis competition gave me the chance to step back and look at it from a general perspective. Preparing the talk and the single slide helped me organize the content in a clearer way and decided what I wanted people to understand in those 3 minutes. So in general, it was a very useful opportunity for me to present my work outside my usual environment and to think about it with a bit more distance. I would say that it influenced the way I communicate more than the way I think about the research itself. Working with very limited time and space made me identify the parts of my work that could be understood by people who are not specialists and find a straightforward way to explain them. I would say that since then it has been more natural for me to adjust the level of details depending on who is listening while keeping the message accurate. I noticed the impact once I moved into industry. I often need to explain technical aspects to colleagues with different backgrounds, and the experience of preparing the competition helped me develop a way of communicating that is clear and focused. So these abilities are very useful in meetings, in project discussions, in everyday collaboration. So it didn't change my professional path, but it improved the way I interact in my current role. Mainly soft skills. Indeed, experience strengthens few skills that I use regularly, especially selecting the relevant information and presenting them in a simple and structured way. And this really helps a lot when working in teams and sharing the results quickly. So it didn't directly open new roles, but made communication smoother, more effective, and this has a practical impact on how I work with others every day.
I've always been quite excited about communicating science, both to my colleagues, but also to non-experts. And so this is what attracted me to the 3-minute thesis competition, to accept this challenge. And indeed, preparing this presentation was a challenge because 3 minutes is quite short. And so you really have to think about how to make the message super concise, but still get across the content. And I really enjoyed this challenge. And I think this is also something that I now took with me afterwards to really try sometimes to think about when I present to scientists or non-experts in the field, like how to make the message concise and bring it across. I think what it really changed is how I think about communicating it, and not necessarily how I look about it, how I look at it. But the fact that I communicated it at a 3-minute thesis competition for sure made me come back to the lab much more excited than I was before. I think there are two things that I can mention. On the one hand, what really made this 3-minute thesis competition special is that you present on stage in a very unknown environment because you don't really have any notes or any tools with you. So all you do for 3 minutes is try to present your content, and you look into the eyes of the audience. And what I still remember presenting both at the local and at the final competition is how people react to the different sentences I say, because you get immediate feedback. So what I think helped me a lot, and what I still try to do much more now, is to really look people into the eyes and actually see what feedback I get after I say a sentence or a conclusion. And the second part that I really enjoyed about it and that I took with me is the interaction with people from so many different fields. So both at the local and the final competition, like you meet people that are really not from the same background. They are all super passionate about science communication. And so I enjoyed it massively to be with these people and to build this network with them. And I actually met some of them later in very different occasions again, where also people from different backgrounds met. The skills I think I gained were really to make sure that the things I say arrive at the audience, because you really, with the 3-minute thesis competition, make a much closer connection to the audience, because you cannot rely on any tools or look at your slides or look at your notes. And so to me, I think this was something I really practiced and learned, and was a skill that I took out of it. When I think about this, it's mainly about like connecting to people from different fields. I met some of them later at other random occasions again, so it's like a network that you build that actually doesn't have an immediate impact on your career, but that is just a very nice network to have. Yes, because it's something that is kind of outside your career. So if it has impact, it has very indirect impact because it's on your CV, but you never know if it matters or not, right? So I'm still in academia. I don't think it mattered the most, but I still thought it was one of the coolest things I've done in my PhD. I'm so happy I participated. The impact is much more indirect than when you publish a paper and you know, okay, most likely that's why I got the position, right?
I personally entered the 3-minute thesis competition thinking it was a competition, but it was a turning point. It was a turning point. And that's why I want to thank you, for first the 10th anniversary and for doing such an important thing, because you find a lot of times a lot of scientists, they just go in their labs, they focus on their science and advancing knowledge, but they forget that this should not just stay in the labs or publications or journals. And that's why what you guys are doing is very important. You do not organize a competition. It's not a competition. It's bringing researchers, scientists from different countries, different universities, and everyone's working together to make science visible. And that's like super important. If you don't communicate about science, who would? And it's funny because my first experience in 3-minute thesis, in a 3-minute thesis competition, was the local one, and I got disqualified. But then the turning point was the understanding that it's a skill. Like, it was a skill that I had to work on. And it's not just about publishing or like staying in the labs or like doing good science, but you gotta also talk about it. And went back after the loss or disqualification, worked a lot on understanding how would you be able to actually communicate your science. And I worked a lot with my friend. He was a winner the year before, and he helped me a lot. His name is Tarek. And then the Coimbra group competitions, and like it was a cascade of events, and it was honestly also a jumping board. It was not only a turning point, but it was also a jump board to a lot of more collaborations, a lot of more opportunities, like, walking in the university and everyone's like, hey, it's you. But most importantly, it kind of changed me and my friends' careers. in a way, it switched things, because very slowly things, people started reaching out and be like, hey, how was your experience, and how did you actually do it? And we realized that, oh, there's actually a formula, and there was a skill that we mastered and we learned, and we started sharing it with our fellow colleagues and other university, whether students, PhD students, or professors, teachers, collaborating with many other universities then. And it felt so good passing this experience and this learning, what we learned, shared forward with the others. And that was, it gave birth to sciencepictures.com. Science Pictures is our initiative that we started. It's so interesting because when you, it doesn't change the way maybe you talk about your research, but it would also change the way you think about your research, because you start asking yourself very important questions. Okay, I have 3 minutes. What am I going to do? What's the most important thing? Why am I actually doing this? Why should people care? So it also makes a lot, it changes the way you think about things. That it's very important to talk about your science, communicate it, and make sure people understand it. Otherwise, it's not going to reach its impact and full potential. And just like any other skills in the lab or any other skills in life, pitching or communicating is also a skill, and that could be learned. And I could say it from my personal experience. I got disqualified until I mastered, I trained on that skill. There was a lot of recognition and a lot of collaborations from different universities or different university departments. And as I said, it was a jump board to start Science Pictures, because science and pitching is not different. And then we started collaborating with more and more universities in terms of workshops and sharing this experience and how we actually communicated science with everyone else. Winning is temporary, but learning how to talk about your science, learning how to communicate it, is something permanent. So treat it as something you do in the lab for your science outside the lab, if it makes sense.
I was really excited to be involved in a 3MT competition. The year before, I took part in a similar type of competition called FameLab. It was an all-Italian level competition. It was similar insofar as you had 3 minutes to explain a topic, not necessarily your thesis, but you could also use props, and I did a bit of juggling, for example. So it was quite a different format, but I really enjoyed the experience at the time, and I arrived at the Italian finals of that. Didn't win, unfortunately, but it really gave me the taste to want to go after something big in science communication. And the 3MT opportunity came up because I was studying in the University of Padua, and so they're part of the group. So I jumped on board, and I threw myself in and tried to improve as much as I could on the experiences that I had the previous year, and it paid off. It was a really great experience all around. So we had the Padua level competition, and there was some really great entrants there. And we did that in front of a live audience, and then luckily I was selected on the basis of that recording to go to the final in Edinburgh. So the first final, I was very privileged to be part of that, and I think it was really well received, because here we are 10 years later. So very, very happy to have been one of the people to kick that off. The previous competitions I've been involved in weren't necessarily about my thesis. So when someone tries to explain a very technical, physics thesis on something, you can go one of two ways. You can either go super technical and see the other person's eyes glaze over, or you can find a punchy way to get across how exciting this thing is and what you were able to bring to this new field. So it changed the way how I talk to people about what I do, both in a professional setting and in the pub, you know. So it has changed the way that I speak about my work in particular. At the time, it was a notable impact because after winning the 3-minute thesis competition, I suddenly became the presentations guy in my institute, the institute of about 200 or 300 people. So suddenly I was being asked to check over important presentations for people and do final readings of papers, and I even was asked to do kind of a side work, which was help with the PR department of the institute. So I did kind of cringy but kind of cool voiceover for an advertisement for the institute, and I helped rebuild the website and did all the kind of English side of the science communication, the written side of it as well. So it had a massive immediate impact on me. I've always been confident in getting up in front of people to explain stuff or to have a performance. I like to play music and sing since a small child. So that side of the confidence of getting in front of people and doing something I already had as a kid, but to get up and explain something regarding my professional life and my work, and being able to get across a really technical point to a broad audience was something really powerful that unlocked in me an ability to speak on not only my topic but on lots of different topics in a simple way, and that has really translated into my professional life. So kind of one of the skills I put on my CV is the ability to go from technical speak to business speak. So that's kind of a core skill that scientists in private industry especially are requested when you have to explain what research you're doing to your CEO boss who might not have a technical understanding. So the confidence to be able to have that on my CV and to back it up with the learnings and how I speak has been invaluable to me.
Well, for me, it was obviously a privilege to participate in it. I had been following the competition for a few years already. To be selected to it was honestly very surprising and very unexpected. So yeah, just like an honor and a confirmation that what I was doing was actually well done, and that it was reaching people and getting the message across. It helped me look at my research more from a big picture kind of way, instead of the day-to-day loops that you're usually stuck in. So it helped me think about what was the most impactful thing about it, why was it important, why I was doing it, what was I doing it, what was the most important thing about it, basically. Yeah, that has helped me also in keeping focus on my research afterwards. Ever since I participated in that competition, especially, after winning it, I've been reached out by several people. Several people have reached out to me about it, mostly for advice on how to prepare their own presentations, but it definitely helped me gain confidence, communication skills, and it has given my research a little bit more visibility as well. Yeah, definitely public speaking skills. I gotta say, at the beginning I was terrified to participate, and after doing something like that, I feel much more confident about speaking in front of a public audience. Yeah, mostly that, communication skills, and also feeling more confident about my research and the way that I know about it and I talk about it. It looks very good in my CV, and it's definitely something that people appreciate, especially in the world of research, because there's more and more importance being given to the ability to communicate science to the public in general. So this is something that potential employers value a lot, and I've sort of become a bit of a role model in my environment for science communication now, and everyone just comes to me, and it has led me to think that maybe I do have a career in this, perhaps in the future as a speaker or a science communicator. I'm very happy that the next one is going to be in Spain, and it was won by a Spanish person previously. Hopefully that's going to inspire a few people to participate more.
I have to be honest, I thought at first it was just a fun thing to do. I never in a million years thought that I would win. I thought it would be good practice with public speaking, and I thought, having access to a professional communication trainer, that would be great. That's something I wouldn't have been able to do. And yeah, I was very wrong. It turned out to be, maybe really one of the best decisions I've ever made, and I'm really grateful that I decided to take part, because I remember I submitted my initial application, I think quite late before the deadline. I still remember where I was. I had quite a lot of work to do, and I thought, nah, can I manage time-wise? And yeah, I didn't even think I would actually go through the first round at my university to actually be able to take part. But yeah, now here I am a bit later, and it all worked out really well. It really helped with trying to condense the research down to what really matters, because I think when you're dealing with a specific topic for a long time, you can get really bogged down in it, and you don't see the wood for the trees, so to speak. You forget why you're actually doing this. And if you have to explain it to an audience who is not from your discipline, you just start looking at it, like a child almost. You think, how can I explain this to somebody who's never heard of it before? So that, I think, was a really, really important step. And also, I think it has given me a lot more faith in my own research. I don't know, because the 3MT has existed for like 10 years in Europe, what it was like. But I always had the impression these events were very dominated by MINT subjects. So natural sciences, and that as somebody studying a humanities subject, I wouldn't stand a chance anyway. And I think that really has changed the way I look at the value of my research as well, because it's science too. It's just a different topic. First of all, the networking opportunities, where I really wouldn't have been able to connect with so many other people from other institutions, other disciplines. And also, I think it's, sort of my confidence in my own research, like I said before, that really, really improved. And I think I learned how to sell my research a lot better. And I think without having taken part in this competition and winning it, I don't think that would have changed to such a big extent. So it really has given me a big confidence boost, if you want. I use it everywhere. I've even got the trophy in my office as well. So sometimes when I've got a really hard day at work, then I look at it and sort of remind myself that was something I really didn't think possible, and I surprised myself. And I think for other researchers from humanities especially, I'd like to encourage them to take part too, because I think society deserves to know about what we are doing as well. That it's, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to sort of disrespect natural sciences or economics or anything like that at all, but I think you hear about them all the time, and humanities, I think, sometimes gets forgotten about a little bit in these academic awards ceremonies and whatnot.
it meant a lot. I mean, it was very much pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. Like going for the competition in Denmark was very much pushing me outside of my comfort zone. So going further than that and participating in the international one was really, really exciting. I think during the process of getting ready for the 3-minute thesis competition, I took a course on public speaking to excel a bit more in that area and to kind of challenge myself with different ways of communicating my research. And then I think
Testing, yes, right now. Welcome back, everyone. We had to do a quick change of mics. That's why we're taking a couple of minutes more. I hope you have enjoyed your meal, prepared by our excellent university canteen service. Everyone who has assisted you during the lunch and those preparing tonight's gala dinner are staff members and public employees of the University of Granada. Our institution is proud to offer this service to the entire university community, serving over 5,000 meals daily across locations on our campuses throughout the city. We now arrive at one of the most anticipated moments of the entire conference, a highlight we look forward to year after year, the 3-minute thesis competition final. For us, it's very, very exciting, but to host it, but we're delighted to have one of our own students among the finalists, which makes this moment even more special for us. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Professor Adriana Zeitz, who will moderate the competition. A warm round of applause, please.
You know, every good story starts with once upon a time. For us, it all started in 2017 as an initiative of the Doctoral Studies Working Group. And now, in 2026, we are celebrating the 10th edition. For this, our very passionate colleague from the Coimbra Group office, thank you, Katarina, interviewed 9 finalists to find out what the 3MT competition meant for them. So let's take together a look back with a short celebratory video, please.
Confident about speaking in front of a public audience, and also feeling more confident about my research and the way that I know about it and I talk about it.
When you're dealing with a specific topic for a long time, you can get really bogged down in it and you don't see the wood for the trees, so to speak. If you have to explain it to an audience who is not from your discipline, you just start looking at it, like a child almost.
Remember that research doesn't have to be boring, and it's just about kind of communicating the passion that you have for your topic in a way that other people feel the same passion. I think that's something that all researchers could bring to conferences, because I think a lot of people have seen a lot of very boring talks.
Maybe rethink, and maybe it made me even open my eyes to what's actually important.
It did have a great impact because I was more confident talking in front of people, especially people coming from different fields, try to convince them about my research and what I do. So I think that was quite great.
Working with very limited time and space made me identify the parts of my work that could be understood by people who are not specialists and find a straightforward way to explain them.
The skills I think I gained were really to make sure that the things I say arrive at the audience, because you really, with the 3-minute thesis competition, make a much closer connection to the audience.
It's not a competition. It's bringing researchers, scientists from different countries, different universities, and everyone's working together to make science visible.
You can either go super technical and see the other person's eyes glaze over, or you can find a punchy way to get across how exciting this thing is and what you were able to bring to this new field.
The fact that I communicated it at the 3-minute thesis competition for sure made me come back to the lab much more excited than I was before.
The experience of preparing the competition helped me develop a way of communicating that is clear and focused.
It meant a lot. I mean, it was very much pushing myself outside of my comfort zone.
So it was worth it once you just go through the first second, because it's only 3 minutes, you just let it go, and it just you go through your speech, and it was quite great.
this competition gives you an opportunity to really do something outside the box and think outside the box and do something that maybe you never saw yourself doing.
It has changed the way I look at the value of my research as well.
It had a massive immediate impact on me.
It looks very good in my CV, and it's definitely something that people appreciate, especially in the world of research.
Winning is temporary, but learning how to talk about your science, learning how to communicate it, is something permanent. So treat it as something you do in the lab for your science outside the lab, if it makes sense.
I still thought it was one of the coolest things I've done in my PhD. I'm so happy I participated.
Of course, we encourage you to explore the full series of videos on the Coimbra Group YouTube channel. Now, a few more words about this 3MT competition. You can see the slides. I will go quickly throughout. Originally developed by the University of Queensland, it's meant to explain one's research in just 3 minutes in a language which is appropriate for a lay audience. Competitors are only allowed 1 slide, no other resources. This year, we had a record number of participating universities, 30. And then 26 contestants, and of course, the 3 finalists, we will all follow shortly. The rules. A single static slide is permitted, no additional electronic media, no additional props, nothing. 3 minutes maximum, just spoken word, no poems, raps, singing, dancing. The presentations are to commence from the stage. And when the presenter starts moving or talking, we consider that he started. And then, of course, the decision of the adjudicating panel or jury is final. But who's in the jury this year? And we are very grateful because they accepted to help us with this mission. The jury spokesperson is Efrem Yildiz Sadak, full professor at the Faculty of Philology, Department of Hebrew and Aramaic Studies, University of Salamanca, and he is also a member of the executive board of the Coimbra Group. Thank you. Then we have Lino Ometo, associate professor of zoology at the Department of Biology and Biotechnology, University of Pavia, and chair of the Coimbra Group Life Sciences Working Group. And then Gunda Huskobla, the managing director of the Graduate Academy, Friedrich Schiller University of Vienna, and member of our doctoral studies working group, and Joanna Schlaga, the deputy director for research and strategy at the Jagiellonian University Museum Collegium Maius in Krakow, and a member of the Coimbra Group Heritage Working Group. You now see the judging criteria. They are classified into 2 categories, comprehension and content. Basically, for comprehension, it's about understanding background, significance, and explaining terminology by avoiding jargon, describe the impact and the results of the research, follow a clear and logical sequence, and then use the appropriate language for a non-specialist audience or public, and also spend adequate time on explaining each part of the presentation. For the engagement and communication, the jury will look and see if, after the presentation or during the presentation, the audience wants to know more, if the presenter did not trivialize or minimalize, but either generalize the result, if they conveyed enthusiasm, if they had stage presence and eye contact, and if the slide enhanced the presentation. So, because I saw that the tension over there is so thick you could cut it with a knife, Without further ado, let's begin. Alphabetically, we start with our first finalist, Corey Alwell from Trinity College Dublin. He will present us his research, Hunting for Hunter-Gatherers, Stories from the Oldest Irish DNA Ever Sequenced. The research area, genetics and microbiology. And just to put a little bit of salt and pepper on our candidate, he is an avid salsa and bachata dancer. So, the floor is yours. So, steady, ready, go.
If you wanted to learn about history, where would you look? Would you read a book? But books are written by people. People can be biased, and paper decays. Maybe you'd ask an archaeologist, but archaeologists themselves would be the first to tell you that useful samples are hard to find. What if I told you that you yourself are a time capsule? That within you, within your cells, within your DNA, there is a novel written about how you live, about who you're related to, even about where you come from. Seems wild, right? But the most amazing thing to me is this DNA novel does not die with you when you die. It remains frozen in time for thousands of years, acting as a time capsule about the life you've lived. And now, with new DNA sequencing technology, it's possible for the first time to read these DNA novels, and not just of modern humans, but of people who existed before history itself. I'm interested in going back as far as possible in Irish prehistory, to the Stone Age, hunter-gatherers, people who came to our island 10,000 years ago, bringing their own way of life. What I've done during my PhD is taken a set of hunter-gatherer teeth from 2 caves across Ireland, sequenced their DNA, and done my very best to read the story of their lives. And what have I come up with? Well, a first obvious question to ask is, where did these first people come from? Some have suggested Western France and Spain, while others have suggested a more eastern, internal route of colonization. By looking at the similarity of my hunter-gatherer genomes with other ancient European individuals, we can see this internal, continental route becomes way more likely. We can also read this DNA novel for information on population size, believe it or not. We can see the Irish hunter-gatherer population was small, about 3,000 people for the whole island, with a dip in size and then recovery about 8,200 years ago. Interestingly, at a period that corresponds to a cold snap across all of Europe. Humans have existed as hunter-gatherers for most of our existence, yet so few of these societies still exist today. By studying these past reflections of ourselves, we get insight into the immense diversity possible for human civilizations, and how we only live in a sliver of that diversity today. The unknowable is slowly becoming more knowable. Makes you wonder, who'll be reading your DNA novel in 10,000 years? Thank you.
Moving to our second finalist, Vicente Bru Garcia, University of Granada. Title of the presentation, please listen. Research area, translation and interpreting. And the salt and pepper. He is passionate by theater, and he's a theater director. To be or not to be, he asked himself on the stage. He made the right decision, so he will be on the stage. The floor is yours. So, ready, steady, go.
You're at the cinema. You're watching the film Titanic with subtitles in it. At the very best moment when Jackie's delivering that beautiful final line, The subtitle reads, "Please cry, I'm dying." Now, let's imagine you're watching a Marx Brothers comedy, and instead of translating that clever pun, the subtitle simply says, "Please laugh, it's a joke." I know what you're thinking. Translators like me are telling you how to feel, robbing you of the freedom to laugh or cry. Deaf audiences go through similar experiences when watching films using subtitling for the deaf and hard of hearing. They read subjective descriptions such as sad music or funny music for musical elements as complex as film soundtracks. Because let's face it, some melodies may sound sad, but emotions are not naturally linked to sound. They are the result of us comparing that piece to other pieces we've heard before, to our mood at that particular moment, and to the cultural meanings we often associate with certain sounds. My research takes a step forward in the fight for equal access. It is built on 3 pillars. First, I analyze how music is currently translated into subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing on streaming platforms, such as Netflix. Secondly, I propose new ways of translating musical meaning based on how the deaf community understands music and on why music is composed for films in the first place. And if you're wondering, yes, music can also convey things beyond emotions. Take, for instance, Arabian Nights, which composers created for setting the scene in Aladdin, or some particular melodies for defining a character like the Imperial March linked to Darth Vader in Star Wars. Finally, I ask deaf viewers, who are, after all, the real consumers of these subtitles, what they think of these descriptions, using questionnaires that compare current translation strategies with other objective ones I've designed. The results are clear. Spanish translators still rely heavily on subjective strategies, like describing emotions, something that is often perceived by deaf viewers as rather patronizing. When the functionality of the music is described through objective strategies, like quick tempo for music in action-packed scenes, deaf viewers can enjoy film music without being forced to feel or do something. Unlike you, my audience, to whom now I say, please clap. Thank you.
And our third finalist, Lokesh Jain, University of Edinburgh. The title of his presentation, Ice Melange, the Cork in the Glacial Bottle. Research area, numerical modeling. He is a keen language learner, and today he will show us the language of science communication. The floor is yours. So, ready, steady, go.
How fast will sea levels rise? This may be the defining question of the 21st century. Across the globe, there's a sense that the world's oceans are a ticking time bomb, creeping steadily higher until, one day, remote islands disappear and coastal communities are forced to flee from their homes. But when is that day? And how certain can we be? This is a question I grapple with every day, and the key to answering it lies in Donald Trump's fever dream, Greenland. The Greenland ice sheet is melting rapidly and could add anywhere from 1 to 18 centimeters to global sea levels by 2100. Now, 18 centimeters may not sound like that much, but across the whole planet, it's huge. That's more water than the entire North Sea. That may or may not be added to our oceans. To protect people across the world, it's vital to narrow that uncertainty in future sea level rise. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do in my PhD. I study one of the key reasons for this uncertainty, the mixture of icebergs and sea ice, which floats in front of Greenland's largest glaciers. This mixture, called ice melange, is the last defense. As a glacier flows into the ocean, this ice melange pushes back against it and prevents ice from being lost, like the cork in a bottle. If this melange melts too much or becomes too weak, the cork pops. The glacier starts losing ice, and sea levels start to rise. But that raises a key question. How quickly will ice melange melt in the future? In my PhD, I run computer simulations to answer this very question. By modeling how water flows through this icy maze of icebergs and sea ice, I can predict how quickly an ice melange will melt. I can then vary the temperature of the air or ocean in a simulation to represent how the climate might warm. In this way, I can simulate thousands of possible futures to understand how ice melange will change in our warming climate. I've discovered that rising ocean temperatures are twice as important for the melting of ice melange as rising air temperatures. Using the results of my simulations, I've also developed an equation that describes just how quickly ice melange will melt as temperatures rise. This equation is like my little piece in the jigsaw puzzle of how climate change will affect our planet. Other scientists can use my equation to improve long-term climate models and eventually do what we set out to do: narrow that uncertainty in future sea level rise. Thank you.
Well, weren't this the shortest but most intense minutes of the whole Coimbra Group annual conference? I bet they were, for us and for the finalists. Now, their job is done, but it's the job of the jury that starts, and around 4 o'clock, according to the schedule, the jury will be back and we will know the results. Thank you for being with us. Good luck with the rest of the activities. Until then, and see you soon with the final results.
Congratulations to our 3 finalists. Your presentations have been truly outstanding, demonstrating not only academic excellence, but also the ability to communicate complex research with clarity and passion. We will now continue with our next session, Best Practices for European University Alliances. European university alliances are playing an increasingly strategic role in shaping the future of higher education in Europe. Within the Coimbra Group, we are proud to be actively involved in 8 of these alliances, which positions us at the forefront of educational and institutional innovation. This session will explore how these alliances act as drivers and catalysts for transformation, directly aligned with the core theme of today's conference. Today, we are delighted to welcome to the stage Emmanuel Cardan, Director of the Coimbra Group Office and moderator of this session. Hello, Emmanuel. We would also like to welcome Dorothy Kelly, Professor of the University of Granada and Coordinator of the Arcus Alliance. Following Coco Noren, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Uppsala University, representing the Alliance in Light. Joan Gardia, Rector of the University of Barcelona, representing the Alliance in Light. Ludovic Tilly, Vice Rector of the University of Poitiers and Coordinator General of EC2U Alliance. Graham Harrison, Professor of the University of Cologne and Managing Director of Eve Uniwell Alliance. As we get prepared, last but not least, Bratislav Kuzak, Chancellor at Charles University Prague, representing 4EU+ Alliance. As our speakers are preparing with their microphones and everything, we will have the opportunity to watch a video of each alliance presenting what they have achieved and the challenges they face in this sphere, and then a brief debate will follow. It will take us a couple of minutes to prepare. All right, encantada. Hello, Graham. Please take a seat. Hello, Emmanuel. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
We'll be cozy.
Let's try again. Can we have Emmanuel? Yes, try again, Emmanuel. Thank you. Yes, I think so. No? Can you try?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope this session will energize you as much as the previous one, even if I think the bar was quite high. My name is Emmanuel Gardon. I'm the director of the Coimbra Group Brussels office. I wanted maybe to start saying that the executive board of the Coimbra Group has launched this annual open sessions on European University Alliances in 2020 with the idea to foster cross-fertilization across alliances, to promote also the achievements of alliances to the broader European higher education sector, to help identify challenges and to inform our policy recommendations. So today, our hosts from the University of Granada have proposed a little twist in the format of this session to make it maybe more dynamic, more interactive, and before introducing and giving the floor to the different speakers here on stage, you will watch some videos that the different alliances have recorded before the event. So please start preparing some questions for our guest on stage. I will ask the technique to launch the video and enjoy the viewing of the videos, where you will see the different alliances with Coimbra Group members are highlighting the contribution they are making on the topic we've been discussing since this morning on social and territorial transformation. So we are now going to see the different videos. We have 5 videos, and they should soon be on the screen.
Good morning. For Arcus, societal engagement in its many different forms has been a priority since 2019. An initial reflection I would like to make is that the added value brought by the European University Alliances is the deeply integrated transnational framework in which their activities are carried out. Today, just a couple of examples, 2 separate and different cases of how our alliance has brought added value both to university initiatives and to local ecosystems in 2 very different sectors. The first example is that of our International Soft Landing for Young Entrepreneurs scheme, which is a scheme which supports startups through incubator mobility, thus ensuring input from at least 2 different local ecosystems and different approaches to startups, but also through the network of each of our incubators into important local startup events, such as in the case of Granada, Alhambra Venture. This allows research to market transnational through transnational entrepreneurial skills development and the opening up of stronger and broader networks. We also have an annual award for innovative startups. The second case is very different, because here I would like to turn to Granada's bid to become European Capital of Culture in the year 2031, the year of the 5th centenary of the University of Granada. Arcus, and indeed the Coimbra Group, have come together with the candidacy team to provide easy access to previous successful candidacies, such as the cities of Graz, Wrocław, or Vilnius, all Coimbra Group and Arcus universities, or the city of Guimarães, thus enriching the European dimension of the bid, sharing the experiences of similar university cities, and establishing easy links for future collaboration. We believe that these links have a great deal to do with the success of the bid so far. And I would like to close these very brief reflections by insisting on jointness as a unique element. It makes very little sense, from my point of view, for the alliances simply to repeat what is already being done, and often very well done, of course, locally. Sharing experiences is interesting, but I believe we can go a step further, and that the alliances should be a channel, a catalyst, to facilitate transnational links, and thus leverage fuller potential. A local partner working with a local university, through the alliance, through Arcus, has the key to working with 11 leading institutions, not just one, with complementary strengths across the alliance. And our universities come into easier contact, not only with their own local ecosystem, but with 10 others through the local networks. This, of course, promotes European competitiveness, autonomy, and sovereignty in this complicated world in which we live.
Greetings from Enlight. Our support of collaboration between universities and local partners has shown how challenge-driven partnerships can develop groundbreaking education for students and offer organizations knowledge to tackle real-life challenges. I will introduce 3 of my colleagues who will present 3 examples of such collaboration.
Thank you. The first example is Grow Up. At the heart of Enlight lies a commitment to challenge-based learning and impact-driven collaboration across borders. The Grow Up initiative is one of the examples of this approach in practice. The story started 2020 when Enlight brought together key actors to build a cross-border learning experience for bachelor and master students. A key strength was the close collaboration between teachers and representatives from all participating organizations in the preparation phase. Since its initial launch, the Grow Up format has been successfully implemented on 3 occasions, hosted at the Innovation House of the Royal Dutch Embassy in Stockholm. One of the concrete outcomes of this initiative is the ongoing co-creating process of the annual Student Climate Hub in collaboration with the municipality of Uppsala.
The second example of collaboration is to enable practical skills in order to improve the quality of educational skills in healthcare. It started when Enlight reached out to local organizations, and Severny Nos clown doctors in Bratislava responded. They work with in healthcare settings, bringing creativity and emotional support to patients. Clown doctors are now regularly invited to lecture and enrich medical education. At the same time, faculty members in turn offers workshops for clown doctors on the ethical foundations of medicine and doctor-patient communication. The practitioners and academics together have also co-created a lifelong learning course called Humor as Communication Tool in Healthcare and an Enlight incubator proposal. Now they have developed their network by collaborating with similar organizations from other Enlight cities.
The third example is a strategic partnership between an Enlight university, Uppsala University, and local public authority, Region Gotland. Region Gotland joined Enlight as an associated partner and, together with the Alliance, has worked to identify key local challenges and thematic areas where there is a strong need for co-creation of knowledge, particularly in relation to regional development. The overall aim is to better understand how local decision makers and academics within a network such as Enlight can support the development of collaborative projects that address local challenges through education, skills development, and shared expertise. The activities highlight innovative approaches from game design programs and methods, as well as experience and knowledge from Enlight thematic networks and Erasmus Plus projects.
These three stories show how Enlight is about long-term collaboration and trust building to empower our academics to co-create knowledge together with society. Thank you so much for your attention. Bye-bye.
Molt bon dia a tothom. Buenos dias. Good morning to everyone. Dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to contribute to this Coimbra Group reflection on how European university alliances can help transform our local and social environments through research and innovation. From the perspective of the University of Barcelona as coordinator of CharmU, our experience shows that the European alliances are not only instruments for cooperation between universities. They are also real laboratories for a new relationship between universities and society. CharmU was created around a clear, a simple idea that today's major challenges, sustainability, health, food, water, climate change, etc., cannot be addressed from a single discipline or institution or single territory. They require absolutely university together to work with public authorities, companies, civil society, and obviously cultural institutions, at least citizens, in a genuine co-creative way. The most successful experience that we can to highlight today in relation to this idea is the results of our Master in Global Challenges for Sustainability. The academic initiative implied that our students are working in international and interdisciplinary teams, but they do so in close contact with real interdisciplinary teams, including social actors. In the final phase of this program, our students address concrete sustainability challenges together with academic staff and external partners. These challenges, these solutions imply the putting value, the knowledge transferred to the society. The same logic is also shaped with research and innovation through CharmU. A key example is the Torch project. Torch means transforming open research and innovation through Charm. This is a project funded by the European Union by Horizon 2020 and allow us to develop a common research and innovation agenda for the Alliance, based on responsible research and innovation, open science, citizen science, public engagement, and cooperation with non-academic actors. For us, territorial transformation is not only about local impact in one city or one specific region. It's about concerning local challenges with European capacities. Each university is rooted in its own territory, but through the Alliance we can compare experiences, mobilize complementarities, expertise, and develop solutions that are both relevant locally and European in ambition. We need alliances to become long-term structures for transformation, not only time-limited projects. This requires more stable funding, stronger links with regional innovation ecosystems and policy frameworks that recognize alliances as strategic actors in European knowledge system. We also need European platforms where universities, cities, regions, firms and civil society organizations can jointly define challenges, mobilize research capacity, test solution and measure impact. CHARM-EU and the other European alliances can become bridges between education and research, between universities and territories, between education and innovation, between local engagement and Europe's wider ambition. Finally, our message is therefore simple. If Europe wants universities to be drivers of transformation, alliances must be empowered to act as open, inclusive and challenge driver ecosystem. CHARM-EU is committed to contributing to that vision. Thanks for your attention. Thanks so much. Moltes gràcies.
Okay. Campus of city universities, and as the name says, this means that we are here working with this very important concept of the university in the city, also embedded in the Poitiers Declaration. But also the composition of the alliance itself is related to this topic. We have 9 comprehensive universities, but also 63 associated partners, including all the municipalities, science parks, university hospitals, SMEs, industry, and of course, Coimbra Group. During the pilot phase between 2020 and 2023, we have started and pioneered some important tools and concepts that continue to develop today. First, the virtual institutes. Virtual institutes are actually sort of laboratories without walls. They expand across the whole alliance, and they are gathering teams of students, researchers, teachers, innovators, and this at the service of some important challenges. In particular, we have 7 virtual institutes related each to one United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. We have also pioneered the Entrepreneurial Academy that is now continuing, as well as the think tanks, which are actually groups of researchers, staff, citizens, policymakers who discuss and think together, they brainstorm to find solutions to important challenges of our society. Also, with the support of the SWAF's RI4C2 project, Research and Innovation for Cities and Citizens, we have developed what we call the Network of Innovators, but as well citizen science tools, and developed Mechathon, where students are working together to find solutions to challenges that were given by actors from the private sector, as well as some of our associated partners. Now, during the consolidation phase that started in 2023, we have also added what we call the EC2U Innovation Hub, that includes the Entrepreneurial Academy, but as well the Network of Innovators, and we make the bridge between academia and the private sector. This means that now we can consider that EC2U is a pan-European knowledge ecosystem that is both strengthening the local ecosystems, but also connecting all of them at the level of the entire alliance. So in a way, we have now 3 layers of cooperation, first among EC2U universities, also between EC2 universities and associated partners, but more interestingly, now we have also cooperation among associated partners. For instance, municipalities are now all working together, submitting projects to EU programs, but also university hospitals and so on. So what we have created, and which is now really embodying this connection with the local ecosystem, are the virtual institutes, including living labs, the innovation hub, the think tanks, and the hackathons.
Good afternoon. I'm Beatrix Busse, and I serve as the Chief Development Officer for the European University for Wellbeing, UniWell. It is a pleasure today to deliver this short teaser on what our Alliance is doing to support regional transformation. As an Alliance, we are unique in our focus on well-being. Our approach is holistic, multidimensional, and it's based, at least in parts, on the approach of Layard and Deneuve, meaning that well-being refers to things going well for the individual, for society, and also the planet. So for us, it combines eudaimonia and hedonism, and you can see it's not just the GDP, but also our own personal subjective feeling of the good life. Our mission statement commits us to help create a world in which individual, societal, and environmental well-being are in synergy, and in which we flourish and prosper together. No more, no less. In 2023, we launched our UniWell 2030 strategy framework, including all missions. As an alliance, we have the ambition to become the voice for well-being, to become a European university and communities for well-being, and again, for all missions: research, education, transfer, and civic engagement and innovation. And these focus areas link also to regional transformation. They require our 12 member institutions to work together, not just locally or regionally, but across Europe. And our associated partners and how we engage with them reflects this commitment to a broad definition of well-being. We include municipalities and regional authorities, public bodies like hospitals and school networks, and of course, the private, then also corporate sector. Let me highlight two initiatives. First, our engagement with local and regional governments. We have had mayors' meetings to foster dialogue across Europe, but we have further committed to municipality liaisons who are responsible for identifying pressing well-being needs locally and establishing links with our thematic arenas. Our local and regional associated partners offer to host internships from undergraduate students to postdoctoral fellows, not just with local partners, but across the Alliance. This enables knowledge transfer in both directions and across Europe. Second, our UniWell seed funding program, which is one of the signature initiatives of the Alliance. These are institutional funds that demonstrate our institutional commitments to cross-alliance collaboration. We find that approximately 1/4 of our successful seed funding projects involve regional partners. And I like to mention two UniWell seed funding projects that are particularly relevant for this session. First, the program called Sea Level Rise Holistic Investigation for European Long-Term Development, SHIELD. Researchers from 4 UniWell partner universities are jointly analyzing the socioeconomic and ecological consequences of rising sea levels on European coastal communities. They are producing case studies and policy briefs directly targeted at regional adaptation strategies and informed decision-making by local authorities. Second, education for democratic citizenship and well-being. It began as a UniWell seed funding project involving 4 UniWell universities across 3 countries. It has since grown into a 300K program that earned competitive funding provided by the Swedish Institute. It helped Ukrainian educators and citizens with the knowledge and skills to build democratic society and the project is in direct partnership with Ukraine's Ministry of Education and Science. Uniwell is proud to be a European university. Our member institutions come from 9 European countries, including 2 that are outside of the European Union. We are committed to becoming more than the sum of our parts, to advocating for well-being, for European values, and for European competitiveness, again, for all missions. The examples I've shared today are just some of what we have done that demonstrate how a pan-European alliance can support regional transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to those who've helped prepare these videos. And before opening the floor to the audience, as you may want to react to what you've heard, or may want to comment or ask questions to the representative of the alliances that have been presented here, I will start with one first question. We've heard from you, Joan, that the European Universities Alliances are serving, you said, as real laboratories for new relationships between universities and society. So I would like to ask to some of you, and maybe you can answer first, what has really changed? To which extent alliances serve as game changers in relationship between university and society? To which extent your university, the University of Barcelona, has evolved in its relationship with its local partners?
Yeah. So, buenas tardes a todo el mundo, buenas tardes a tothom. So, first of all, I need to give thanks to my brother university, Universidad Sagrada, for this organization, and thanks to the Coimbra group to allow us to have the opportunity to speak about the European alliances in these forums, where we try to be coherent with my previous talk, so giving the same arguments. So 2 very simple ideas. The first is that the European alliance is represented as a very small lab reproducing all the differences between the member states of Europe, of the different cultural heritage, languages, and slopes, trends, etc., of the universities involved in the alliances. It's a very simple way to show to our local partners the importance of the sharing the objective and the main purpose of the university. So in my context, I have Logement, so all the Catalan universities are involved in European alliances, and we are talking, all of us, we are talking about our experiences derived of the European alliances work. So we try to select some experiences to share with the rest of the Spanish system, to share with the other European system, including the economic market. So for instance, some conclusions of how we can to interpret the PhD problem between the universities involved in CHARM is a very interesting list of recommendations to our enterprise in order to recover the doctoral and the industrial PhD programs, the relationship between university and enterprise, etc. So the result of the 6 years of work in the European alliances implies a very simple idea. The European alliances is the one most successful activities derived from the idea of Europe, pushing, promoting the knowledge between the universities and the different university systems, and remember that the key idea of Europe, it's possible.
Thank you. Let me then turn to you, Coco. What would you say for Uppsala University? What was the change between before Enlight and after Enlight in your relationship with local companies, local public authorities, civil society? And then I'll turn to you, Vladislav, so you can prepare.
Can I just start by saying thank you so much for having me on the panel. We had a lot of fun when we did the little video. It is now very painful to watch it.
and we will never run a morning show from Uppsala University, that's for sure. And I think one thing that we have learned is to reflect, even if we had done that before, on our relationship between academia and external stakeholders. And I think it's very important to be conscious and not just run after some prize or something initiated by the Commission or by our national politicians, but really see what can we do together that is beneficial for all parties. And if I can comment on this remark this morning, that there are external views on us as being a bit disconnected to the rest of society, and we don't agree. I think we are doing efforts, but we have also our own aims and goals that only academia can do and nobody else. So we could turn it around and say, sometimes we feel that the rest of society is a bit disconnected to what we are doing and not really understanding how much creativity it means, and also how much time it takes and how systematic you should be in order to be able to call it a scientific method. So you can't just deliver things. So the worst scenario is when external partners think that academia could just cater for anything that is ordered online. But also we should look to ourselves and be a bit self-critical and say, sometimes we might be a little bit self-sufficient also. So I think a good relationship and a good collaboration relies on the fact that it is a mutual collaboration on equal terms, but of course with our differences and what we can contribute with. But what the Alliance has done is that we can sort of put this within the framework of something much larger than just the Swedish Uppsala context. And I think that especially perhaps for Sweden, being a member state of the European Union, but still talking about them, and LIGHT has been a way of introducing the discussion of European research and higher education in a very natural way that would have been forced if we couldn't just call it LIGHT all the time. But also, I mean, we have a long-standing good collaboration with the municipality and with the region, but the Alliance enables us to sort of focus and structure and solidify what we already have.
Thank you very much, Coco. So Vratislav, you are presenting here the 4EU Plus Alliance. We did not have a video today. Would you want also to maybe share with us what has been the impact of 4EU Plus in the relationship between Charles University and its regional environment?
Thank you, Emmanuel, for having me today, and the 4EU Plus Alliance, of course. I first of all wanted to audition to be one of the clappers beforehand, you know, those guys, but I did not make the final cut, so this was the second best option for me today, so thank you very much. It keeps changing, the relationship, a lot with the municipalities of our alliance and all the big cities that we have there, because you know that most of our universities are in capital cities, but we also have some universities that, of course, have more buildings that are diversified across the country sometimes. So you could see a very, I would say, diverse scenarios sometimes between the capital cities and between the regional cities, so to say, even when talking about, you know, the NGOs, how they are tackling the topic of the alliances, and the municipalities themselves, what they consider to be the highest added value of the alliance itself. So for us, I'm very glad that we are talking about such a topic, because I think the alliances came such a long way. Beforehand, we used to talk about mobilities, you know, the topic of science and everything, the more traditional, so to say, agendas of the higher educational sector. But now, after all this time, we are finally talking about something, let's say, fresh and new that we brought to the table after many years, because some of the colleagues that we see here have been in these alliances for many years now. So it's the logical next step to really start talking about the general public and what the alliances can really bring to the table on that level. And I'm glad to say that we piloted the last year's, the first call of 4EU Plus Entrepreneurship Program which was very interesting for us because it actually forced us to start talking with the municipalities, to start talking with actually the NGOs, not on the baseline of the university itself, but as the whole alliance, as a body, which was for us eye-opening because, of course, sometimes it's a harsh topic to bring the alliances even inside of the universities themselves. There are still people that are not used to it. There are still like academicians that don't know the exact details, what they should know by now, but we are already talking about the general public, which is also, of course, the next step. And I don't know about your countries, but in our country, the topic, for example, of communication of science, which is always the logical biggest like closing gap between the public and the higher education sector, that's a topic where there's a long way before us, long way to go for us to really be on the level of some of our partners, like French universities and many others. But this one was completely different beast because we used actually the road that was ahead of us, that was pre-prepared from these talks about the communication of science. And we tried to push the idea of the alliances through the entrepreneurship programs and how the scientific teams can actually do something for the general public, not only for the universities, not only for the science, but something really tangible that somebody can really see the exact definition of what the alliance can bring to the table. So we jump-started various projects talking about, for example, water crisis, talking about public transport, talking about really something that is meaningful for the audience that we pre-selected, which was really the common people, and it was very good. We are at the complete end. Next week will be the final conference of this pilot, so we are already looking forward to the next phase in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very concrete case, which we have heard, I think, from all alliances in all videos. So entrepreneurship seems to be a common tool for alliances to transform territories. Let's see if colleagues in the room are ready maybe to ask any question to our panelists. Not so easy for us with the lights to see if anyone is raising their hand. Anyone who would like to react to the videos and the different messages that have already been shared here?
No.
And while you are getting ready, then allow me... Is there already someone? No. No, so allow me to then continue with a second question on my side. So there's, I guess, a common concern we all have when we think about alliances, which is that here in this room, we are all more or less experts about what alliances are, also the diversity of what they represent. But I think all alliances are confronted to the challenge of being visible outside campus and sometimes even within academic and student community. So this topic is, in the end, very connected. Topic of the social and territorial impact of alliances is also connected to this question of visibility of alliances beyond campuses. And then I will maybe turn to you, Dorothy, asking if you think that promoting some of the concrete examples we have heard from the different alliances on the impact they have on society, the impact they have on the territories, could help the broader public connect more with the alliances.
Yes, well, first of all, again, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to join the panel. It's a very great pleasure. I share Coco's reaction to seeing myself in video. It's never pleasant from my point of view. Communication, I think we heard quite a lot this morning as well about communication. And I think a lot of this idea of disconnect and this idea is a communication issue, very, very clearly. I would also say that I do not agree that universities are disconnected from society. I think universities are part of society. And what we have to try to ensure when we communicate is that we all understand each other as different parts of society, and we all need to pull together. And I think one of the particular elements there is how we communicate. And just to come back to your question, so I think very often we communicate as institutions, we communicate as alliances, we communicate thinking of our perspective. And I think one of the things that perhaps we need to do as universities and as alliances is to learn to communicate from the perspective of those we are speaking to. So we need a great deal more empathy, a great deal more understanding of what they're interested in. They're not interested in our governance structures, they're not interested necessarily in our composition or our funding. They are interested in what we can do for them, what we have done for them. And I think it's that flip. Yeah, we flipped with the video. I think there's a flip there in communication that we also need to undertake.
Thank you. Yep. Please, spontaneously.
Is it okay?
Yes, jump in.
I've been also thinking about this question of communication and visibility of the alliances, and I would like to zoom out and put it into perspective. We here are representing very old universities, most of us.
Yeah.
So let's say that, for example, some of our universities are older than 500 years and some a couple of hundred years. So it took us several centuries to sort of establish our authority, establish trust for what we are doing. And now in 10 years, we want to communicate European universities. And I think that it's not, I mean, before the question of communication, there is the question of relevance. When we can deliver and when we can sort of be relevant to society in a way that they understand why we are relevant, then it's easy to communicate. But I mean, in 10 years, these things take time.
It's too soon, yeah.
So I don't think that if the 200 inhabitants of Uppsala don't know what Enlight is, I don't see that as a failure.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Let me turn to you, Graham. So what about Uniwell perspective on how Beatrix explained in the video different range of activities you are running to impact society at local level but also global level, and to which extent can this help the Alliance connect with its local environment?
Yeah, I think we're fortunate that we have a unique focus in terms of well-being. So especially in Europe, most universities are named after a city or a region. So we have a distinct focus on well-being within our topic. And then in terms of the visibility and the communications, then we center on that in terms of what we want to talk about. And that comes through, as Beatrix mentioned, in the strategy document. So we talk about 3 focus areas that we have, one of which is a voice for well-being. So that's a science-driven mission of a university. The second one is becoming a European university. And I think that's a key element for us, driven by European values, but based in the different countries and the different regions in which we operate. And then the third way, which in some ways also helps us communicate with civil society, is we want to become communities for well-being. So looking at the community focus in terms of what we do and how we deliver on that as well. I'd like to say one more thing a little bit about the idea of the separation or the distance between universities and the communities. And we all realize that knowledge transfer is such a huge part of what a university should be about. To me, the biggest part of knowledge transfer is actually the graduates who go out into our communities. We don't always think about them, but we don't think about them in making that connection between university and city or region. But they're absolutely essential, I think, to that. So Uniwell's launching an alumni network. So this is across the Alliance, well-being centered and well-being focused, and sharing that more broadly with our regions and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Ludovic, you have outlined briefly in the video different elements also of how EC2U is having impact. What would you say is the most effective engagement strategy you have to connect with local societies and actors?
Well, to respond to this, and I hope you can hear me, yes? To respond to this, I would somehow respond to the two previous questions also. That's the trick. No, but seriously, I was this morning highlighting how the topic of the public conference is addressed in Poitiers with these framework conditions. And actually, I have to say that when I look back at the way it developed in time, it happened that this very now existing structure between the university and the municipality, this multi-annual scheme, coincided with the moment where we were actually building the start of the alliance, where the university is a full partner and the municipality is an associated partner. And not only we have aligned, let's say, our local priorities, the 3 SDGs I was mentioning, but then this Europeanization dimension came at the same time. And actually, then it was immediately embedded in the framework condition. So somehow now, for us and for them, if I say this, EC2U is actually a tool, and this has made a great change in the way also we interact with the municipality. And the second question, which will, or my response to the second question of some concrete examples around how can we have the alliance also be identified by the citizens, by everyone outside the university, is actually what the municipality did with the alliance. A concrete example is what they call in Poitiers the défi EC2U, so the EC2U challenge. And from the very beginning of the alliance, every year they are launching a call to young people who do not, they must not be students from the university, so young people who are outside of the academia, and they apply to get a grant by small groups, to get a grant to travel with green means, green transportation from Poitiers to another EC2U municipality. So the first year was Poitiers, Coimbra, second year Poitiers, Salamanca, Poitiers, Pavia, Poitiers, Linz. We will have now Poitiers, Turku, etc., etc. And this is actually becoming, this is making the alliance concrete. Because not only the young people hear about it, but they see actually the municipality providing for them a unique opportunity to travel in Europe without making too much impact. And they are hosted at the end of the travel. They are welcomed by the municipality, a small group of young people, which for them is absolutely something they would never think about. And this alliance, trust-based relationship enables this. So this is making the alliance and Europe overall a reality for those young ones who are far from the university, and Europe for them is just administrative blah blah.
Very interesting initiative, thank you. Are there now some comments or reactions to what has been already discussed? Yes, there is someone here on the third row. Third one, yeah, in white. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much, Donahue, University of Durham, and a member of the Executive Board. I was reflecting back a little bit about what we were hearing earlier about innovation and some of the challenges and startups, and the fact that perhaps the majority of innovation fails, and we actually learn from failure. Now, are you really telling us that none of your initiatives failed? Because what I would like to hear, because I also heard a little bit about cross-disciplinarity, and I know that's a difficult thing to do and challenging. So I wonder whether there are ways in which we can learn from some of the experiences moving forward from the numerous examples you've given, or are you really just painting a rosy picture here? So I think we really need to know just how challenging this is, and then what lessons can be learned for other alliances or other initiatives across the network. Thank you.
Well, that's maybe not such an easy one. Who would like to pick this? Maybe Vladislav, yes?
I would start to react that, of course, we are painting a rosy picture here. That's the whole deal. But you have to imagine that after we talked about the many years that preceded this meeting of recreating, and you can imagine thousands upon thousands of hours of online meetings, collaborative work being done, and everything that is behind everything that created the alliances and that is establishing it firmly into the framework of our university structures. But then there is a procedure, or I should say there is a part after some of these years and this really harsh job that is being done, when something really clicks on the level of the institutions. When really you come into the phase where you see that all the people start to react when you mention the name, and even on the European level, you start to recognize the names of the alliances, they start to mean something, and you can imagine something unique behind the name, that it's not that every parallel is the same thing and all the activities are being done on the same level, but each of the alliances is trying and striving to be unique and somehow different from the others. So when you get to this part of the job, which is really a long road, and I think everybody can concede on that, but once you get there, it really clicks, and then that's the added value. Then it happens when we talked about the municipalities, then you have, for example, when our city of Prague is having a lot of typical activities throughout the year, when in the past they always started to invite some international guests and guest speakers, and for the past, I would say 4 to 5 years, all of those guest speakers were people from our alliance members. So that means that the municipality is starting to learn how to use the alliance for themselves, really, to create a PR for the city, to create a PR for the alliance, but to bring the added value for the students and the academic staff, that they feel that there is another outline of anything that they can achieve on the international level. So of course, the painting is rosy at the beginning, but at the end you will see the added value is worth the risk and the hard work that's being put into that. At least that's for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had Graham first and then Ludovic.
Yeah, obviously things fail. And if they didn't, we wouldn't be doing what we should be doing, I think, is the most important thing to say. So yes, there's a time to celebrate achievements and to share achievements. I'll mention For EU for All, which is the community of practice for alliances. And there are 20-odd working groups in there. And boy, we hear about the failures there. That's really important because we learn and we talk about them. I've actually had conversations here today about some of the challenges we've had in particular areas in terms of our governance, for example. So these are really important exchanges that happen both formally and informally. Academically, of course, initiatives that we propose fall apart for whatever reason it happens to be, different priorities, people move, people leave, that sort of thing. How we respond to that, how we replace that, how we grow from that is the key thing. Putting in place the structures for collaborations to have the best chance for success is what we need to do as alliances. And then we rely upon the academics and the other groups, whether it be vice directors for research, vice directors for education, these sorts of things to help advance our initiatives. But alliances are young. You know, I think the oldest are, 7 years old, coming up on. There's failures, there's stop-starts, there's also readjustments at this point in terms of how we deliver it. So yes, definitely failure. Better be part of this.
Please, Ludovic, yes, you want to elaborate.
And to continue on Graham's point, actually, clearly I'm pretty sure that none of us would have been in capacity to record the video 2 or 3 years ago because the components were not either ready or already successful. And one of the reasons is not just about that we need time, like any research and innovation process, to build trust, to test, and so on. That's one dimension, but the other dimension is actually that the European Commission is also not giving us the right framework conditions, which is that so far, and I know my colleagues know exactly where I'm going, we have been mostly supported by the Erasmus Plus program, which per se is not funding research and innovation activities per se, which means that all of this has been either supported by very short project-related funding, which has an end, and then comes as you said, the stop and go, or go and stop, actually. and own funding or funding from the associated partners. So basically, alliances are constantly on a survival mode, but because we are so resilient, we keep going.
I know, Johan, you also want to contribute on this one.
Thanks for the question. I want to add any very interesting comments of the last week in Brussels. So the European Commission is now discussing about the future of the FP10, and probably the European Alliance has demonstrated that it's possible to design the cooperation between the University Europe through another way, more efficiency and more cheaper, using and sharing the same research structures and innovative domains, or searching some common point in order to generate very complex projects. The difference, I want to reinforce this idea that it's not only an initiative of our university that when we got together. It's normal. So now we try to push this idea to the institutional structure of Europe. So now we need to discuss and to solve the question, which is the future of the European University Act, which is the definition of the university in Europe. And this is a very important question. And this is a question derived as a first derivative of the success of the European Alliance is now indicating us the way. And probably we're in the crucial point to discuss which is the future, the next future. And the next 2 years, obviously, will be crucial for us.
Rossi?
Just very, very briefly, I think Danny has really put his finger on something that it is very, very important to recognize. We identify ourselves as a laboratory for institutional learning, and I think we all agree that you learn a lot more from your failures than from your successes. But it's a process. And this is a very, very innovative initiative. It was 8 years ago when it was first discussed. It's young, as Coco said. We're learning by doing, and we are learning by doing in a very complex environment where the structure, the framework, the facilitating framework that Ludovic was talking about is not the most appropriate for what we are being asked to do. So I think that while universities and alliances need to learn from their failures, I think it is also true that the institutions who have launched the initiative need to learn also from what has not worked, what is manifestly not working, in order to grow together, improve together, and move forward together. I think that's absolutely key to the future of the initiative.
Very good. And then, Coco, you...
Yes, I would like to say, as Ludovic, I'm surprised it works. I mean, I'm part of Enlight, and I think it does well. I mean, if you look at what kind of conditions we started with, everything that we generally are quite reluctant to, it was politically initiated. It was a top-down initiative from university leadership. Mm-hmm. It was underfunded, terribly underfunded. It is living under the constraints of 10 or more national legislations. And often, on top of that, we put interdisciplinarity. So I think, I mean, if it works, there is a resilience, there is an ambition, because all these factors point to failure. But our problem now, I think, is the upscaling, not the communication, the external communication, because we will learn that sooner or later, but the internal communication and the embedment of the alliance within our own institutions, and also resolving this question about whether or not there should be research money earmarked for the alliances. And this is a point where I think that Ludovic and I don't agree. I don't think that the alliances should automatically come with research money. I think we should work with the tools that we are used to, that build on excellence. So, of course, if we have research collaboration emerging from the alliance, I mean, yay, but it should compete within the horizon or any other funding, as we do with all research.
I will not let anyone continue this discussion because
That's
our time
really
is
unfair
over.
to launch a bomb and then go away. Huh?
I see that the jury for the 3MT is already seated in front of us, so I would like just to thank you so much for a very rich, constructive discussion, and please join me in applauding our panelists. Gracias.
Everyone, we will now proceed with the announcement of the 3-minute thesis competition results. I have to say, there's definitely a certain nervous energy in the room right now. You can feel it in the air. To our finalists, if your heart rate has increased slightly in the last few minutes, you're not alone. That is completely understandable, but truly you have already done something extraordinary by reaching this stage. Quite honestly, they have. Quite honestly, after the excellent projects we have seen today, I think we can all agree that choosing a winner must have been incredibly difficult. From where we're sitting, you are all winners, the 3 of you. That said, and without further ado, I will now present Efrem Yildiz from the University of Salamanca. He is member of the executive board, and he will be the one that will announce the results.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before giving you the results, I would love to just say some few words, because probably this is going to be my last mission as member of executive board of Coimbra Group. It has been a huge experience. I'm especially thankful to the whole group, Ludovic, Emmanuel, and the rest of EB members, where we have been shared hard work periods, but also we have enjoyed knowing each other. And this is what gives a sense to the Coimbra Group. Coimbra Group is not just a consortium, but it's a big family. And this is what I have learned, and this is what I have enjoyed very much, because we are professionals, but we are human beings, and we have shared not only those values that are only at an academic level, but also we have created a kind of personal links. The European alliances is one of the probably best expression how the European alliances have been attracted through the Coimbra Group, and now they are represented almost in all of them. So my gratitude in the sense, it has been a huge experience. And I hope that those who will come after me or us will enjoy the same experience, will contribute. And especially, this is what gives us the possibility of fighting for the common cause, training the next generation. If there is no continuity at the end, our mission as professors, as researchers, would somehow not have any sense if we wouldn't focus on that. So just as few words, I'm thankful and I have been very happy, to have participated somehow in this big family as EB member. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to disconnect, but now it's time that fresh blood come in and push forward, as we have been doing it at the beginning. So, and now we are going to give you the results. It has been really a hard work. We thought that it was going to be easy, but no. And then each of us has been giving his own motivations why this. Many aspects have been considered as part of how they are judged, because we were trying to judge a presentation, skills, pedagogical skills, their research work. And fortunately, we had even some experts up on the topics where we said, well, probably I don't know about that. They said, no, I know, and he did this and that. And if I'm honest to you, the difference is so slight that it's complicated to say who was. All of them, where are they now? Or they are still, oh, you are there, okay, good. I thought that they were there. So you are the winners. The simple fact that you are doing a research work is not just an award that you are going to receive, but the simple fact that you are contributing with your research, and hopefully you will be also the future professors for the coming years in order to continue this big academic responsibility. It's not just a question of teaching, but it's a responsibility. So you are still the winner. So whether you are the first, second, or third, that at this level you have been fighting also until here. So all of you, you deserve to be considered as winners. But we have to give somehow, we have to accomplish with our duties in order to follow the rules that Coimbra Group has established to give first, second, and third award for the candidates. And ladies and gentlemen, meine Damen und Herren, mesdames et messieurs, signori, signore, signores, e così via. I am happy to announce you that the winner of the year 2026 is, shall I say it or shall I wait? I'm going to say it. So it's Lokesh Jain. Okay. Congratulations. Wait. Just wait. And now we do have two runners. The first runner is Vicente Bru Garcia. Muchas felicidades. Quédate para que tomes una foto. And the third one is Corey Allwall. So congratulations as well. Well, and with this, I have accomplished with my duties, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends. So I wish all the best in this sense, and thank you for the jury that has been really fighting in order to find the right elements to give these 3 awards according to what has been established. So thank you again for your attention. Good. Two of you just come here.
Congratulations once again to all the participants. We now come to a central moment of today's conference, the signing of the Poitiers-Granada Declaration. As it was mentioned in the opening remarks, holding this ceremony here today carries special significance, not only within the framework of this conference, but also in the context of the University of Granada's 500th anniversary and our shared ambition to contribute to Granada's candidacy as European Capital of Culture 2031. As it was mentioned in the opening remarks, well, we would also like to express our sincere gratitude to the Coimbra Group Executive Board, and especially to Professor Ludovic Tilly, for his openness, commitment, and generosity in promoting the update of this declaration following the most recent conference held in the wonderful city of Bologna, the origin of the university as we know it today. We are delighted to welcome to the stage Arno Schruyen, Vice President of the European Students' Union, Professor Ludovic Tilly, it's okay, Professor Ludovic Tilly, Chair of the Executive Board, Francisco Rodriguez, President of the Provincial Council of Granada, Marifran Carazo, Mayor of Granada, and of course, Professor Pedro Mercado, Rector of the University of Granada. To present the process and outline the key developments introduced, I invite Professor Ludovic Tilly, Chair of the Coimbra Group Executive Board. Please.
Well, I will not be too long because I guess for those who have been in the room since this morning, you have now a sense of what it is all about. The Poitiers-Granada Declaration has originated from the Poitiers Declaration, which was signed or started in Poitiers 10 years ago. And it was already at that time a framework where municipalities and universities were committing to work together with very specific action lines around the different missions that university bring on one side and what municipalities are fostering within their communities on the other side. And after 10 years, and I should say that during these 10 years, this initiative, which is somehow kind of unprecedented in Europe, or at least in the way it is formalized, has drawn very, very much attention from different stakeholders. The European Commission on several occasions looked at the Poitiers Declaration as a model of the type of relationship between universities and the policymakers and the local stakeholders. Also, the regions looked very much into this initiative. For instance, ERIN, the group of regions in Brussels, was constantly, regularly in contact with us to also see this model of good practice. But after 10 years, we realized, also after discussing last year in Bologna for the 40th anniversary, that it was the right moment, also ahead of this annual meeting here in Granada, to look back, look at that document, look at that commitment, and see if what was already there 10 years ago was still relevant, and well, it is still relevant, but we noticed that there were clearly a new initiative that could be incorporated. One of them, it's not the only new thing in this refreshed declaration, but one of them was in particular what we have discussed the whole day through, that is this unique role, this unique place that universities like Coimbra Group universities in mid-sized cities, where there is this deep impact on the local ecosystem through research, through innovation, and the transfer of knowledge. This was missing in the initial version. So that's not it. There was also some ideas around inclusion, to also put more the student engagement at the center of these activities, etc. All of this now has been incorporated, so I would say we have now a really comprehensive declaration, a really comprehensive framework, and I'm so delighted that we also somehow keep this historic development, which is now through this new name, which is the Poitiers-Granada Declaration, and
as I say this, I also hope that this will be a nice way also for the bid of the municipality for the capital of culture in 2031. So hopefully this little stone will also help you in this challenge. So it's a real pleasure for us all at the Coimbra Group, because through this initiative, and I hope you just don't see it as a piece of paper. Yes, there will be a piece of paper that we sign, but behind that piece of paper, we have basically 42 communities all through Europe, millions of students, hundreds of thousands of staff, of teachers, of researchers, and millions, several tens of millions of citizens, which are now connected in the sense of belonging to a Europe that is fostering a just society, a sustainable society, an inclusive society. And with this, we are really, I think, fulfilling what is academia about. So this is not just a piece of paper, it's a real commitment to the next 10 years at least, and we will see where we are in 10 years, and there probably we will have the Poitiers Granada X declaration. So long live to this declaration, and warm thanks also to all the representatives from the important stakeholders, because universities are not alone, that's true, but if they are not really working hand in hand with the policymakers, they remain isolated. So thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot one important thing, which is that I'm very happy to tell you that already today, within a week, the declaration has been already signed by 13 Coimbra Group universities and municipalities. And this is just the start. Very soon, all of them will have signed. So, and actually in a few minutes, it will be 14. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tilly. For the Coimbra Group, it is very important to always take the students' perspective into account. The declaration includes new approaches that seek to address some of the challenges facing young people today. Next, Arno Schroyen takes the floor to speak on behalf of the European Students' Union, with which the Coimbra Group collaborates closely.
Dear Professor Ludovic Tilly, dear President Francisco Rodriguez, dear Mayor Marifran Carazo, dear Professor Pedro Mercado, dear representative of higher education institutions and cities, dear students. On behalf of the European Students' Union, I am pleased to welcome the signing of this renewed Poitiers Granada Declaration. 10 years after the original Poitiers Declaration, it's encouraging to see universities and cities not only reaffirming their partnerships, but recommitting themselves to a shared vision of democratic, inclusive, and sustainable communities. For students, this declaration carries a particularly important message. Students are not only visitors passing through a city for a few years. We are members of our communities, whether we grew up in the city where we study or arrive from another region or country. We should be able to participate fully in civic, cultural, and democratic life. The European Student Union has long advocated for higher education institutions to embrace their third mission, contributing to society beyond teaching and research. Universities should not be isolated institutions. They should be active partners in building stronger, more cohesive communities and equipping learners with the knowledge, competences, and values needed to shape our societies for the better. This is especially important today. Across Europe, we're witnessing a rise of far-right attacks on democratic values and increasing pressure on civic participation, including student activism. In this context, dialogue between higher education institutions, students, cities, and local communities is not a luxury, it's a necessity. What we particularly welcome in this declaration is the understanding that inclusion must be tangible. Inclusion means ensuring affordable housing, it means accessible and reliable public transport, it means creating welcoming environments for international students, it means tackling discrimination, violence, and inclusion in all of their forms. And it means ensuring that students and young people have a genuine voice in the decisions that shape both their universities and their cities. Today's signature is therefore more than a symbolic gesture. It's a commitment to building cities and universities where everyone can belong, participate, and thrive, and students are looking forward to be in this process all along. Thank you very much.
We will now proceed with the formal signing of the declaration. I will invite each signatory to come to the table for the signing. Once all the signatories have signed the declaration, they will pose for a photograph and may return to their seats. I would like to invite, first, Professor Ludovic Tilly, Chair of the Executive Board. Yes, please. Of course. Thank you. Second, President Francisco Rodriguez, President of the Granada Provincial Council. Thank you. Third, Marifran Carazo, Mayor of Granada. Finally, Professor Pedro Mercado, Rector of the University of Granada. Ladies and gentlemen, this moment reflects a shared commitment to the future of our universities and their role in society. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to all the signatories. We now invite our closing speakers. First, Mrs. Marifran Carazo, Mayor of Granada. Please.
Señor Rector de la Universidad de Granada, Pedro Mercado, Presidente y representantes del Grupo Coimbra, nice to meet you again and welcome to Granada. Presidente de la Diputación, Presidente también de los estudiantes, bienvenidos, autoridades, señores y señoras. Decirles que Granada les da la bienvenida y es un honor recibirles en nuestra ciudad, una ciudad que vive uno de los momentos más ilusionantes de su historia reciente. Granada, hoy se ha expresado, tiene un sueño compartido, convertirse en capital europea de la cultura en 2031. Coincidiendo también con el 5º centenario de la Universidad de Granada. Un sueño que es un proyecto colectivo que está uniendo a toda la ciudad y a toda la provincia en torno a un mismo reto, construir una Granada más abierta, innovadora, participativa y europea a través de la cultura. Por eso, la celebración de esta conferencia y asamblea anual del Grupo Coimbra tiene para nosotros un significado muy especial, porque Granada 2031 nace de una convicción profunda de que los grandes desafíos del futuro solo pueden afrontarse desde la colaboración, desde la alianza entre instituciones, universidades, empresas, creadores, asociaciones y ciudadanía. Exactamente el espíritu que representa el Grupo Coimbra desde hace más de 4 décadas. Su presencia en nuestra ciudad constituye una magnífica oportunidad para seguir fortaleciendo esa visión compartida de una Europa que avanza a través del conocimiento, la innovación, la cultura y la cooperación entre territorios. No es casualidad que uno de los principales apoyos internacionales que ha recibido nuestra candidatura haya llegado precisamente desde esta red de universidades históricas europeas. Un respaldo que agradecemos profundamente porque representa mucho más que una adhesión institucional. Supone el reconocimiento a una forma de entender el desarrollo de las ciudades, en el que la cultura, la educación superior y el conocimiento son motores de transformación social y territorial. Queremos que la cultura sea una herramienta para generar oportunidades, atraer talento, impulsar la innovación, fortalecer la cohesión social y proyectar nuestra imagen en el mundo. Queremos que deje un legado duradero para las próximas generaciones y queremos hacerlo desde una visión abierta, participativa y profundamente europea. Por eso, la Universidad de Granada ocupa un lugar esencial en nuestra candidatura. La universidad forma parte de la identidad misma de Granada. Durante casi 5 siglos ha contribuido a construir una ciudad más culta, más dinámica y más conectada con el mundo. Hoy continúa siendo uno de los principales motores de desarrollo y una referencia internacional en investigación, innovación y transferencia de conocimiento. Su participación en Granada 2031 está siendo decisiva, desde el impulso a procesos de participación ciudadana a través de Media Lab, hasta su contribución también intelectual y académica en la definición del proyecto cultural de la candidatura. La universidad aporta algo imprescindible: capacidad para pensar el futuro desde el conocimiento y para implicar a la sociedad en su construcción. Precisamente eso es uno de los grandes temas que articulan esta conferencia del Grupo Coimbra: cómo las universidades pueden contribuir al desarrollo de sus territorios y convertirse en agentes activos de transformación social. La declaración de Poitiers-Granada representa un paso más en esta dirección, un compromiso renovado de las universidades europeas con las ciudades que las acogen y con las comunidades a las que sirven. Una declaración que conecta plenamente con la Visión Granada 2031 y con una apuesta para construir alianzas sólidas entre la cultura, el conocimiento y la ciudadanía. Granada es la ciudad de Federico García Lorca, de Ángel Ganivet o Enrique Morente, una ciudad que sigue generando talento cultural y creativo, una ciudad que estos días acoge simultáneamente algunos de los acontecimientos culturales más importantes de nuestro país, como el Festival de Música y Danza o el Festival Internacional de Jazz, el Festival Internacional de Jóvenes Realizadores o el Festival de Teatro Infantil y Familiar. Somos una ciudad universitaria que mira a Europa y que quiere contribuir activamente a los grandes debates sobre el futuro de nuestras sociedades. Por eso nos sentimos especialmente identificados con el trabajo que desarrolla el Grupo Coimbra, porque compartimos la certeza de que el conocimiento transforma territorios, que la cultura genera progreso y que las alianzas entre instituciones son fundamentales para construir sociedades más prósperas y cohesionadas. Gracias por acompañarnos en este camino. Vuestro compromiso con Europa, con la educación y con la cultura. Y gracias por creer en una ciudad que aspira, de la mano de su universidad, a que 2031 marque un antes y un después en nuestra historia compartida. Bienvenidos a Granada y muchas gracias.
I would like to invite Professor Pedro Mercado, Rector of the University of Granada.
Authorities, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Don't worry, I promise no more than 3-minute speech. The signing of the Poitiers-Granada Declaration represents a clear step forward. It expands the original vision and underlines our shared commitment to cooperation between universities, cities and regions, with a strong focus on innovation and the transformation of our social and territorial environments. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Ludovic Tilly, Chair of the Executive Board of the Coimbra Group, for his generosity and leadership. A year ago in Bologna, he accepted the challenge to move this declaration forward, and today we have this renewed and more ambitious document. I also want to recognize the important role of the Professor Esteban Romero, Vice Rector of Social Innovation, who has been a key driving force in this process. His work, together with many initiatives he promotes, are priceless. My warmest thanks go to the Mayor of Granada, Marifran Carazo, and the President of Provincial Council, Francis Rodriguez, for signing this declaration today. Their presence and commitment reflect the strong and daily collaboration between our institutions. The City Council and the Provincial Council can always count on the University of Granada, just we know that we can always count on you. My thanks also go to the team of the Vice-Rectorate for Internationalization, led by Vice-Rector Inmaculada Marrero, for the excellent organization of this conference, in close coordination with the Coimbra Group officers, especially Emmanuel Gardin and all the team. Many thanks. Thank you so much for your outstanding dedication. I would also like to thank all the professionals who have made this event possible. The logistic team led by Irene Pedreira, the technical team coordinated by Fernando González, our colleagues from protocol coordinated by Jorge Martinez, and the staff of the University Catering Service for the great work. Many thanks also to Evangelia Seremaki for hosting the gala so masterful. And very special thank you to José Claudio Gil, who is the heart and the soul of the organization of this annual conference. Thank you for so much. Thank you for everything. Finally, I would like to thank all of you, participants, speakers, colleagues, for your presence, your ideas, your commitment. Today, we have not only shared knowledge, but also reinforced a common vision for the role of the university in society. And let me say, reinforce personal relation. People are at the core of the Coimbra Group, at the core of our cities, at the core of our universities. Thank you very much.
As we come to the end of this amazing day, I would like to remind you two things, logistics first, and then I will say goodbye. First of all, I would like to remind you that what comes next on our agenda is a meeting with the Erasmus Student Network section, local section, with the Coimbra Group universities. From dialogue to action, strengthening ESN university collaboration for inclusive student mobility. This session will take place at 7 o'clock in front of the hospitality area, in front of the rectorate of our university. You will see all the little details over there on our screen. I invite you to join if you wish. Moreover, I would like to say that the day will finish with the gala dinner. Please note that there is limited capacity, and in order to attend the gala dinner, you have to have registered first. Please check your identification cards, your registration cards. If you have a yellow dot, that means that you have registered correctly, and we expect you there at 9 o'clock on the dot, okay? Now, having said all that, I will take a minute and tell you, distinguished guests, on behalf of the University of Granada and the Coimbra Group, thank you for your participation, your insights, and your commitment to advancing the role of universities in shaping our shared future. We wish you a pleasant stay in Granada, and I will see you in a little while at the gala dinner, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.